The girls in the school were going crazy. Apparently the new student is oh so handsome. The moment the boy walked in and was introduced, every girl's heart started pounding. The room got hotter, and let's be honest, the girls got wet. The guys, on the other hand, not so thrilled. Let's just call it what it is, pure jealousy. The teacher points to an empty seat, and the kid who looks like a rejected Scooby-Doo character, oh, he was practically green with envy. He gives his buddy a little signal, time for a prank. The plan was simple. As the new kid walks by, stick out a foot, watch him trip, and just like that, total humiliation in front of everyone. Genius, right? But here's the thing they didn't count on. The new kid, he saw it coming, and he just stopped, right in front of him. Lee Jae-hing thought his timing was perfect. Oops, it didn't work. Our protagonist just stares him down, ice cold. So Jae-hing asks, "Who do you think you're looking at?" No one, and I mean no one, could possibly guess what was going through the new kid's mind as he just stared in complete silence. That's when the teacher chimed in, "Why did you stop all of a sudden?" Lee-jin just smiles. He apologizes, so polite, and keeps on walking. Jae-hing thought to himself, he got scared of me. His friend agreed, thinking, guess the new kid isn't so tough after all. What these boys didn't know is that in the moment Lee-jin stopped, he remembered a piece of advice from the major. When you go back to Korea, Lee-jin, don't get involved in fights. The major knew. Lee-jin is a natural-born strategist. Every single move is calculated, and honestly, he feared that about him. When the protagonist finally sat down, the boy next to him, a kid named Park Young-chan, greeted him and then gave him a warning. Watch out for those guys. They're the bullies who run this school. You should avoid them. The next few classes went by, and Lee-jin felt something strange. Normal boys in a normal school. Another kid talking about his favorite webtoon. It was peaceful, comfortable. In his memories, no moment was ever like this. Every moment was running in the rain, with his life on the line. The training was hell. So many years of it made him cold. When he closes his eyes, he can still feel those days. But when he opens them again, this peace, it's wonderful. But while his life was peace and quiet, in another classroom, a girl, Lee-jin's sister, didn't know what peace was. She was happy, of course. Her brother was finally home after being missing for 10 years. But a blonde girl walked up to her, yanking her from her thoughts. "Hey, Dayun, I need your gym clothes for class today." Dayun had her clothes, but she couldn't just give them away, or she'd have none. The girl just laughed, a nasty, mocking laugh. Then she did something that got everyone's attention, a loud slap across Dayun's face. Dayun didn't have the right to ask questions or disobey an order. This was her daily life. Her classmates did nothing, absolutely nothing to protect her, and she just didn't have the courage. When it was time to go home, she noticed her brother. He had gone to her school, and he was waiting for her. She's a little surprised for a second and asks if he was waiting for her. He says yeah, he was hoping they could walk home together. He also says that if she has other plans, she can just go ahead without him. Daeon quickly looks around and says she doesn't have any other plans, but you can tell she's still super nervous about walking with him. Jin then says that if she's not busy, they'll just walk home together. In the end, she agrees. A little later, they're walking down the street next to each other, and it's obviously awkward for both of them. Jin tries to break the tension by asking her if she feels awkward too. Daeon is surprised he asked and quickly says she's not, but Jin tells her it's okay because he feels pretty awkward himself. Luckily, that seems to make her chill out a bit. Jin then tells her that he was only 9 when the accident happened, so he doesn't really remember much about his family, including her. He says it must be weird for her too, since she was only 7 and probably doesn't remember a lot either. Daeon doesn't say anything because he's right. Right then, she hears some voices she recognizes from around the corner, and she just freezes. When Daeon looks to see who it is, she sees one of the girls that was bullying her earlier in class. Turns out she's friends with the blonde girl who slapped Daeon at school. This new bully spots Daeon right away and starts yelling at her. Daeon starts freaking out, sweating and not knowing what to do. One of the dudes with the bully asks who Daeon is. The bully says she's the girl that Huijin, the blonde psycho from earlier, hates. Then she sees Jin with Daeon and starts making fun of her, asking if that's her boyfriend. She then says something nasty, like she didn't know bitches could get dates. Daeon gets super shy and quickly tries to explain that Jin is just her brother. The bully is actually surprised by this, since she had no idea Daeon even had a brother. After hearing all that trash talk, Jin asks Daeon if this girl is her friend. Daeon quietly says yeah, they're in the same homeroom, but the bully just keeps going, calling Daeon a bitch again and asking since when they were friends. Daeon is shaking while the bully keeps running her mouth. Jin just gives the girl an ice-cold stare, the kind that could freeze you solid. The guy sitting next to the bully doesn't like Jin's death glare at all. He gets pissed and tells Jin to watch it or he'll get messed up. Jin just keeps staring, which makes the fatty even madder. The bully girl starts hyping him up, trying to get him to fight Jin. Finally, the fatty loses his cool and walks right up to Jin. Jin quickly pushes Daeyeon behind him and gets in the guy's face. This stupid head asks if Jin is trying to act all tough for his sister. Jin sees right away how clueless this guy is, standing so close with all his weak spots totally exposed. What's even funnier is that the fatty doesn't have any weapons on him. Jin can't help but think this guy is an idiot for leaving himself so open. But then he remembers what Major Kang told him about not fighting. Jin sighs, looks away, and just tries to walk off, but the fatty isn't having it. He grabs Jin by the collar and pulls his hand back, ready to slap him. Before he can, Daeyeon runs in between them. She bows her head and tries to explain to the bullies that Jin has been living abroad and doesn't know how things work in Korea. The main bully girl just laughs at Daeyeon for begging, while Daeyeon keeps shaking in fear. The fatty just yells at Daeyeon, saying he doesn't care where Jin lived. Seeing his sister so scared and trembling totally sets Jin off. He grabs the fatty's wrist and twists it. The dude starts crying out in pain, even though Jin barely did anything. Jin then drops his bag and takes off his school jacket. He calmly tells his sister to wait and covers her face with his jacket, telling her it'll be over in a minute. Just then, the loudmouth thug charges him from behind. Jin just spins around like it's nothing and smacks the guy right across the face. That one slap sends the thug flying backwards, spitting blood before he hits the ground like a sack of potatoes. The bully girl and the other goon are so freaked out they look like they're about to wet their pants. Meanwhile, Jin sighs, bummed that he broke his promise to Major Kang. But hey, it's not really his fault. That fatty bastard was asking for it. The other goon is so scared he's second-guessing even breathing in Jin's direction. The scene then cuts to the countryside, where we see soldiers training like crazy. Major Kang is there, watching over everything. Another soldier comes up and reminds Kang that it's Jin's first day of school. Hearing that, Major Kang starts to worry. Even though he taught Jin for 6 months how to live a normal life, he's scared Jin won't be able to adjust after so many years as a merc. Still, Kang is proud and hopes the lessons he taught will help Jin out. About that, turns out Major Kang's lessons didn't stick, because Jin is out here treating these bullies like absolute trash. The other bullies just stare in shock at the fatty, who's knocked out cold on the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head. The bully girl and her buddy are shaking as Jin walks over to them. In a split second, Jin lunges and hits the other thug with a monster punch to the gut, sending the guy flying before he slams onto the ground. The cocky girl's jaw is on the floor. She can't believe what she's seeing. When Jin turns to look at her, his death stare makes her tremble. Daeyeon pulls the jacket off her face, her hands shaking as she sees the two thugs totally knocked out. It's only been a minute, but Jin notices his sister is watching. He gives the cocky girl one last scary look, and then walks away from her. He turns to Daeyeon and says sorry for suddenly covering her face. That just makes things more awkward for Daeyeon, so Jin tries to make it better by asking if she wants to get snacks from her favorite spot. Daeyeon mumbles that it's fine and they don't have to, so Jin just says they should head home then. As Daeyeon and Jin get all friendly, the bully girl is just standing there, totally freaked out. She's shocked that this dude who was so scary a second ago is now acting like a super sweet big brother. As they walk away, Daeyeon gives the bully one last little wave, leaving her just standing there, completely terrified. On the way home, Daeyeon asks Jin if he was the one who took out those two guys. Jin says yeah, which just makes her more curious about him since he doesn't seem like a fighter. She then tells him that in Korea, staring at people like he did is considered rude and can cause problems. Jin agrees and adds that looking someone in the eye can be a bad idea depending on who it is, just like where he came from. Daeyeon is confused and asks why he stared at those thugs. Then, Jin just says he saw that she was scared and wanted to protect her. Daeyeon is totally surprised by his answers and just looks down, blushing. It gets super awkward and quiet as they keep walking. Looks like Daeyeon's gonna have to get used to having a protective big bro. When they get home, their grandpa is a nervous wreck. He's telling Jin to just relax and eat some fruit, but Jin insists on doing the dishes. Grandpa doesn't really know what to do, so he just lets Jin take over. As Jin is washing the dishes, Grandpa asks if dinner was alright, saying he's not the best cook. Jin just plays it cool and tells Grandpa not to worry about it. He says the food's been awesome, and he's enjoyed everything. The old man looks super relieved to hear that. You can tell he's really happy. Grandpa then asks Daeyeon if she liked the food too, and she nods. Then, Grandpa changes the subject and asks Jin about his first day of school, wanting to know if anything cool happened. Jin hesitates for a second, looking a little nervous to answer. Daeyeon gets a little anxious too, thinking about how crazy the day was. But after a beat, Jin just says it was a good day. Grandpa's face totally lights up when he hears this, looking super relieved and happy. Later that night, when everyone's in bed, Jin is still awake. He's thinking back to when his grandpa first saw him again, and he remembers how happy the old man was. Living with his grandpa and sister for a bit has started to melt Jin's cold heart. Then, he starts thinking about the plane crash. All the passengers were panicking, oxygen masks dropping down. While everyone else was scrambling, Jin's parents were just focused on getting his mask on so he could breathe. It was a terrifying day. Right as he remembers the plane starting to fall, Jin snaps awake, jumping out of bed and breathing hard from the nightmare. His heart is pounding, but then he realizes it was just a dream. He looks at his clock and sees it's morning. While he's sitting there, he hears noises from the living room. He gets up and goes to check it out and finds his sister making breakfast. He asks where their grandpa is. She tells him that grandpa already left for work super early. She explains that he took some time off just to be there when Jin got back, but his vacation days are over now, so he had to go back. She gets into her uniform and gets ready to leave. She tells Jin that breakfast is on the table and makes sure he knows to eat. After she leaves, Jin just looks at all the food she left out for him. Back at school, we see the bully girl with the blonde one, Hui Jin. Turns out, Hui Jin found out that the new transfer student is Daeyeon's brother. The bully girl nervously says, "Yeah, it's true." She starts thinking about what happened with Jin and gets freaked out, remembering how he took down two of her friends with just one punch. Hui Jin asks why she's so scared, but the bully girl is just frozen, too terrified to say anything. Honestly, I'm tired of calling her the bully girl, so from now on, let's just call her Chicken Shake. Hui Jin keeps bugging Chicken Shake about what went down. Finally, Chicken Shake gets a grip and says they should probably stop messing with Daeyeon. That death stare Jin gave her is still stuck in her head, and she can't forget it. Even though she's scared, she tries to tell herself it's all good, cause Hui Jin and her brother are the top dogs at school and nobody messes with them. A little later, we see Daeyeon again, and what do you know, she gets smacked hard on the head just like always. She turns around and sees Hui Jin and Chicken Shake together, ready to give her a hard time again. Daeyeon asks them what they want now. Hui Jin just tells her to come with them. When Daeyeon asks where, the cocky blonde gets pissed off. She snaps at Daeyeon to stop acting tough and just do what she's told if she doesn't want to get hurt. She also says that having a brother doesn't change anything. Next thing you know, we're at the school's recycling area, and Daeyeon is getting totally pummeled by the cocky blonde. After landing a few kicks, the blonde tells Daeyeon to stay down. Daeyeon is trying to breathe and asks why she's even getting beat up. That's when Hui Jin brings up her brother. She tells Daeyeon to warn her brother to stop acting so tough and full of himself. She makes it clear that what happens next to her brother isn't their problem, because he's about to have a really bad time. Daeyeon is confused and asks if they're going after her brother now. Hui Jin says, "Yep," and reminds her that the two guys Jin beat up are friends with her own brother. Since Daeyeon and her brother messed with them, they're not getting away with it. It's like poking a bear. Hearing this, Daeyeon's face goes completely white. She screams at the two thugs, asking what they're going to do to her brother. For that, she gets a hard slap right across the face. The slap leaves a mark, but that pain is nothing compared to how bad she feels knowing her brother is in danger. Daeyeon grits her teeth, pulls herself together, and just bolts out of there, leaving the two thug women behind. The scene switches back to the third-year classroom. You can feel the tension in the air. Even the regular bullies are being quiet. Everyone's nervous because the school's biggest bully just walked in with his crew, and it looks like things with Jin are about to blow up. But Jin, he's just sitting there, cool as a cucumber. The two guys who got wrecked yesterday are there too, walking with their boss. And behind them is the biggest bully of them all, the top dog. Right then, like it's planned, Daeyeon bursts into the classroom. She's out of breath, her face is bruised, and her uniform is all dirty. Jin jumps up from his seat, his eyes wide with shock when he sees his sister's beaten up face and messed up uniform. The bully boss starts talking trash, making fun of how worried Jin's sister is about him. He points out that his own sister, Hui Jin, just whines and nags him to do stuff for her all the time. Hui Jin then walks up and tells her brother she'll only feel bad for him when he actually gets his butt kicked. Meanwhile, Jin is just frozen, totally horrified to see his sister all bruised up. But before we see what he does, the scene flashes back to earlier that morning, when students were just getting to class. We see poor Young Chan looking terrified as two guys use his head for target practice. Jae Hyung is all proud of himself for a direct hit and starts bragging to his buddy about it. Hyuk Jin gets annoyed and demands a kid nearby to give him his eraser. The shy student hands it over, and Hyuk Jin grabs it. He winds up and throws it with all his strength, nailing Young Chan right in the head. He does a little happy dance for landing a perfect shot, but Jae Hyung tries to downplay it, saying it was just luck. The two of them go back and forth, trying to one-up each other's headshot game. Jae Hyung decides to go again, swinging his arm like a maniac to chuck the eraser at poor Young Chan. But surprise, Surprise! Jin steps in the way, and the eraser hits him in the side instead. The two bullies are pissed about being interrupted, and the eraser just drops to the floor. Jin then just sits down in his seat next to a terrified Young Chan. The redhead is obviously getting ticked off, feeling like Jin is starting to get on his nerves. Hyuk Jin decides they need to go teach Jin a lesson for getting involved, and the redhead is all for it. Meanwhile, Jin just puts his bag down and asks Young Chan if he's okay. The poor guy mumbles that he's fine, but you can tell by how pale he is that he is definitely not fine. Young Chan just leans in towards Jin to avoid looking at the bullies and asks if he wants to hang out after school. Jin says he can't because he has to walk home with his sister. The shy kid seems interested and asks if his sister transferred with him. Jin says no, she was already going to school here. When Young Chan asks for her name, Jin tells him it's Daeon. Young Chan is pretty shocked to hear that. Jin totally notices his reaction and asks if he knows her. At first, Young Chan doesn't want to say anything, but then he admits that Daeon is having a rough time at school. He explains that back in middle school, she was super popular because she was smart and pretty, so a lot of guys liked her. But then this blonde girl named Hui Jin got jealous and started bullying her. Jin asks if anyone ever tried to stop it. Young Chan says that the bully, Hui Jin, has a brother named Gisu Kim, and he's one of the biggest troublemakers in the whole school. What's even worse, Daeon is in the same homeroom as Hui Jin. She gets bullied so bad that all the other students are surprised she even shows up to school anymore. Jin connects the dots and figures out that Hui Jin started picking on his sister just because some guy liked her, but Young Chan sadly explains that was just an excuse. Hui Jin was just looking for someone to bully. Jin's mind flashes back a few days. His grandpa was hoping that Jin would have an easy time fitting in at the new school. Their grandpa turned to Daeon and asked if she was doing okay in school too. Back then, sweet little Daeon promised her grandpa that everything was great, never letting on that she was getting bullied every single day. Her grandpa praised her, saying Daeon is a great student and that her teachers always say good things about her. Back in the present, Jin realizes his sister was just faking it, hiding everything so their grandpa wouldn't worry. Just then, one of the rowdy bullies kicks the door open, and the whole gang of them just strolls into the classroom. Hyuk Jin immediately asks the gang what they're doing in their class. Jisoo Kim, one of the top dogs of the whole school, just says he's there to take care of something. Hyuk Jin is surprised to see Jisoo and has no idea what to do. See, Hyuk Jin is a total small fry. He can handle the other bullies, but he knows better than to mess with Jisoo Kim. Meanwhile, Jisoo's lackeys point out Jin. When Jisoo sees him, he starts screaming at his guys, pissed that they got beat up by some scrawny little punk. He tells his lackeys to back off and then flicks a finger at Jin, telling him to come here. Jin stands up right away. The redhead and Hyuk Jin are totally confused, wondering what Jin did to get on Gasu's bad side. They're both thinking he's completely screwed now, but Jin just stands there and asks if Gasu is the one in charge, the real big shot. Gasu just smirks, finding it funny that it took Jin this long to figure out who runs the show. He turns to one of his lackeys and tells him to stop standing there like an idiot and do something. You can see the lackey is terrified, but he slowly starts walking towards Jin. But before the fight can start, Daeon bursts into the room, totally out of breath. And that brings us back to the present, with Jin staring at his beaten-up sister. Tears start rolling down Daeon's face as she apologizes to Jin for getting him into this mess. Meanwhile, Hoijin scoffs at the tears and calls her a total drama queen, but Jin tells his sister she did nothing wrong. Before she can say anything else, he just snaps. He slaps the lackey so hard that the guy hits the floor, out cold. The other bullies who've seen Jin fight before start shaking. With one guy down, Jin turns to his sister and says that these guys are the ones who should be saying sorry. The fatty runs at Jin with his fist ready, but Jin just pushes his arm away like it's nothing. He sees an opening at the guy's throat and hits him with a quick, brutal chop, like a ninja. The bully starts coughing and choking before he just collapses. The last lackey, shaking like a leaf, tries to throw a punch at Jin. Jin hits him with a nasty shot to the ribs, and super fast, sends him to the ground too. Meanwhile, Gisu's confidence is finally starting to lose its confidence, watching Jin take down his crew like they're a bunch of nobodies. The local wannabe bullies in the class just stand there with their eyes wide, completely blank. Even Hui Jin and Chicken Shake are freaking out, totally losing their cool. After dropping the last two guys, Jin turns to Gisu and tells him that his sister has been suffering because of these thugs, and he's not gonna let it slide. Gisu finally says something, smirking and admitting that Jin isn't a pushover. Then with a smirk, Gisu throws a super fast kick at Jin's head, but Jin blocks it easily, which leaves Gisu totally stunned. He didn't think Jin would be that quick. So Gisu throws another kick with his other leg, and Jin blocks that one just as easily. Jin grabs Gisu's leg, yanks him in close, and punches him right in the face. The punch punch sends blood flying as Gisu hits the floor like a rag doll. His nose and mouth are bleeding, and he looks up in total horror at Jin, who's standing over him like the freaking Death Reaper. Without even hesitating, Jin kicks the bastard right in the face, and even more blood goes flying. The guy who was acting all tough and cocky is now on the ground, totally defeated and humiliated. The whole class goes dead silent, everyone's eyes wide in shock as they watch Jin take out one of the biggest bullies in a single move. The two beta bullies are just staring with their jaws on the floor, unable to believe that Jin just wrecked a major player like Gisu so easily. The girls are just as freaked out, especially the blonde one. She's stunned, wondering if Jin is really that strong. Jin starts walking towards Hui Jin, who's terrified she's about to get smacked and get the same beatdown. But before he can do anything, Diane runs over and begs her brother to stop. Jin reminds her that Hui Jin and her crew have been messing with her for a long time and that he knows they came after her yesterday too. Diane's face just drops when she realizes he knows the truth, and she looks down without saying anything. Then it hits her that Jin is doing all this for her, so she forces a smile and tells him she's fine and that he should just stop. Her brother thinks about it for a second, but finally agrees and decides to walk her to her class. As they leave, the whole room starts whispering, unable to believe that Gisu, the top dog, got taken down by one guy. Even the beta bullies have to admit that Jin is hardcore, and they're super relieved they didn't try to fight him before. While everyone's talking, the blonde girl is just shaking, a mix of scared and humiliated, not able to deal with the fact that they lost. Meanwhile, Jin and Diane are walking together, and she's saying how shocked she is that he's so good at fighting, but then she starts saying sorry again. Jin is confused and asks her what she's apologizing for. Diane explains that it's her fault he got pulled into all this drama. She feels bad about the fights he had to get into, both yesterday and today. Jin just gives her a warm smile and tells her not to apologize for anything. That's what family is for, protecting each other. He then starts explaining that where he used to live, it was every man for himself. People didn't care what happened to anyone else as long as they were okay. But even those selfish people were different when it came to their own families. And that's when we get a flashback to a crazy battlefield, with smoke and explosions everywhere. You can hear guns and bombs going off all around. In the middle of all this chaos, we see a younger Jin. He spots an enemy soldier trying desperately to save his own little daughter, using his body to shield her from a guy pointing a gun right at them. Even with all the violence, seeing that soldier risk his life for his kid really stuck with Jin. It made him wonder what family really means and why it's such a big deal. Back in the present, Diane points out that he barely even remembers her, so why is he trying so hard to help? Jin agrees that he doesn't remember much, but says that doesn't matter. They're still family. She just stands there quietly, and as his words sink in, she starts to get a little embarrassed. She quickly tells him she's fine, and he should get back to his own class. She says they're already at her classroom, gives him a quick wave goodbye, and disappears inside, leaving Jin with a little smile. Back in his classroom, everyone is still talking about Jin, and he's feeling kind of awkward with all the attention. The beta bullies give him a thumbs up and ask him what they taught him overseas, because he destroyed those noobs like they were nothing. They keep piling on the praise, but Jin just sinks into his chair, looking a little overwhelmed. Even his friend Young Chun chimes in and says he was awesome, which makes Jin crack a small smile. Meanwhile, we cut to the defeated goons, who are all feeling pretty stressed after getting embarrassed like that. Their boss is still super mad, complaining that there's something different about Jin, that he doesn't fight like a normal third-rate thug. His sister tries to cheer him up, telling him to stop pouting and saying it was just a fluke. She says Jin just caught them by surprise and that they should get him later. But the other bullies are quiet, because they now know that Jin is a total powerhouse and not someone you mess with. But the blondie reminds him that he's just one guy, and they can't let some random dude beat them. Her brother finally tells her to shut up, saying that if she wants a fight so bad, she can go fight the guy herself if it's so easy. Of course, Hoijin doesn't like that and snaps back that he shouldn't take it out on her just because some rando handed him his butt on a platter. Her brother is totally furious. You can tell Hoijin's words really got to him. He's seething because, let's be real, she's telling the truth and it hurts. Hoijin gives him one last glare, her eyes getting teary because she's so frustrated with how her brother is acting. She quietly turns around and slams the door on her way out. As she's stomping down the hall, Chicken Shake runs up to catch her. Meanwhile, the blondie is still absolutely fuming. She's super frustrated that all those bullies couldn't even take on one guy. She slams the classroom door open and storms in. When she sees Daehyun sitting there, she asks her if she's feeling lucky now that she has a brother. She points out how Daehyun can probably just waltz into school now without a worry and run to her big bro if anything goes wrong. Daehyun doesn't say anything back, which just pisses Hoijin off even more. She thinks Daehyun is giving her the cold shoulder now that she has her brother to protect her. Hoijin grits her teeth and makes it clear she's not gonna let Daehyun get away with anything just because she has a brother. As it starts to get dark, the students head home. We see our girl in the crowd looking kinda down. She's just thinking, remembering when her brother stood up for her and fought those thugs. She remembers him saying they were family, and wonders if that means she can finally stop worrying about being bullied at school. She starts thinking about how miserable things were with Hoijin, how she was always getting bossed around and had to do whatever she said like a faithful dog. Every time she tried to stand up for herself, she'd just get slapped. All of a sudden, her brother shows up behind her and asks if something's wrong. She's totally startled, but he tells her he already called her name a few times and she didn't answer. His sister quickly apologizes, saying she didn't hear him, and then asks if he was waiting for her again. He nods and says yeah, because he still doesn't know the way home. So, they start walking home together, talking about getting some groceries since their grandpa is always starving when he gets home late. As they're walking, that rowdy bitch is standing behind them. She looks completely furious and just can't stand seeing our girl smiling. This bitch is just waiting for the right moment to wipe that smile right off Daehyun's face. Next thing we know, the two of them are shopping in a store. The girl is having a hard time deciding what to buy, and other people in the store are staring at them. All the girls in the store are staring at our guy, and Daehyun can't help but notice all the attention he's getting from the ladies. She knew he was popular at school, but apparently he stands out everywhere. Just out of curiosity, Daehyun finally asks her brother if he ever had a girlfriend when he was living abroad. The question totally catches him off guard, and he looks like he's never even heard the word girlfriend before. Seeing how confused he is, Daehyun explains she means like a girl he was dating. He just says he's never had one, which makes his sister say he should think about it, especially since girls are drawn to him like a magnet. He's quiet for a second, then says he's always been too busy for a girlfriend. Daehyun gets it, especially since he's been busy getting used to a new country. That's when he flips the question on her and asks if she's ever had a boyfriend. The question catches her by surprise, and she quickly says she's never had one either. When he asks why, she just says she's been busy too. When they get home, we see their grandpa gave our guy a new Samsung Galaxy phone. He's a little bummed because he wanted an iPhone. Grandpa quickly schools him, saying iPhones have terrible battery life and that a Samsung is better, especially since every other kid has an iPhone. It's a funny little dig, like having a Samsung will make him unique. Daehyun, on the other hand, is super excited because she wanted a Galaxy phone, and she can tell it's the newest one. Our guy starts messing with the phone, and their grandpa tells them he already put his and Daehyun's numbers in it. Daehyun is surprised her grandpa did that himself, since she's usually the one who helps him with tech stuff. Grandpa quickly explains that the salesperson helped him out. He adds with a smile that he heard young people love unboxing stuff themselves, so he hoped our guy wouldn't mind that he opened it to save the numbers. Jin just says he's totally cool with it. Then, Grandpa apologizes to Daehyun, saying the store only had one left, so he couldn't get her one. Daehyun tells him it's no big deal. They all end up having a great dinner, just talking and enjoying being a family. Later that night, our guy is still messing with his new phone and is really starting to get into the whole Galaxy thing. He starts thinking that maybe Samsung phones aren't so bad and might even be better than iPhones. The scene then cuts to Major Kang, who's working on his computer when his phone rings. It's Jin, calling to tell him he has a new phone and a new number. The Major is a little surprised by this. The junior officer behind him even asks if Major Kang didn't already give Jin a phone, and the Major says he did. That's when he gets tomato red with anger. He points out that he gave Jin the most expensive iPhone they had, so he's pretty furious that Jin already replaced it. The next morning, Jin gets out of the shower and sees his sister rushing out the door in her uniform. Before she can leave, Jin asks why she's taking off so early. She just says she's running late and bolts out of there. She also yells that dinner is all ready and he just needs to put the dishes in the sink. As she's running down the street, she checks her phone and is relieved she's gonna make it on time. She was late because she'd made soup for their grandpa, but seeing him smile when he ate it was totally worth it. She's just happy she could do something nice for him, but her happy moment gets cut short when someone kicks her hard in the ribs, knocking her to the ground. 3 girls in hoodies and masks are standing over her, hiding who they are. The one in front tells Daehyun to watch where she's going and says she almost broke her ankle. It's obvious they're just trying to start a fight. They demand that Daehyun apologize for what she supposedly did. The poor girl just quickly nods and says she's really sorry, but the rowdy leader isn't happy with that and slaps Daehyun across the face, telling her to apologize like a whimpering dog. That's when one of the girls, the one with the ponytail, suggests they all go to karaoke to blow off some steam. Another girl agrees, saying they need to relax and have fun. The ponytail girl then crouches down to look Daehyun in the eye. With a smirk, she invites her to come with them to karaoke, saying they're gonna have a blast. As soon as Daehyun hears her voice, she knows it's Huijin Kim, and she's definitely here to make her life hell. Next thing she knows, they're at some sketchy karaoke place. The manager sees the shady-looking girls and gets a bad feeling. A little later, the manager is nervously walking towards their room. He's mumbling to himself about how wild kids are now and wonders what kind of mess they made, because all he heard from their room was a bunch of screaming. The manager opens the door and finds Daehyun on the floor, obviously beaten up. Luckily, she's awake and slowly starts to get up. Her hands are shaking as she tries to pick up her stuff. The manager is totally confused by this and tries to call an ambulance, but Daehyun just says no and stumbles out the door. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is taking attendance and sees that Daehyun is gone. The other students say she's not there, and everyone is confused because Daehyun isn't the type to just skip school. In the background, Huijin Kim has a smirk on her face, obviously happy about it. Chicken Shake leans over and asks her if she thinks Daehyun is okay. Huijin just tells her not to freak out, reminding her that Daehyun being gone has nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nervously agrees, just playing along like it's true and has nothing to do with them. Finally, the school day ends. As usual, our guy is waiting outside for his sister, but he can't find her anywhere in the crowd. The crowd starts to clear out, and soon it's almost empty, but his sister is still a no-show. He waits a little longer, then pulls out his phone to call her, thinking maybe she went home without him. Meanwhile, she's already home. Her phone is ringing off the hook from his calls, but she just ignores it. Eventually, he just heads home. He immediately sees her sneakers by the door. He takes off his bag, walks up to her room, and knocks softly, asking if she's in there. She quickly answers, and her brother Jin is super relieved she's actually home. He asks her what's up, mentioning he even tried calling her, but she didn't pick up the phone. Daehyun says she's really sorry, explaining that she must have been asleep. Jin immediately picks up on the weird vibe in her voice and asks if he can pop in for a second. Daehyun quickly makes up an excuse, telling him she's already in bed because she's feeling sick. Worried, Jin asks if it's anything serious. She assures him it's just a little fever and that she'll be totally fine after some rest. Jin tells her to call him if she needs anything and starts to leave, planning to go buy some medicine for her, but then he suddenly freezes at the door when he spots bloodstains on her sneakers. It doesn't take him long to figure out something bad must have happened, because blood on your shoes is not exactly a normal sight. As soon as it clicks, he grabs the first aid kit and rushes into her room to take care of her injuries. She flinches as he starts bandaging her bruised face. It's clear Jin still doesn't have the full picture. Daehyun tells him she fell down the stairs while trying to dodge a bike, but Jin points out that her injuries look way too severe for a simple accident and asks if she's sure she doesn't want to go see a doctor. She hesitates for a second before insisting she's totally okay. I mean, it makes sense why she wouldn't want to go to the hospital. If she did, they'd know right away her bruises weren't from falling down any stairs. The scene then flashes back to Daehyun's past, and we're suddenly in the principal's office. Daehyun is explaining to the principal that she was beaten up by Huijin. Huijin, however, is flat out denying everything. The cops are involved too, and Daehyun keeps insisting that Huijin was the one who attacked her. She says that Huijin was wearing a mask and a hat, but she recognized her voice and is 100% positive it was her. Besides, Huijin has a history of bullying her at school, but then Huijin, with a smug little smirk, asks how Daehyun can blame her when she never even saw her face. The principal asks Daehyun if she saw the face of the person who hurt her. Daehyun says again that the attacker's face was covered, but she is absolutely sure it was Huijin. At this point, Huijin's mother completely loses it. She angrily accuses Daehyun of dragging the police into this and treating her daughter like a criminal over a bogus accusation. The principal tries to calm the mom down, but she's not having it and makes it clear she's not going to. Meanwhile, you can see Daehyun's confidence just crumbling as she realizes no one believes her, even though she knows it was Huijin. Even the police officers look doubtful. The mother demands that Daehyun apologize to her daughter right then and there, but our girl stands her ground, telling the woman that it really was her daughter who assaulted her. The arrogant mother gets even angrier at this and decides she's going to take it up with Daehyun's parents. She demands that Daehyun get her parents to the school immediately. This just completely breaks Daehyun's heart. Tears start streaming down her face, and she can't stop them, all while the villain who hurt her just laughs and walks away without any consequences. Back in the present, she feels like she's trapped in the exact same situation. She feels like it's useless to speak up without any real proof, and is dead set on not upsetting her grandfather, who's always been such a great support for her. Suddenly, Jin notices her tense look and puts a hand on her forehead, asking if she's really okay. The girl weakly replies that she's fine. Jin points out that while none of her bones seem to be broken, the bruises are pretty pretty nasty and are going to hurt for a couple of days. She nods, surprised that he's actually really good at this stuff. She can see that the bandages are placed perfectly. Then her expression gets sad as she thinks about their grandfather. She's worried he'll get really upset about everything, especially since he has a weak heart. Jin is pretty surprised to hear this, and she adds that their grandpa is on medication for his heart. Hearing this, Jin promises he'll make sure their grandpa never finds out about any of this and tells her to just focus on getting some rest. As he starts to leave, she calls his name. She gives him a sweet smile and thanks him for everything, and Jin smiles back at her just as warmly. But the second he's out of sight, her smile disappears. She starts wondering if she made the right call by keeping some of the details from him. She's thinking that there's not much a couple of teens like them can really do about the whole thing. As we all know, Jin isn't your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already has a pretty good idea who was behind his sister's injuries. Later, the scene cuts to a club where the music is blasting and the place is packed. Right in the middle of the crowd, we see the head bully, Gi-soo Kim. He looks seriously ticked off as he drinks and laughs with his crew. They're all talking trash about Jin, wondering how one kid could have messed up everything for them. One of the thugs speaks up, reminding them that they lost because they underestimated Jin. He insists they can totally take him out if they just plan it out first. Another goon agrees, saying there's no way they can just let him get away with it. A third guy chimes in that Jin wouldn't stand a chance against all of them at once. Even with all their hype, their boss knows taking Jin down is not going to be a walk in the park. He's still fuming from that embarrassing beatdown, but has no intention of letting it slide. He slams his glass down in frustration, but reluctantly agrees with his lackeys. He makes it clear that fighting one-on-one isn't their style, so they'll probably come up with a plan to jump him with overwhelming numbers. The lackeys all get these huge, evil grins, clearly excited about the idea. This group of jerks might think they have it all figured out, but they're just a pack of hyenas waiting to get what's coming to them from Jin. Just as they're scheming, Gi-soo's phone rings. The caller ID reads, "Little Bitch." It turns out to be his little sister, and it looks like even Gi-soo agrees with that contact name. Anyway, she immediately starts yelling at him, asking why he's just hanging out at the club. Gi-soo tells her to get to the point or he's hanging up. The girl insists he owes her big time. Gi-soo has no idea what she's talking about. She then brings up how Daehyun got roughed up earlier in the day. She tells him they can't let the siblings get away with this, or they'll lose all their power at school. Her brother, looking a bit proud, tells her she did a good job. He then reveals that they're also in the middle of planning some payback for Jin. Just then, someone walks into the club. As the bullies turn to see who it is, they realize it's Jin. He definitely looks like he's there to settle a score. Gi-soo is absolutely furious to see Jin just casually strolling into his turf, but Jin just keeps walking toward their table, looking totally calm. Gi-soo then gets a little smug, thinking it's great they don't have to hunt Jin down anymore for their revenge. But Jin isn't there for a friendly chat. Without wasting a single second, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and slams him hard against the edge of the table. Another lackey charges him, but Jin's hand is a blur, and a single punch shatters all the guy's ribs. The bully leader and his crew can only grind their teeth as they watch their guys get taken down. The rest of the crew rushes at Jin, but our guy stays as cool as a cucumber. As they get close, he kicks one of them down effortlessly, like a total boss. Next, he grabs a guy with purple hair and smashes him down onto the table with a brutal thud. While the purple-haired guy is totally freaking out, Jin isn't finished with him and just slams the dude against the wall like a rag doll. He then makes a fist and lands a massive punch right in the fatty's face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle to swing at Jin, but our boy just casually smacks the bottle from his hand and follows it up with a brutal hit to his face, leaving the thug spitting up blood. Another bully tries to charge him from behind, but Jin ducks, grabs his hand, gives it a painful twist, and then delivers a hard slap right across his face. Jin shoves the thug aside and immediately grabs another lackey by the face. He smashes the guy's mug right into his knee, and you can hear a sickening crunch as the thug's nose breaks. With all the thugs knocked out, Gi-soo is just standing there speechless, completely unable to process what just happened. All this time, his sister is still on the phone, and she starts asking what's going on since she can hear all the chaos. Jin turns to Gi-soo, and the look in his eyes is so cold, it makes Gi-soo shiver. He asks Gi-soo if he needs a reminder, because last time he checked, Jin already told him to stay away from his sister. Gi-soo is just mind-blown at how quickly the tables have turned. It's kind of ironic. They tried to gang up on Jin, only to have their own gang get completely destroyed. Jin fought like an absolute pro and wiped the floor with all of them in just a few seconds. He keeps questioning Gi-soo, asking what his sister ever did to him. Gisu plays dumb like he has no idea what he's talking about, all while secretly reaching for a glass on the table. He throws the glass at Jin with lightning speed, but Jin just takes a casual step back, letting it shatter against the wall. While he's just standing there, unbothered, Gisu grabs a bottle and swings it at him. Our boy steps back again, dodging the hit, but when Gisu swings the bottle a second time, Jin knocks it out of his hand and counters with a punch that sends the drink inside splattering everywhere. Gisu tries to throw a punch this time, but our guy hits him with another brutal smack to the bastard's face, making his nose bleed like a faucet. Gisu stumbles backward, gasping for air after the blow, while Jin stays perfectly cool and composed, not even breaking a sweat. Jin then asks this bastard what kind of sick pleasure he gets from messing with a helpless girl. In a last-ditch effort, Gisu grabs a bottle, smashes it, and tries to stab Jin in the chest with the sharp end. But our boy doesn't even flinch. He just slaps Gisu's hand so hard that the broken bottle falls to the floor. Then he grabs Gisu by the throat and squeezes, making him struggle to breathe. Gisu's feet are scrambling as he struggles, and Jin forcefully slams him to the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms, desperately trying to break Jin's iron grip, but our guy isn't letting up. His hand is pressed firmly on Gisu's throat, making sure the once cocky bully knows exactly who's in charge now. Jin then leans in and asks Gisu what he should do with him. Gisu, who's barely conscious after that beatdown, can't even manage to answer. Jin gives him one final warning, making it clear this is the absolute last time he'll let him off easy. He warns him to stay away from his sister and to keep Hui Jin, Gisu's sister, on a leash too. He stresses that if he even hears a rumor about Gisu or Hui Jin bothering his sister again, he'll be back to finish what he started. To really drive the point home, Jin tightens his grip on the bastard's throat, pushing him to the edge of passing out. The bully, now totally desperate, starts squirming and apologizing over and over. After that, Jin finally lets go, leaving Gisu on the floor gasping for air and coughing violently as he walks away. As Jin heads out of the club, the staff inside just trade nervous looks, not sure what they just witnessed. Meanwhile, Hui Jin and her friend Chicken Shake are walking down the street. Hui Jin gets a really bad feeling and starts to worry that her brother might be in trouble. Right when they get to the club, they hear footsteps coming up the stairs, and there's Jin just casually walking away. Hui Jin is totally thrown and has no idea what to do. She yells for Jin to stop, probably thinking she can act all cool since nobody can prove she was behind what happened today. But Jin doesn't even break his stride. Now Hui Jin's getting seriously freaked out. She starts backing up, but ends up tripping and landing hard on her butt. As she's rubbing her shoulder, Jin's phone goes off. He glances at it. It's his grandpa calling. After a short call, he just turns and heads home without another word, leaving everyone behind wondering what's going on in his head. When Hui Jin gets to the clubroom, it's a total disaster. Her brother and his crew are all beat up. She immediately lays into him, asking how he let Jin trash him again, but her brother's too worn out to fight back. He just cuts her off and tells her to stay away from Dae Hyeon from now on. Hai Jin, not getting how serious this is, keeps arguing, asking what he's even talking about. That's when her brother, looking totally done, finally snaps. He grinds his teeth and screams at her to leave our boy's sister the hell alone. But Hui Jin doesn't let up, yelling back and asking why he's so scared of that bastard. That's the final straw. Her brother's eyes go wild with fury. He tells her straight up that if she doesn't back off from Daehyun, he'll personally mess her up. Man, this family has a messed up way of handling things. It's crazy how they talk about hurting each other so casually. Hui Jin is pretty rattled by her brother's threat and starts to cry. We cut back to our boy, who meets up with his grandpa again. They find a bench in the park to sit on. First thing, Grandpa says sorry for dragging our boy away from his friends, but he says it's no big deal. The old man then looks pretty down, bringing up how Daehyun got hurt and that our boy was the one who patched her up. Our boy says yeah, and the grandpa explains her injuries are bad, but she won't go to the hospital. He talks about how hard it was to raise Daehyun alone. He admits he never really knew how to take care of a little girl, and was always working just to keep food on the table. And he's just so thankful she's grown up so well mostly by herself. Looking back on it all, Grandpa feels like Daehyun gave him way more than he ever gave her. He lost it all in that accident, and after the plane crash took everything, Daehyun was the only reason he kept going. It kills him to see her hurting like this, and not even telling him why. He wonders if she thinks he's just too old to get it. He mentions how people say kids grow apart from their parents as they get older, so it must be even tougher for her to open up to her old grandpa. But our boy jumps in and tells the old man he's totally overthinking it. He points out that it's obvious how much Grandpa loves Daehyun, and he's positive she loves him back just as much. He tells Grandpa to stop worrying worrying and promises to look after her at school. Hearing that, the old man finally looks a bit relieved, genuinely happy that Dae Hyeon has someone like a brother looking out for her. The scene switches over to the Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside, we see Gi-soo all patched up from his injuries. He's getting chewed out by his father, who's super disappointed in him. His dad doesn't mince words, telling Gi-soo he deserved everything he got. As he says, "Play stupid games, you win stupid prizes." His mom, who's a real piece of work, starts screaming at her husband. She can't believe their son is in the hospital, and that's all he has to say. She tells him to go find the brute who did this and yell at him instead. She also points out that the same brute busted Hui-jin's arm too. Honestly, it's a real mess. Hui-jin is a bitch to the point that she even pinned the blame of her own mishap on our boy. We all know that she tripped and banged up her shoulder, but instead of taking responsibility, she's blaming him for everything. The angry father finally calms down and lets out a deep sigh. The concerned mother tells her son to just focus on resting and recovering. As they start to leave, the mother grumbles about making the kid who hurt their son pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they're gone, Gi-soo finally asks his sister why she had to tell their parents everything. He explains that by doing so, she's just made things worse for him. He feels humiliated that people will think he ran to their parents like a whining brat after getting beaten up. His sister then asks how she was supposed to hide the fact that her brother was in the hospital and that her arm was broken. Gi-soo gets pretty ticked off and demands to know if Jin was the one who did this to her arm. She remembers how she tripped and fell, but she doesn't mention that to him. Instead, she just says that Jin was responsible. It's messed up how she's shifting the blame so shamelessly. She then quickly stands up and tells him to just stay here and get better. She says she'll make sure they realize once and for all who they're dealing with. Gi-soo sits there, unsure if they should mess with our boy again. Meanwhile, we're back with their parents. The woman reveals that she's just spoken to Mr. Cha, but her husband asks why she's complicating things and tells her to let the school handle it. The woman responds that it's Saturday already, and she doesn't want to sit back and twiddle her thumbs waiting for them. She starts yelling, pointing out that the school won't deliver real justice for what was done to their kids, and they'll likely only settle for a suspension or expulsion at best. The husband continues to argue, saying she has no business going to Mr. Cha to handle this personally. The woman reveals that she already knows Mr. Cha and that he's been handling his dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Hui-jin is eavesdropping and feeling pretty smug about her mother contacting Mr. Cha. She knows that Mr. Cha is the scary gangster who works for her father, and she's sure this will put an end to those troublemakers once and for all. The scene shifts to a run-down place where a man is fidgeting with his lighter, clearly on edge. Two goons walk by, looking pretty disappointed. They grumble about being ordered by their boss to handle some teenage drama, and none of them are thrilled about it. Even the boss himself isn't thrilled about dealing with this kid's squabble. But hey, a job's a job, even if it means wading through a mess of teenage nonsense. The scene flashes back to a time where a luxury Mercedes is zooming down the road. Inside the car, Mr. Cha, the mafia boss, takes a call from the woman. She fills him in on how her daughter's hand got fractured and her son got beaten up by some teenager. She's insisting that he needs to handle it. Cutting back to the present, Mr. Cha is puffing out smoke from his cigarette, clearly fuming. He's beyond frustrated that he has to deal with this kind of nonsense as well. The scene transitions back to the quarters, where our boy is sitting before his computer, still lost in thought about his encounter with the Gisu. He's wondering if these guys are really going to let it go. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He hears his grandpa arguing with someone at the door. It turns out that the people at their doorstep want to see Jin. The intimidating man outside claims they just want to talk to Jin for a bit. Grandpa, concerned about the late hour, questions what could be so urgent. Our boy steps out of his room, telling his grandpa that he'll be back soon after he hears what they want. Despite grandpa's reluctance and even his sister's protests, Jin flashes a pleasant smile. He reassures them that he knows these guys and that it's just a quick chat, nothing to worry about. With that, our boy leaves his concerned grandpa behind. The goons take him to an abandoned construction site, and he wonders who they might be taking him to meet. When they finally arrive, the lackeys report to their boss that they've brought the guy in question. The boss remains silent, puffing on his cigarette. The bald lackey reveals that the kid caught on quickly, didn't make a fuss, and just came along. The boss, a bit surprised and pleased, decides to make it quick. He snaps his fingers, and the lackeys immediately grab their iron bats. One lackey tells his friend to hold our boy's arm, as he'll be the one to dish out the beating. Meanwhile, the boss sighs and decides to text the mother, letting her know that he's taken care of the job. While the boss scrolls through his phone looking for that mother's number, the lackeys ask him why our boy had to mess with the kids of of Kim family. As soon as our boy hears the mention of kids, he realizes this must be about Gisu Kim. The boss, feeling frustrated and annoyed, pauses his scrolling, deciding he shouldn't call her while our boy is present. However, he looks over at our boy and is intrigued by how unfazed and emotionless he appears. Just as the lackeys charge at him, Jin suddenly uses his ninja-like speed. He grabs the bald lackey's hand before he can swing at him and pushes the man toward him, delivering a brutal shoulder smash right to the lackey's face. The boss watches this with his wide-eyed eyes as he witnesses this flawless execution of the move. Meanwhile, the other lackey, bat in hand, swings at our boy. He ducks, letting the bat swoosh harmlessly over his head. But the lackey tries another swing. But our boy charges at the bat as if it's no big deal, leaving the mafia boss utterly bewildered. With lightning speed, our boy locks the baseball bat in his arm and delivers a brutal punch right under the lackey's chin. Not stopping there, he follows up with a devastating blow to the lackey's chest. Then, with a fierce grip, he grabs the lackey by the neck and throws him down onto the bricks below. The boss watches in shock, clearly impressed and flabbergasted by the sheer skill and audacity of our boy's moves. The bald lackey grabs our boy from behind, threatening him with death, but our boy quickly jabs his shoulder into the lackey's ribs and then delivers a solid shoulder smash to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Mr. Cha realizes that this kid is no average teenager because his combat skills are exceptional. He finally decides to step in himself. As he strolls forward, he scratches his head, snickering and commenting that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our boy can tell that even though this man is a mafia boss, he still is a weak sauce, because my guy can clearly spot all of the weak spots of this man. As the boss swings a powerful fist at him, Jin effortlessly sidesteps it. The boss then starts a barrage of punches, but our boy dodges each one with ease, making it look like a walk in the park. As they continue their back and forth, our boy quickly sidesteps, but another punch comes straight at him. He blocks the hit, though the heavy force makes him skid backward. The mafia boss sneers, impressed that he managed to block that one as well. Meanwhile, Jin checks his wrist where he took the punch, and his hand winces from the aching pain. He realizes that the mafia boss predicted his movements and delivered the punch with precision. On the other hand, the mafia boss's curiosity has finally peaked, and he asks Jin who he really is. Jin casually replies that he's just a high school student. The boss isn't buying it. In his mind, he figures this kid must have some serious skill and experience to fight like this. Jin takes his stance. With a grin, the boss says he's up for sparring further and balls up his fist to deliver a blow to our boy. Our boy quickly deflects an incoming punch and tries to throw one of his own, but the mafia boss sidesteps it effortlessly. The boss then attempts to attack, but our boy grabs his hand and swings a punch towards his gut. The mafia boss reacts again, causing our boy to end up landing a hit right to his face instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely annoyed after taking that hit right over his face and tries to swing another punch at our boy. Once again, our boy deflects the attack and, locking eyes with his opponent, delivers a brutal blow to his face. He follows this up with a series of powerful punches, knocking Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated by a teenager. It's surprising to see a mafia boss who relies more on his fists than on guns. Anyway, once Mr. Cha is defeated, he grins, noticing that our boy doesn't seem rattled at all by the fight. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's sure that the Kim family definitely messed with the wrong person. The scene transitions to this agency, known as National Assembly Member Imbe Kim. Inside the building, 2 guards are stationed outside an office. Inside the office, we see Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The woman asks her husband why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. She is growing impatient with every passing second, tells him to call Mr. Cha. Mr. Kim responds that she should just wait, as Mr. Cha will call back once he is done dealing with our boy. On the other hand, we also see their daughter, who lets out a sigh, and just then, the telephone begins to beep. The impatient lady quickly tells her husband to put the call on speaker so she can hear the news herself. Mr. Kim begins by apologizing to Mr. Cha, saying he's sorry for the ridiculous favor his wife asked him to fulfill. But the women, however, continue to argue loudly, insisting that their kids were attacked, so she doesn't understand how it can be called ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha says that he's the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim asks for an explanation, and Mr. Cha reveals that it seems their children have meddled with the wrong person, because Cha himself also had been defeated by our boy. This news rattles Mr. Kim to the core. As far as he knows, Mr. Cha is the best enforcer in the business, and it's unfathomable that he lost to a high school kid. Just then, the office door starts rattling as someone tries to force it open. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kim look anxiously at the door. When it finally creaks open, they see soldiers sprawled on the ground, leaving the husband and wife utterly anxious and alarmed. Even their bratty daughter jumps out of her seat when they see Jin strolling into the room. The door behind him slams shut, leaving their unconscious bodyguards on the other side. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, quickly realizes that Jin has made it into their place. He leans back, letting out a defeated sigh. He's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he got beaten by a single high school kid. He's now anxious about how to deal with this mess. Inside the room, Hui-jin jumps up from her seat as Mrs. Kim starts yelling at Jin, demanding to know if he's the kid who beat up her children. On the other side, the man at the desk demands to know how Jin managed to get into his office. That is when this stupid woman begins to grit her teeth in frustration because she is pissed that her husband is not overreacting like her. The husband remains calm and composed and asks again, more insistently, how Jin got past the security. Jin just shrugs and casually replies that he simply passed the guards blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is even more shocked and confused, not understanding how Jin managed to beat Mr. Cha and all the security guards. What bothers him even more is how Jin even found out that he's living here. That shithead woman starts yelling again, telling Jin to stop giving them attitude. She quickly begins dialing the emergency hotline to report Jin for assaulting her kids and breaking into the office. Meanwhile, Hui Jin feels a sense of pride in her mother's actions. She believes that involving the police is a good move, thinking that even if Jin has impressive fighting skills, the law will take care of him. The arrogant mother tries to intimidate Jin with her threats, claiming she'll call the police or even the district attorney because she thinks Jin has no idea who he's dealing with. Jin, however, remains calm and responds that he has a pretty good idea. He points out that her husband is a second-term assembly member currently running for office. The woman scoffs, asking Jin if he knows so much about their status, then why did he assault her kids? On the other hand, Hui-jin smugly sneers, feeling satisfied that they've cornered Jin, and faintly tells him that it's game over. The authorities pick up the call, and the lady starts yelling into the phone, demanding that the officers reach Kim's office right away. But before she can say anything more, she falls silent when she hears something unexpected. Apparently, Jin plays the full footage of the karaoke room where Hui-jin and her lackeys assaulted her sister. The undeniable evidence leaves Hui-jin speechless, her eyes widening in shock as if they might pop out of their sockets. Mr. Kim stays silent, feeling utterly devastated. The screams of Dae-hyun begging for forgiveness echo through the room as the trashy ladies continue to beat her to a pulp. Seeing the concrete evidence, Mrs. Kim's jaw drops, and she quickly hangs up the hotline, saying she'll call them back later. On the other hand, Hui-jin starts yelling at Jin, demanding to know how he got those files. Jin remains silent for a moment, and then the scene flashes back to the outside of the Kim's residence. Inside one of the rooms, Jin is seen sneaking around the house. He opens a laptop and copies all of the data onto a pen drive. In the present, Mr. Kim grits his teeth in frustration, feeling that his kids are a total disappointment, but Hui-jin quickly tries to reassure her father, explaining that she had a good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily tells her to shut up. Jin then reveals that he also has files involving Gi-soo Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children always save videos of their conquests. He states that he has dozens of clips showing their violent behavior, beating up kids at school, extorting money and valuables from their victims, and even the latest clip of his sister being assaulted by a group of girls at karaoke. Hui-jin is shaking like a leaf with all these truth bombs exploding around her, but her mother quickly jumps in to defend her daughter, claiming that our boy is just trying to threaten them and that he won't get away with it. But Jin reminds her that he didn't start this mess, and what he's doing now is hardly a threat compared to hiring a bunch of gangsters to attack him, and makes it clear that he has recorded all of it too. The father facepalms in utter disappointment and asks our boy if he did all this just because his kids assaulted his sister first. Jin responds that, as a parent, they have the right to take their children's side at all costs, so as a brother, he will do whatever it takes to protect his sister as well. The man understands where he's coming from, and points out that they'll cover her treatment and offer a hefty settlement to make amends, but our boy makes it clear that this isn't necessary. The father is puzzled and asks what he means by that. He then inquires if Jin would like his kids to apologize to his sister. Hearing her father, Hui-jin grits her teeth and thinks to herself that she'd rather bite her tongue and bleed to death than apologize. On the other hand, our boy makes it clear that an apology won't undo the time his sister spent in fear and pain, so he insists that if they really want to compensate him, he wants his sister to never have to see Jisoo or Hui-jin Kim again. This demand rattles Hui-jin's nerves, but her father quickly agrees, stating that he'll have his kids transfer schools or perhaps even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, But the father quickly shuts them down and turns his attention back to our boy, asking if this would be enough to satisfy him. Our boy states that he wants them gone from the school starting tomorrow. In response, the father says he'll inform the school, and once that's settled, Huijin begins to cry, and her tears flow out involuntarily. Just as our boy starts to leave, the father quickly stops him and reminds him that, since he agreed to the demands, he'd like our boy to delete all of the videos he found. Our boy shoots the old man a death glare, and the father can tell from the intensity of his eyes that this kind of deadly glare doesn't belong to a high schooler. Jin makes it clear that he's not a fool, and then begins to walk away, slamming the office door behind him with a resounding thud. Once outside, he finally heads home. His grandpa rushes to open the door and asks if he's okay, while Daeon is seen crying in the background. Jin is startled to see them so worried about him, but he smiles and reassures them that no one hurt him. As he begins to enter the house, the old man points out that the people they encountered seemed dangerous. Jin replies that they just stopped by to talk, nothing more. The sister then mentions that something about those people didn't feel right, and that she and Grandpa were very worried. Jin quickly tells her not to worry about anything other than getting better. Jin then hints to his sister that from now on, she'll never have to walk down the stairs again because he's taken care of it. Of course, this doesn't make much sense to her at the moment, but she'll likely figure out what he meant soon enough. The next morning, they head to the school. Once inside, they part ways to go to their respective classes. As Daeyeon enters her classroom, she tries to avoid making eye contact with Huijin. However, her steps falter when she hears students talking about how Huijin won't be coming to school anymore. The entire class buzzes with curiosity about what happened, and one of the girls explains that Huijin and her brother are both going to study abroad. This news hits Daeyeon like a thunderbolt out of blue, because her biggest obstacle is finally quitting school. The words Jin had said about taking care of the stairs she had fallen down replay in her mind. She quickly realizes that he must have known about Huijin's transfer all along. Daeyeon rushes out of the classroom in order to talk to him about this. When she finds him and calls out to him, he turns around, but as soon as she tries to speak, she's at a loss for words and remains silent. Jin simply smiles and says, "See you later," leaving Daeyeon to tear up. She manages to reciprocate with a soft, "See you later," before she breaks down, her emotions overwhelming her. A while later, we find ourselves in an apartment where a blonde girl is asking her friends if it's true that Huijin is moving overseas. One of the other girls confirms that it's true, saying she was shocked when she first heard but has no idea why they're leaving suddenly, as Huijin never mentioned anything about moving abroad. The blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who is sitting silently and seems too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her reverie and asks if she has nothing to say about it. This rattles the timid girl to her core, and the blonde girl asks her directly if Huijin is really moving overseas, figuring that since they're in the same class, Chicken Shake might know more about it. Timidly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true and that their teacher announced it to the class earlier. The blonde girl then asks if she tried reaching Huijin directly. Chicken Shake admits she did, but Huijin didn't pick up the call. Hearing this, all the girls start to believe it might be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake nervously checks her phone, biting her nails in anxiety. The last message she got from Huijin was that her mother was going to take care of our boy, and ever since, Chicken Shake has been freaking out, wondering if Huijin's sudden move has anything to do with him. Just then, Huijin herself arrives in the room, looking absolutely furious. The girls are shocked to see her, and Huijin just takes a seat on the sofa, grumbling about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. The girls ask Huijin if she's really moving overseas. Frustrated, Huijin grabs her head and says it just happened, but she explains she'll be back after one semester. We then flash back into the past, where her dad told her to spend a semester abroad, promising he'd sort everything out by the time she gets back, because he doesn't want those videos going public either. She keeps this part to herself though, and the other girls just laugh and tease her, saying she's going to enjoy her vacation. The blonde sneers, clearly annoyed by their attitude. Another girl asks why the sudden move, and if Gisu is going too. Huijin simply says it's a family matter and she doesn't need to go into details. The redhead girl then asks about Daeyeon and her brother, curious about how things went and if Gisu managed to beat our boy or not. Huijin tells them not to ask, insisting that Gisu probably has handled the situation already. However, we all know that she just doesn't want to admit that her brother and his lackeys got thoroughly defeated by our boy, as it would be too humiliating. She grows even more agitated, thinking about how pleased Daeyeon will be to see her leaving the school. This irritation sparks an idea in her mind, and she decides to mess with Daeyeon one last time, asking her friends to help with her plan. Her friends question whether it's really necessary, and even Chicken Shake jumps in shock and expresses her reluctance. But Huijin insists they should consider how cocky Daeyeon will be without anyone to bully her. She plans to deal with Daeyeon before she leaves Korea, wanting to make sure she gets her revenge. Chicken Shake grows increasingly anxious and terrified as Huijin continues to reveal her twisted plan. Huijin gets cocky, boasting that Dayan's grandpa is a security guard somewhere, and she plans to have her mom get him fired. She believes this will teach Dayan a lesson not to mess with anyone from the Kim family. This is seriously messed up. Dayan is just an innocent girl, and Huijin's plotting is enough to make anyone sick. But before this trash woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face goes pale when she sees a figure standing before her, cloaked in a hoodie with a mask over their face. It doesn't take long for her to recognize that it must be Jin. However, Jin pulls a classic Uno card move and asks her who Jin is, questioning how she can be so sure when he's wearing a mask and she can't see his face. He casually explains that he's just here to check if everyone's having a good time, and is quite pleased to see that everyone from the karaoke room video is present. One of the girls starts trembling and asks what he's talking about. That's when the boy reminds them he's referring to the place where they all filmed his sister getting beaten up. Huijin's face turns ashen as she realizes he might have been there waiting all along just to mess with her. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating and trembling, clearly aware of what might come next. The other two girls just sit there utterly silent. The boy starts to shut the door, asking why no one's singing, since he thought everyone here loved to scream along to loud music. With that, he slams the door shut, leaving us with no clue about what he might do next. The scene takes us to the hospital where the Kim family is gathered. The father, In-bai Kim, is clearly annoyed, asking where Huijin went. Her brother explains that she stepped out to say goodbye to her friends. In-bai's irritation grows as he asks why she left when she was supposed to stay put until they had everything sorted out. Just then, a guy bursts into the room, quickly turning on the TV and telling his master he needs to see what's going on. On the screen, it's clear that our boy has already made the videos of what Huijin did go viral. The footage is spreading fast, and the situation is quickly becoming a public spectacle. The entire Kim family falls silent as they watch the news. The reporter continues to drop bombshells, revealing that there are dozens of violent videos circulating, with many more incidents likely unrecorded. Civic groups and politicians are now proposing a special bill to bring the culprits to justice. Gisu starts to lose his composure, and the reporter adds that the nation is especially appalled by the revelation that the culprits are the children of candidate In-bai Kim. It's clear that the father is in deep trouble, and it's all thanks to his outrageous wife who pushed everything to this point. Given Huijin's plan to make our grandpa jobless, it seems they're getting exactly what they deserve. We cut back to our boy being grilled by Mr. Cha, who demands to know why he went ahead with his plan when he had already come to terms with the Kim family. Our boy's mind flashes back to the past, where we find him learning all about the Kim family's deep political connections. He reveals that it was highly unlikely everything would have gone smoothly, so he did what he felt had to be done. In the present, he admits he did not honor the agreement they had. Mr. Cha questions whether he really thinks the Kim family would just let him walk away. Our boy confidently asserts that he's probably the last thing on their minds right now. It seems our boy might be right. The reporter continues to drop more bombshells, revealing recent evidence of In-bai Kim's involvement in money laundering, bribery, and election fraud. The evidence is so damning that even his fellow party members are calling for a strict investigation, with everyone trying to cut ties to avoid any damage to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this, he slumps down on the bed like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he seems to suspect that our boy has dug up some data about his past as well, and Cha does not want to get exposed to the law just like the Kim family. So, he quickly asks who our MC really is. Our boy responds simply, saying he's just an average teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at this ridiculous remark, noting that nothing about Jin is average. The scene shifts to the classroom, where the girls are feeling anxious and blushing as they see Jin. They whisper among themselves, trying to muster the courage to approach him and ask him something, but everyone remains too shy to make a move. As Jin sits lost in thought, his phone rings. It's Dain, letting him know that she can walk home by herself today and telling him to take a break and hang out with his friends. Jin is puzzled by the concept of hanging out and wonders how to go about it. Just then, one of his friends, Young-chan, pops up and greets him. As Young-chan sits down, he asks if he is busy today. Our boy remains silent, which prompts Young-chan to remember that Jin always walks his little sister home, so he must be busy after school. But not surprisingly, Jin tells his friend that he's actually free today. Young-chan's face lights up with happiness, and they plan to hang out after school. However, Young-chan's enthusiasm quickly fades when he hears an unpleasant voice. As the scene zooms out, we see these two beta bullies of the class step forward. They both reveal that they've heard the news and know that Jin is the reason Gisu Kim is moving abroad. Young-chan is totally shocked by the news, and the other students lounging around are equally caught off guard. The bullies spill the beans that even though Gisu and his sister were all set to move abroad, they're stuck now because their whole family's in hot water after the info leak. Our boy jumps in to set things straight, telling the bullies they've got it all wrong. But Jae-hyung chimes in, saying there's no need for modesty because everyone knows our boy trashed Gisu and his crew at their hideout a couple of days ago. Hyuk-jin backs him up, explaining that Jin took them all out by himself, and now everyone's saying Gisu is too embarrassed to show his face at school. He's itching to hear just how badly our boy must have beaten Gisu to make him leave the country altogether. Youngchan is finally convinced that Jin is actually a skilled fighter, and that his performance that day wasn't just luck. Hyuk-jin leans in and says, now that they won't have to deal with that jerk anymore, he's itching to throw a party, so he invites our boy to celebrate after school today. Jae-hyung agrees, adding that they've been in the class for days without really spending time together, and he suggests they show our boy around the area, but our guy flatly turns them down, saying he already has plans for today. Naturally, the bullies are puzzled and ask what he's up to. With a pleasant smile, Jin replies that he's planning to hang out with Youngchan. That's when Jae-hyung starts creeping in with his disgusting grin, leaning toward Youngchan and saying he'll join their hangout. Hyuk-jin also leans closer to the terrified guy and expresses his desire to join in as well. After forcefully making Youngchan agree, they start to walk away, saying they'll meet up later. Our boy quickly asks his friend if he really wants to let these goons join in, and the poor guy stutters a positive response with a pale face. The teacher finally arrives in the classroom, and she's brought along 2 transfer students. One of them is a plain-looking guy, but the real standout is a stunning beauty with striking black hair. Youngchan's eyes immediately light up at the sight of her, and our boy quickly asks if he knows who they are. Youngchan explains that everyone knows this girl. She's Yeona Sin, and her grandpa owns SW Corporation, the biggest company in Korea. The guy next to her is Seokju Ko, and there are rumors that he's been with her since they were kids, and is seen as her associate and bodyguard. The teacher notes that since everyone's familiar with these two, she won't waste time on introductions. She reveals that both of them have been studying in the US for the past 2 years, and will be joining the class starting today. The beta lackeys don't seem too thrilled about these 2 newcomers in the classroom. With just Jin before, their chances to rule the classroom were slim to none, but now, with these 2 around, they're not so sure they can even think about bullying anyone. Meanwhile, Youngchan was curious about the 2 extra desks in the class, but it's clear now who they're for. He can't help but think Yeona looks even more stunning than he remembered. Even the students in the class can't keep their eyes off her. As Seokju behind the lady walks forward, he could not help but notice our boy, and their eyes lock for a moment. Yeona, too, can't resist but glances at him while she is walking past him. Once both of the newcomers take their seats, Seokju tells Yeona that our boy wasn't in the evaluation report he received a week ago, and he wants to double check. Yeona is intrigued and glances at our boy once more, and we can tell she is clearly curious about him. Our boy notices Yeona glancing at him, and when he looks back, he finds her smiling. However, he just turns his gaze away again, which seems to irritate her since she didn't get a reciprocating smile. Meanwhile, Youngchan continues their conversation and asks if he has any particular place he wants to go. Jin says he's okay with anywhere, so Youngchan suggests hitting the game room. Well, it seems like the word gaming room triggers some memories for our boy, while his friends explain that it's nearby and just upgraded their PCs. That's when we flash back to the past, where we hear the authoritative tone of a senior telling a group of soldiers that they will begin today's portion of their practical life training program. He explains that there is one thing every Korean teenager must know, and that's the gaming room. This is the first time our boy has heard about the gaming room. The senior further explains that gaming rooms offer personal computers for a fee, and both students and adults can use them. Curious, our boy asks what people do there. The senior explains that while some users browse the internet or watch X-rated videos, most people are there to play games. For the average high school student, over 90% are playing some kind of computer game. The senior then introduces some of the most common games. First up is Legends of League, followed by Battle Royale. Back in the present, our boy reflects on how he can finally make use of the Major's intel. Meanwhile, Youngchan adds that they'll also grab some ramen at the game room and maybe check out Koincha afterward. It seems like Koincha is yet another term our boy picked up during his military days while learning about practical life. The senior explains to him that high schoolers frequently visit coin karaoke, also known as Koinka. These establishments basically allow for sing-alongs with just a few coins. Major Kang tells our boy that he should prepare a few songs to sing in case he ends up going to one, and promises to send him a list of popular songs for kids his age to learn. As our guy starts brainstorming ideas and trying to remember some songs, his friend sits nervously nearby, wondering why Jin suddenly looks so serious. Once the bell rings, the students head out for the day, and that's when we see this hottie once again, and as usual, she is with her lackey. Apparently, they're discussing our boy, and discover that he transferred just a few days ago, is 18 years old, and happens to be Daeon Yu's older brother. Yeona is surprised to learn that Daeon has a brother because she thought her only family was her grandpa. Seokju Ko agrees and explains that Daeon has been living with her paternal grandfather since her parents and brother brother died in a plane crash. Yona then asks how she still has a brother. Seokju-ko replies that it's hard to believe, but apparently, her deceased brother has suddenly come back to life just before they transferred to school. He suggests they should dig a little deeper into our boy's past. Meanwhile, it's gotten pretty late already, and we find our boy strolling alone. His phone keeps ringing with notifications from his friends, showing they had a blast at the gaming center. We flash back to the gaming club, where we see Hyukjin, our boy, Jaehyung, and Youngchan all hanging out. Everyone is amazed by how Youngchan carried them through the game. Jaehyung even asks about his rank, guessing it must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Youngchan timidly reveals that he's actually at Challenger rank. From that moment, their attitude toward Youngchan shifts completely. In the present moment, even our boy finds this sudden change odd as they keep chatting excitedly about Youngchan's impressive rank. As he's looking at his phone, his sister arrives. He quickly asks her what she's doing here. She explains that they ran out of garbage bags at home, so she went to get some, and she also picked up a few snacks. Our boy offers to carry the bags, but his sweet sister insists it's not necessary. She then asks if he was hanging out with his friends, and he confirms that he was. She feels a warm sense of relief, glad to see that he's made friends and that people aren't avoiding him because of the fight. When she asks where he went, he bluntly replies that he went to the game room. Well, it seems like this isn't exactly what she expected to hear, as she thought he might have developed different interests after living overseas for so long. Curious about her own experiences at school, he asks how things have been for her. She pauses for a moment before responding that school hasn't been this fun in years. She then asks if he also had something to eat. He nods, saying they had a blast at the game room, where every kind of snack was available. He then asks her about her plans, and she mentions that she's waiting for Grandpa to come home so they can eat together. Our boy then asks if he can join them, which confuses her since she thought he'd already eaten. He awkwardly admits that he's still a bit hungry. We already know that our boy just wants to have some quality family time. When they get home, there's a spread of delicious food laid out on the table, and they all seem to be having a great time eating together. It does seem odd that Grandpa only works a security job, yet they have such a variety of every day. It's a bit of a mystery how they manage that. As they're having a good time eating together, our boy's thoughts drift back to his mercenary days. After a moment, he shakes off the nostalgia and is back to smiling. Just then, his phone rings. It's Major Kang calling. The Major reminds him that he should just call him bro instead of using his rank. The Major asks how things are going, and our boy says he's doing well. But when the Major probes about his school life, there's an awkward silence on the line in response. Getting a bit anxious, the Major quickly asks if our boy has killed someone. Jin quickly says no, but admits he did run into some trouble that was quickly sorted out. The senior lets out a sigh of relief, and our boy reassures him that everything is fine now, and there's nothing to worry about. Kang is relieved and reminds our boy that they're always there for him. In response, Jin promises he won't forget that. The next day at school, we see the trio in class, but our boy is noticeably missing, and Youngchan seems a bit awkward among the two bullies. Jae-hyung starts asking odd questions. Curiously, he asks who they think would win in a fight between Jin and Seokju-ko. Hyuk-jin points out that while Jin is good, he probably couldn't beat Seokju-ko, who's been training in combat since he was a kid. To him, our boy seems like an amateur in comparison. Jae-hyung agrees, adding that Seokju-ko is one tough mother fudger. Young-chan then asks if it's true that Seokju-ko fought against 20 dudes and won. Blonde quickly corrects him, saying it was actually 30 guys. The number leaves Young-chan momentarily stunned. He even forget to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a group of street thugs was harassing Yona Sin, Seokju-ko took them all out. He says it started with 10 guys, but they kept coming. By the time 30 guys showed up, Seokju was still going strong. He walked off without a scratch while the 30 thugs were left unconscious on the street, like discarded toys. The timid boy then asks about the rumors he heard, about Seokju catching the kidnappers who took Yona. He's heard that the people behind it were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story about Seokju-ko catching the kidnappers is probably true as well. He insists that Jin doesn't stand a chance against Seokju because he is on a whole other level. It's sometimes hilarious to think that teenagers in these Korean manhwa are taking down entire gangs single-handedly, making the government and all those intelligence and law enforcement departments look like they're just wasting taxpayer money. In the meantime, our boy suddenly stops in the corridor when he comes face to face with Seokju. Without wasting any time, Seokju asks him straightforwardly what he's doing here. Confused, our boy makes it clear that he doesn't understand what he is getting at. Seok-ju simplifies his approach and asks why he is lying about his identity. He mentions that he's heard our boy had a hand in Gi-soo and Hui-jin Kim moving away. Jin clarifies that he did have some beef with Gi-soo, but he had nothing to do with their departure. That is when Seok-ju points out that he checked with the school our boy supposedly attended overseas and they've never heard of him. Things seem to be heating up, but before we get our boy's response to Seok-ju, the scene shifts to Da-yeon. She's approached by Yeona, the stunning girl from earlier. After a while, the two ladies are catching up, and Da-yeon mentions she didn't know Yeona was back in Korea. Yeona explains that she just started school the day before and is actually in her brother's homeroom class. Da-yeon perks up in surprise. Yeona then points out that she doesn't remember Da-yeon mentioning having a brother before. Da-yeon explains that everyone thought her brother had died in the crash with her parents 10 years ago, but he survived. They only found out about his survival about 6 months ago. The scene flashes back to the past again. Da-yeon has just returned home and finds her grandfather frozen in place while holding the telephone receiver. Tears are streaming down his face as he reveals the shocking news that Jin is alive. This revelation leaves Da-yeon stunned, and it's how she learns about her brother's survival. Back in the present, Yeona asks why no one didn't know about her brother all these years if he was alive but didn't reach out. Da-yeon explains that Jin lost his memory in the crash, and it was only recently that he started to regain some of it, and someone helped them locate and reconnect with him. Yeona, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe. Da-yeon confirms that Jin only has faint memories of having a grandfather and a younger sister. After the interrogation, Yeona flashes a pleasant smile and comments that their grandfather must have been overjoyed to get his grandson back. Yeona comments that their grandfather is indeed overjoyed, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for hours and then took time off work to enroll in cooking classes. He wanted to improve his Korean cooking skills, thinking that Jin might not have had much of that growing up. Yeona comments that their grandpa must really love his grandkids, and Da-yeon smiles, agreeing that he definitely does. But then Yeona throws a serious question her way, asking, is she absolutely sure Jin is her brother? Da-yeon looks a bit surprised, but quickly gives a positive response, saying Jin is definitely her brother, and they even took a DNA test to be sure. Our girl then asks why Yeona is so interested in her brother. This question clearly catches Yeona off guard. Since she is not sure what to say, she quickly asks, almost frantically, if her brother has a girlfriend. We then cut back to our boy, who asks Seo-ok-ju what the hell he's talking about. Seo-ok-ju repeats his question, asking what's so important about this school that our boy had to forge his records just to be here. Jin responds by asking if he's being accused of having fake records. Seo-ok-ju confirms this, saying they must be fake because, according to his research, Jin never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even have a record of him. Our boy then asks about the proof and reminds Seo-ok-ju that if he's claiming the records are fake, there must be some evidence to back up the claim. Seo-ok-ju is momentarily at a loss for how to counter this question. He discovered the discrepancy by digging around and talking to people connected to the school overseas, but he has no tangible proof. He's amazed at how Jin handles the situation without flinching or showing any sign of being startled. Then our boy finally asks why Seo-ok-ju is running a background check on him. In response, the blackhead explains that he can't just sit around and watch a suspicious kid who might pose a threat to his mistress. A silence falls between them for a moment, but then our boy finally answers, saying he came back home. Seo-ok-ju is baffled by this vague response, so our boy clarifies that he was asked what he came here for, and his answer is simply that he returned from overseas for his family. With that, our boy starts to leave. Seo-ok-ju stares after him with skeptical eyes, thinking that since he already suspects our boy has forged his records, it won't be long before he figures out his true identity. Once the class begins, we see Jae-hyung quietly immersed in playing video games, while the blondie scrolls through his phone idly. Our boy Jin notices that both Seo-ok-ju and Yeona are absent from class. He's intrigued by how quickly these two, having just transferred yesterday, managed to gather so much information about him in less than a day. When the bell rings, the beta bullies approach young Chan, inviting him to play games and push ranks. They also invite Jin, but he declines, mentioning it's his grandpa's birthday today. The bullies decide to hang out themselves, and young Chan is on board with that plan. Meanwhile, we're back with the Black Beauty, where Seo-ok-ju is filling her in on the situation. He's convinced that Jin has definitely forged all his records and even questions the authenticity of the DNA test. Seo-ok-ju further mentions that his research dug up some pretty rough stuff about his sister Da-yeon. Apparently, she's been getting seriously bullied by Jisoo Kim and his his sister for the past 2 years. When Yeona asks just how bad it was, Seo Ok-ju says it's enough to make anyone wonder how she endured the bullying all these years. He explains that the videos of her assault weren't exactly publicized, but he is pretty sure that the assault she faced was just as serious. Yeona's pretty blown away and can't help but think about how messed up kids these days can be. Seo Ok-ju adds that Jin's already knocked out Gisu Kim and his crew twice and saved her sister from the bullying. Yeona chuckles to herself, thinking it's kind of sweet that her long-lost brother comes back from the dead and takes out her bullies, while Yeona's own siblings only ever seem to want to get rid of her. Yeona's curiosity gets the best of her as she starts piecing things together. She points out that if Jin had really come to school with the intent to target her, it doesn't make sense that he'd be so upfront about it. A smart person would have stayed under the radar. Seo Ok-ju agrees, noting that someone with a real plan would have kept a low profile. Yeona's mind starts racing once again, and she asks if Jin might have some kind of ulterior motive related to Daehyun's family. She brings up the insurance money from the plane crash. Seo Ok-ju then reveals that the grandpa received it but hasn't used it, making it grow over the years. Furthermore, grandpa returned the share of money which he got for Jin's death, since he was alive. But there's still a substantial amount left, so there is still a possibility that he might be after the money. Yeona connects the dots and highlights that if Jin might actually be after the money, then it could mean Daehyun is in danger from her own brother. The scene shifts back to the grocery store where our duo can be seen shopping, and as usual, Jin is drawing a lot of attention from the girls around. While they browse for items, Daehyun takes a deep breath and admits she hesitates to ask. But her curiosity is overwhelming, so she desperately wants to know what his life was like after the crash. Our boy remains quiet for a moment, and the girl starts apologizing frantically, saying he doesn't have to answer if it's uncomfortable, but he just smiles and reassures her that it's okay. He begins his story, explaining that he was deeply traumatized and could barely think straight. He did whatever he could to survive in a place where he didn't even speak the language, staying constantly busy just to get by. The girl falls silent, absorbing this heavy revelation. Then she starts to chuckle and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend during that time. He nods, agreeing with a laugh. She then reveals that she was surprised to learn he's in the same homeroom as Yeona, something Yeona herself had mentioned to her. Jin is surprised to hear this and quickly asks her if she knows her. Daehyun explains that Yeona was really nice to her before she moved to the US, and she had missed her a lot. So when she saw her again today, it was a happy reunion. Then, with a playful grin, Daehyun reveals that Yeona even asked her if he has a girlfriend. And of course, our boy just gives a somewhat typical reaction upon hearing this. Later, back at home, the birthday celebrations are in full swing. The siblings present their grandpa with a gift. As he unwraps it, he discovers a high-quality wallet inside, and his face lights up with joy. He's genuinely touched and feels a bit guilty for the low pocket money they have, thinking they must have spent more than they could afford. But his granddaughter just smiles warmly and reassures him that they had more than enough to get him a gift. And besides, it wasn't too expensive. The old man's hands tremble with happiness as he holds the wallet. With his voice thick with emotion, he tells them that the biggest gift he could ever ask for was already given to him when Jin came back home safe and sound. Nothing could ever top that. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing grabs everyone's attention. Daehyun rushes to her room to answer it. While she's chatting on the phone, Jin tries to eavesdrop quietly. That's when he hears the girl mention she's heading out to the convenience store for a bit. The old man questions why she's going out at this late hour, and it turns out she is heading out because Yeona stopped by for a quick chat. Well, we can tell that Jin definitely senses something is off. Later that night, Jin is digging into his computer, trying to uncover all he can about SW Corporation, which Yeona's family owns. He's curious why Yeona seems so interested in him, and why they're running a background check on a random transfer student like him. Jin reflects on his conversation with Seokju, when suddenly he hears a call from his grandfather. When he steps into the living room, his grandpa mentions he's heading out for a bit too. Our boy asks if he's going after Daehyun, and the old man kind of agrees. He adds that he just needs some fresh air. Jin smiles and tells his grandpa to stay put, and he'll go check on her instead. But the old man insists on going out by himself. Jin then reminds him about the early job he has in the morning, and finally, our boy decides to head out on his own. Later, we see both girls chatting away about their studies and other topics. Yeona shares her experiences studying abroad and suggests that Daehyun consider studying outside as well. In response, Daehyun admits she never really thought about it before. When Yeona asks why, Daehyun explains that it costs a lot and she'd need to be away for several years, which means she wouldn't get to be with her grandpa for a while. Yona finds this a bit strange, so Daehyun further elaborates, explaining that she doesn't want her grandpa to be alone, especially since he's not in the best of health these days. However, she's grateful that her brother is always around, as his presence really helps her feel better. Meanwhile, Yona's having a hard time bringing up the real reason she came over, since Daehyun seems to really trust her. She's not sure how to bring it up without causing problems. We then flash back a bit, where Seokju tells Yona that someone from the supposed overseas school confirmed that Daehyun's brother never attended there. They even looked at his photo and verified he was never a student. Plus, the current resident at his false address gave solid proof that he never lived there. Seokju's also checking out some other leads, so Yona decides she needs to meet with Daehyun to discuss what they've found. But Seokju reminds her that while they have proof the records were forged, they can't yet prove that he isn't Daehyun's real brother. Yona's concerned because the records from the decade he was missing are basically fake. Since she's now living with him, it's a big deal that can't be ignored. She thinks Daehyun deserves to know the truth about the records and wants to at least fill her in on what they've found so far. In the present, Yona is struggling to bring up the main topic she came here to discuss, even though it's her primary reason for visiting. Just as Daehyun expresses how happy she is to be chatting like this after a long time, we also see our boy making his way toward the both of the girls. However, Seokju steps in front of him, but Jin simply tries to walk past him, but the newcomer quickly tells him to stay put. In Seokju's mind, he's sure Jin must be here because he's worried they're going to share everything with Daehyun. So he quickly blocks our boy's path and tells him that the both girls are just catching up and asks him to give them some time alone. Suddenly, a high-speed Volkswagen comes barreling toward them. Before anyone can react, the car slams into both of the boys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground as the Volkswagen screeches to a halt right where the two girls are sitting. Jin tries to stand up, but it's clear he's severely injured, especially around his head. As he struggles to focus, his groggy eyes catch sight of some shady people from the van trying to abduct both of the girls. Without wasting a second, Jin starts sprinting like a madman, but his efforts are in vain. The kidnappers have already taken the girls, and there's no way he can outrun a car, so they're left behind, helpless. The both of them quickly look at each other and, in their anger, grab each other by the collars. But after exchanging a few heated words, they realize neither of them is behind the abduction, so they let go. The black-haired guy immediately pulls out his phone and calls the security team at SW Corporation, urgently reporting that Yona has been kidnapped. He tells them to track her down using the security footage. Meanwhile, Jin starts walking off, and the black-haired guy quickly asks him where he's going and if he's actually not behind all this. Jin simply replies that he doesn't have time to argue with anyone. Seokju points out that SW Corporation's security is already on it and will find the girls soon. Until then, Jin will need to stick with him so they can confirm his identity. But our boy makes it clear that he's going to find his sister, and if Seokju wants to follow him, he can gladly do so. Seokju starts to get the sense that Jin might not be involved after all, but then our boy suddenly stops and humorously asks Seokju if he brought his car with him. The scene shifts to the bustling heart of the city's entertainment district. Inside one of the pubs, Mr. Cha is sitting back, puffing on a cigarette and enjoying his laid-back time. Just then, his lackey informs him that someone is here to see him. When Mr. Cha turns around, he sees Jin standing there. The scene then shifts to Saw Corporation, where we see a regal-looking lady sitting in her chair. I can tell she's definitely Yona's sister because she looks just as gorgeous, with her flowing black hair. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. The woman looks a bit annoyed at this sudden intrusion and wants to know why he didn't bother to ask for permission before barging in. The assistant quickly reports that Yona has been kidnapped. The news surprises the lady, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too troubled by it. In fact, she starts to smile faintly and seems to think that the rumors must be true after all. Not entirely sure what she's referring to, but let's roll with it. She then asks if their grandfather is still planning to go after the company. The assistant states that he is not sure, so she leans back, hoping that if he continues to pursue them without backing down, Yona will eventually die. It's definitely something she's looking forward to. The scene transitions back to the pub, where we pick up the story with our main character meeting with Cha, and Seokju is also tagging along with him. Seokju already seems to know about Cha as he recognizes him from their database and is curious about how our boy knows this gangster. Cha starts by asking what our boy wants. In response, Jin simply says he needs some intel. Cha lights up another cigarette and scoffs, asking why he would bother to help him. Our boy cuts to the chase, revealing that the granddaughter of Saw Corporation has been kidnapped. That is something Cha definitely was not expecting to hear. However, he quickly brushes it off, saying it's not their problem and that they don't deal with such issues because it would be incredibly risky to mess with Saw Corporation. Our boy asks if Cha has any leads to offer, but the mafia boss makes it clear that there's no reason for him to share anything, especially since he's already in a difficult situation thanks to our boy. That's when our boy reveals that his younger sister was also taken along with Saw's granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he's in a tough spot now, as messing with our boy's sister is like messing with John Wick's dog. Both are equally dangerous. So he then starts explaining and mentions that some people speaking broken Korean were asking around for untraceable warehouses, as well as for burners, cars, and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he turned them down because dealing with this kind of trouble isn't something you can easily wash off. He adds that he's heard another crew took the job, and all he knows is they're working out of Incheon. That's all the info he's got. It wouldn't be surprising if Seokju had already figured out who's behind this mess. Meanwhile, our boy starts to walk away after giving a final thanks, but then the mafia boss tosses his phone to our boy and tells him to save his number. Jin cluelessly looks at him, puzzled about why he'd need his number. The mafia boss gets a bit agitated and clarifies that he'll need it to contact him once he digs into the warehouse for more info. With that, our boy starts entering his digits. He also asks if the bike outside the door belongs to him. Cha knows exactly what our boy is planning to do with it, so he feels hesitant to respond. But eventually, my guy takes the heavy bike, and before leaving, he tells Seokju figure his own way out to get there, because he's taking the bike. Seokju questions whether he is going to trust this shady half-baked info and going to chase those kidnappers based on that. Our boy explains that he doesn't have time to waste because Yana will probably be safe until the kidnappers get what they want, but there's no telling what they might do with Daehyun. Seokju gets the logic behind Jin's reasoning and stays quiet, and he can tell that he is a quick and sharp thinker. Seokju then tells him that he's already passed the info to his security team and will follow him in his car. Jin just gives a cold response, saying Seokju can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, revs up the gas pedal, and speeds off through the streets. The scene then switches back to the girls, where we see Daehyun waking up with a headache and, as she becomes aware of her surroundings, Yona quickly apologizes, saying it's probably her fault that Daehyun got dragged into this. Daehyun's mind starts to recall the recent event, and she is shocked to remember that they have been kidnapped, and Yona sadly confirms it, adding that she didn't expect this to happen so soon after returning to Korea. Just then, the kidnappers arrive, and Yana coldly asks them why they had been abducted. One of the kidnappers snaps at her to shut up and stay quiet, and it'll be over soon enough. Of course, it does not take her long to realize that these filthy people must be planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. One of the lackeys then asks the boss what they should do with Daehyun, who was kidnapped simply because she was with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss decides she is useless to them and orders his lackeys to get rid of her. But Yeona immediately speaks up, insisting she won't let them harm Daehyun. The boss asks what she can possibly do, and Yeona threatens that she'll bite her tongue and bleed to death, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious that she's willing to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He further taunts her, urging her to go ahead and try biting her tongue. Well, the mafia boss should have been more careful with his words because Yana doesn't hesitate and bites her tongue, leaving blood pouring from her mouth. The boss yells in surprise, while the other lackey watches in silence, clearly startled to see her steel-like guts. The boss quickly stands up and tells her that her guts have bought her some time. The lackeys ask what the next order is. The boss tells them to get rid of Daehyun later, and instructs them to stuff her mouth shut so she can't make any noise. The scene then flashes back to our boy and Seokju. It looks like they've arrived at the location Mr. Cha mentioned. Seokju points out that the location seems legit, because SW security tracked the minivan footage to this area. As our boy starts to move forward, Seokju tells him to stop and wait for backup, since he sent their coordinates to SW security, and they should arrive soon. But our boy reminds him that Daehyun doesn't have much time left, so we gotta make it quick. There's no room for argument, so they proceed forward and spot a bunch of goons patrolling the area. Suddenly, our boy leaps over one of the goons, grabs him by the throat, and starts choking him out. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our boy quietly drags him into the shadows, adding him to a pile of other goons he's already taken down. Seokju is also helping out, and he's blown away by Jin's ability to take down opponents silently. He's so impressed that he asks Jin who the heck he is. Jin just casually replies that he's an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to SW Corporation. where we finally meet the big boss, the grandpa of the company. He's getting a report from the black-suited guy about the kidnappers' demands. The guy explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses to comply, they'll kill Ms. Yona. The old man asks about the security details, and the black-suited guy says that SW Security will reach the location where Yona is being held within 50 minutes. Back at the shady location, we hear two lackeys chatting. They're curious about their client and why they're making them do this kidnapping. One of them says their boss has already made it clear that it's none of their business and they should just follow orders. Just then, one of the lackeys gets a smack right on the head and crumples to the ground. He turns around, wincing to see Jin, who's already taken out the other guy. After they're done with the goons, Jin asks his fellow how many he's knocked out. Seokju says the guy he left behind makes it 5 in total. Jin then does a quick mental tally and realizes they've taken down 14 guys, meaning the enemy have got plenty of muscle and resources. Seokju is blown away that Jin managed to take down 9 guys while he struggled with just 5. Finally, Jin asks the blackhead who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a heavy sigh and says they don't really know. Apparently these kinds of incidents pop up now and then. This kind of thing also happened when they were in America. He never thought it would happen again so soon after coming back to Korea and feels like he should have been more on the ball. Jin points out that the real mastermind must be with Yona right now, so he decides to push deeper into the location. Before he moves on, Jin asks Seokju if he'll be okay. Seokju looks puzzled and asks, "Okay? About what?" Jin explains that he was pretty banged up when that van ran over him. The blackhead just shrugs it off, saying our boy should focus on his own injured leg instead. Suddenly someone starts shouting, asking where all the lookouts went. Another one jokes that maybe everyone went to take a dump, but then another questions why they'd all need to take a dump together. As they walk forward, they finally spot their guys lying unconscious. Before the confused goons can figure out what's happening, Jin delivers a brutal knee smash to one's face. Jin then turns to the thin, mustached goon, grabs his hand and delivers a savage kick to his leg, followed by a brutal smack to his head. With that, both goons are out cold. Jin decides to split up, but before they part ways, Seokju calls out to him. When our boy turns around, Seokju says that once they're out of this mess, he owes Jin an official apology. Back with the boss, he's hearing the commotion outside and tells his lackeys to check it out. We see our ladies with their faces covered in clothes to keep them from screaming. As Jin walks down, he runs into the lackeys. The guy in the mask points out that he has seen Seokju in pictures, so he can confirm that this brat definitely is not him. He then questions our boy how he came inside. Jin stays silent in response, and he quickly figures out these are the guys behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, the masked guy orders his lackeys to just get rid of this brat. Just before we see Jin take out the goons, the scene cuts to Seokju, who's hiding in the storeroom, looking around cautiously. There, he finds both ladies tied up, and thankfully, no one else is around. So he figures they must all be out looking for Jin. He sneaks over to the girls, quickly pulls the mask off Yona's face, and she asks if the security team has arrived. Seokju tells her they're on their way. Yona is shocked to hear this and asks how he found them out here. That's when the mafia boss chimes in, and he is thoroughly pleased to hear that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then says he must be Seokju from SW Corporation, and he's heard a lot about him. He adds that this brat has been quite the pain, always lurking around Yona and ruining their plans. The mafia boss makes it clear he has no clue how Seokju found their hideout, but he's certain it wasn't smart to come here alone without backup. One of the lackeys suddenly lunges at Seokju, but my guy sidesteps the attack and throws a punch of his own. However, this lackey isn't a pushover. He dodges the punch and quickly retaliates. Seokju realizes this guy is tougher than the goons they took down outside, and he's having a hard time keeping up. But then, Seokju lands a brutal whack and follows up with a devastating punch to the lackey's gut, leaving him doubled over in pain. To finish things off, Seokju delivers a powerful leg swing, and the lackey finally looks like he's down for the count. Just when we think it's over, the thug tries to swing back in retaliation, but Seokju meets him with a devastating knee smash to the back, and the guy quickly starts to crumble. The scar-faced boss notes that he knew Seokju had been trained from a young age, but he didn't realize he was this impressive. Even the two girls are shocked by what they're witnessing. But the mafia boss isn't here for a duel of pride. With those words, the lackey pulls out a blade and starts slashing at Seokju, landing several brutal cuts across his body. The boss grins under his mask, saying he didn't expect this brat to fight empty-handed, which makes dealing with him a lot easier. The lackey charges at Seokju again with the dagger and begins swinging left and right like a madman. Seokju does his best to dodge, but he's still taking deep, painful cuts that leave him struggling to move. The boss pulls out his own dagger and starts juggling it in the air, clearly enjoying himself as he eyes the girls. As soon as Seokju sees this, he immediately knows Daeyeon is in serious trouble. The poor girl is already terrified, just imagining what's about to happen. Before Seokju can react, the bastard throws his dagger straight at her, aiming to end her life. But at the last second, Yeona leaps in front of Daeyeon, and just as the dagger is about to hit, Seokju jumps in front of both girls, taking the blade straight into his back. The mafia boss scoffs at Seokju, mocking him as a pitiful bastard who's only good for the empty praises people give him. He then orders his lackeys to leave Yeona alone and kill the other two. The lackeys quickly agree and begin to walk forward to carry out the order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak open, and all eyes turn to see Jin making a badass entrance after taking down the goons and leaving them sprawled on the ground. Back at the club, Gangster Cha is there with his lackeys. They fill him in with the latest info, reporting that the Gosung cartel is behind the abduction. Cha is stunned by the ridiculous mistake the Gosung cartel made by getting involved with both Jin and SW Corporation. It was bound to backfire, considering how the cartel never digs into their clients before taking a job. One of the lackeys then asks Cha why he helped Jin. He further points out that Jin is the one who put them in a tight spot, and he's the one who exposed all the dirt on the Kim family they'd been keeping under wraps for years. Cha lets out a big sigh, saying he had no choice. He points out that he's just an old man who couldn't possibly take on a kid like Jin, and they can't just take revenge on him, especially since it was the Kim family who messed with him first. The lackeys then remarks that they don't have to help Jin either. Cha falls silent for a moment, then chuckles to himself, and further states that he had no choice but to help him since his sister was kidnapped. Back at the hideout, Jin makes his grand entrance. The lackey leader asks who this guy is, while Yeona is stunned to see him. Daeyeon is also shocked to see her brother, and when she mentions this out loud, the mafia boss overhears and realizes Jin is her brother. The boss bursts into laughter, nearly losing his breath. He finds it hilarious that he kidnapped a girl, and now her adorable brother is here trying to save her. He finds the whole situation quite amusing. Meanwhile, Jin turns to his sister and asks if she's okay. Daeyeon starts to cry, her tears streaming down as she begs her brother to just get out of here. Meanwhile, Yeona is heartbroken seeing these two siblings dragged into this mess because of her. She shouts at the lackey leader and offers to cooperate and tells them to let everyone else go in exchange for her cooperation. The mafia boss snaps back, asking why he should do her any favors. Yeona falls silent, realizing she doesn't have much leverage. Seokju, battered and bruised on the ground, watches Jin with a mix of admiration and amazement. Despite the tense situation they are in, Jin doesn't seem to flinch. Finally, the lackey leader orders his goons to take Jin down. He says they've already given him enough time and it's time to finish this. The lackey steps forward, dagger in hand, ready to take down Jin. But before he can make a move, Jin quickly deflects the attack, grabs the lackey's wrist, and drives the dagger into the lackey's own chest. The mafia boss is utterly stunned by this turn of events, and Seokju watches in shock as well. Daeyeon is also blown away by the sight of her brother's skill, and her brother quickly tells her to close her eyes. The girls quickly comply, shutting their eyes tightly. Jin then slashes the lackey, leaving deep, bloody gashes across his body. Blood splatters everywhere as the lackey collapses to the ground, covered in his own blood. Yeonha is still trying to process what just happened because it's all too overwhelming for her. Meanwhile, Seokju is left in absolute awe, realizing Jin isn't just swinging his knife around aimlessly. Instead, he has expertly severed the lackey's muscles and ligaments to neutralize him. The mafia boss is also quite amazed to see this, and comments that he doesn't seem like a brother at all, but more like a bodyguard. Jin keeps advancing toward him, and the boss retracts his previous statement quickly. He admits that Jin must be more than just a bodyguard, because no ordinary kid could wield a knife like that and maintain such a cold gaze. He then brushes it off, saying it doesn't really matter because he's still planning to kill Jin anyway. He swings his dagger at him, but my guy quickly ducks down with a godspeed, and the boss keeps on swinging his dagger left and right. As the mafia boss lunges at Jin with his dagger, Jin easily blocks the attack with one hand and swings his own dagger at the boss. The boss, quick on his feet, steps back just in time to avoid the brutal hit. The two engage in a deadly dance of blades, each strike more vicious than the last. But this time, Jin's blade finds its mark, slicing through the boss's hand, leaving it temporarily useless. The mafia boss, now in pain and disbelief, demands to know who Jin really is, but my guy remains silent, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next round. Without hesitation, the mafia boss charges at Jin again. This time, Jin effortlessly grabs his wrist, and with a quick motion, slashes through the boss's other hand. After delivering a few brutal cuts, Jin follows up with a crushing punch to the lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward with a bloodied nose. The mafia boss, now enraged and desperate, grabs a gun and aims it directly at Jin. But before he can pull the trigger, Jin throws his dagger with deadly accuracy. It embeds itself in the boss's shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the moment, Jin launches himself at the boss with lightning speed. He delivers a devastating slap under the boss's chin, sending him crashing backward like a sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, now thoroughly beaten, collapses to the ground, his pride and power shattered. The others watch in stunned silence as Jin stands tall like a total badass, his presence alone making Yona and Seokju tremble slightly. Jin steps forward, gently telling his sister to open her eyes. When she does, she sees him standing right there, a reassuring smile on his battered face. Without missing a beat, he tells her he's here to take her home. Yona is momentarily shocked by his injured appearance and places her hand over his wounds, asking if he's okay. Jin, with a warm smile, reassures her that he's fine, despite the injuries. His calm behavior and comforting words make her emotions overflow, and she starts to cry uncontrollably. Jin does his to comfort her, his own heart aching to see her so upset. Yona is deeply moved by the compassion Jin shows for his sister, observing them with admiration. The next day, we are at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jin sits quietly in the corridor, his handsome face drawing the attention of passing nurses. His phone buzzes with a message from Jae-hyung, who's curious why Jin isn't at school. Jin replies that he's got an errand, and as he checks his messages, he sees his friends excitedly discussing their hangout and teasing him for missing out. Jin smiles as he reads his friends' messages, feeling a warm connection despite missing out. He leans back in his seat, letting his gaze drift around the corridor. His eyes fall on the room across from him, marked with a sign that reads, Psychiatry Department. The scene transitions to later that night. After Jin's intense battle with those goonies, the police and authorities arrive at the scene. They round up all the criminals present, and doctors begin tending to Jin's sister. Yona approaches Jin and tells him that he should take his sister to the hospital, and promises to take care of the bill. Jin looks puzzled and asks why, given that his sister seems to be unharmed. Yona explains that even though Dae-hyun doesn't appear injured at the moment, she may have sustained unseen injuries. The trauma of the situation is significant, and she emphasizes that it's crucial to ensure Dae-hyun gets thorough medical attention. She also mentions that she recently discovered Gisoo and Hoojin Kim had been harassing Dae-hyun, and while she's relieved they've been penalized, the resolution for the victims is still incomplete. She further explains that speaking with a counselor could be beneficial for Dae-hyun after the traumatic experience. This is why we are waiting outside a psychiatrist's office rather than an emergency ward. As Dae-hyun exits the room, she approaches Jin and asks if he's been waiting long. Jin reassures her that he just came here a few minutes ago. He then inquires about what the doctor said. In response, she explains that there's nothing serious to worry about. She will need to attend sessions once a week for a while, but overall she's fine. Jin also shares that his own injuries are minor, just a few light bruises. The girl also let out a sigh of relief. She is relieved that he's okay. Jin's mind drifts back to how she was so emotional after being bullied, a tough reminder of everything she went through. She calls out to him, and he flashes her a smile, asking what's up. She just smiles back and says she forgot for a moment what she was going to ask. But inside her head, we can tell she's hesitant to bring up her question. The scene shifts back to earlier when the doctor was checking on her well-being. In the background, she overhears soldiers talking, completely amazed that a kid took down most of the kidnappers on his own. It just doesn't make sense to them. At that moment, Daeyeon is just as stunned by what the soldiers are saying. She's curious about how Jin can fight so well and what his life was like before coming back to Korea, but she can't make herself ask her any of these questions. As they walk down the corridor, they run into Yana. The moment Daeyeon spots her, she lights up with happiness. Upon seeing each other, Yana quickly asks her about how the therapy went. Daeyeon says it went well, and mentions she heard Yana covered the bill for her treatment, so she tells her she really didn't have to do that. Yana waves it off, saying it's no big deal, and reminds her friend that she's the one who got her into this mess. She then apologizes to her sincerely. Daeyeon laughs it off, saying she's already apologized plenty. Besides, Yana herself was a victim too. That's when Jin notices a massive bodyguard standing behind Yana with a seriously intimidating look on his face. Despite the intense stare he is giving our boy, Jin remains totally unfazed. Yana then turns to Jin and asks if he's had his checkup. Our boy quickly says yes, and Daeyeon chimes in, saying she had to drag him there. He only agreed to go after she threatened not to go to the hospital herself if he didn't. Daeyeon then asks about Seokju, and Yana confirms he's in the same hospital. Daeyeon appears really eager to see him and decides they should stop by before leaving. Even though she is excited about the visit, we can tell Jin's feelings are less clear. Still, they end up visiting Seokju, and Daeyeon makes sure to thank him for saving her from the blade. Seokju is a bit startled by her sudden gratitude and stutters, saying it's no big deal. She then asks Seokju if he's feeling better, and he replies that he's indeed feeling much better now. Meanwhile, Jin isn't too happy seeing his sister getting cozy with Seokju. He just stands there in silence, clearly uncomfortable. Even Yeona and her bodyguard notice that Jin seems to be troubled. Daeyeon then hopes Seokju recovers quickly. With that, they decide to leave. Yeona waves them goodbye, and they walk away through the main door. Once they're gone, the bodyguard is deep in thought, remarking how hard it is to believe that someone like this seemingly scrawny kid could take down a bunch of people at once. It's just unbelievable. Yeona chuckles and admits she's pretty amazed herself, but she isn't sure if it's something that would even surprise a pro like the bodyguard. The bodyguard shrugs and says it's not just about the kid beating up a group of guys, because there appears to be something way deeper about our boy. The bodyguard explains that our boy quickly and quietly neutralized over 10 guards, which is no easy feat. Even a trained pro would struggle to do that without some kind of backup. What's even more mind-blowing is that he didn't kill any of them. He just made them unfit for combat. And judging by the cuts on the 2 men found in the cargo container, his knife skills are insanely advanced, especially considering those guys were retired soldiers. Not just a report and the state of those thugs. It's pretty clear that Jin Yu is a highly trained pro with a ton of combat experience. Both Seokju and Daeyeon are completely blown away by this. A while later, we catch up with Daeyeon and Jin. Daeyeon quickly apologizes, feeling really ashamed that she always seems to need his help. Jin tells her she doesn't need to apologize at all and that he should be the one thanking her. Daeyeon is startled to hear this, and Jin continues, saying he understands what it feels like to have a family now. You see, it is for the first time in his life he put someone else's safety above his own without any calculations, something he'd never experienced before coming to this country. So, he's starting to get what family really means. We then see the same woman with short black hair again, and I will say it once again, she's likely Yona's sister, and she looks utterly distraught that Yona was rescued safely. The reporter details that there is suspicious rumor going around. He elaborates that while Seokju played a key role in the rescue, the exploits of another student who accompanied him were even more extraordinary. She asks how that's possible, and the reporter responds that even the chairman has taken an interest in this student, and we already know that this student is our boy, of course. The woman is shocked and wonders if these rumors might actually be true. We see Jin once again doing some hardcore pull-ups. As he works out, his mind flashes with images of the people he fought that day. Just as he's lost in the intensity of the exercise, Daeyeon knocks on the door and mentions that she's brought some fruit. While Daeyeon munches on the delicious fruit, Jin arrives and quickly asks his sister how she's feeling. She responds that she's already answered that question 1,000 times and she's fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices something on Daeyeon's mind, so he asks her what's up. That is when she assures him that she does not hate him just because she saw him fighting and beating those guys brutally. She claims that it doesn't change how she views him. After all, he did all this just to save her, and she won't ask him about his past either. Daeyeon then gets somber, saying she was never able to tell Grandpa about any of the bad things that happened at school. She just wasn't ready to share it with him, but now she feels more relaxed, as if she can open up about anything. Suddenly her phone rings. It's Yeona on the call, so she grabs the phone and heads to her room while still on the call. A while later, we see Yeona sitting in front of Jin, who quickly tells him to take a seat as well. Jin sits down and asks why she wanted to see him. Yeona explains that she wanted to apologize for putting Daeyeon in such a dangerous situation. Even though she's already apologized before, she wanted to say it to him personally. She explains that Seokju will also come to apologize in person once he's better. She also wants to thank Jin for saving her as well. Jin makes it clear that he only went to rescue Daeyeon, not Yeona. She shrugs, saying that it doesn't change the fact that she was saved thanks to his intervention. Once she's finished, Jin asks if there's anything else she wanted to say. Yeona admits that she also wanted to let him know that they will stop investigating his background, so she is hoping that he is not too mad that they tried to dig into his past. She then lets out a sigh and explains that she couldn't ignore the fact that all of his documents were forged. After a recent kidnapping attempt in America, it raised some red flags for her. She's been in many tough situations since she was little because of who she is. She says that although they never figured out the truth behind his fake records, she won't be investigating it further. Jin starts to leave, saying if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Yeona looks startled and asks if he could spare a couple of hours because her grandpa wants to meet him and thank him in person. While Jin is heading back, he replies that there's no need for that since he wasn't there to rescue her in the first place. Yeona falls silent, and Jin heads home, walking down the dimly lit, gloomy alleys late at night. As he walks, we see a familiar person over that street. As the scene zooms in, we see that this is one of Mr. Cha's lackey, who has been brutally shot in the gut, and it does not take long for our boy to recognize who this man is. The man is barely holding on to his life, but makes sure to start berating Jin, blaming him for putting his gang in danger. He explains that they were already struggling after Jin exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss also helped our boy by tipping off the location of the Goseong cartel, which stirred up trouble between the Goseong cartel and their gang. Mr. Cha's turf is now under attack. His friends and lackeys have already been killed, and the Goseong cartel leader made sure to personally visit Dushik Cha. When Goseong finally faces off with Cha, he throws a verbal jab, asking why he doesn't just give up before making a fool of himself in front of his men. Cha responds with a jab of his own, pointing out that he's already sent most of the crew on a weekend off. Yet Goseong brought his entire platoon of lackeys. Then another guy in a coat chimes in and tells Cha that he really shouldn't have stirred up trouble by messing with the Kim family. And when it was not enough, he tipped off Goseong and his men recently. Our gangster throws another brutal jab, and this time Goseong himself loses his cool, and he is going absolutely bonkers to what just Cha said. He furiously orders all his lackeys to charge at Cha, and the gang rushes at Cha like a pack of wild dogs ready for a fight. But our beloved gangster isn't just any weakling. He deftly ducks, letting a punch zoom past over his face, and retaliates with a devastating blow that leaves his attacker reeling. Another lackey tries to swing at him, but ends up taking a brutal hit right under the chin, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood. Goseong grits his teeth in frustration, while Cha continues to drop lackeys as if they're mere flies. Suddenly, Cha takes a brutal jab with a stick from behind. He groans in pain but quickly recovers, throwing a punch in return that sends his assailant crashing down for the count. Even though Cha manages to take out a bunch of guys, the sheer number of lackeys is overwhelming. It's clear that despite his skill, he won't be able to take them all down like this. Our beloved gangster takes his stance, knowing he's up against copious amounts of people, and is furious that Goseong brought so many guys when he knew Cha does not have most of the men in the club. He can't help but smirk when he thinks about our boy, and wonders if he has saved his little sister by now. With the speak of the devil, Jin arrives outside the club. The lackeys standing guard tell him to get lost, but Jin isn't about to take orders. He delivers a brutal kick to one of them, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the other two speechless at Jin's audacity. He then dismounts from his bike, and the two remaining lackeys try to take a swing at him, but Jin effortlessly grabs one's hand and delivers a devastating smash to his face, leaving blood splattering everywhere. The remaining lackey tenses up at the sight and ends up taking a heavy kick to his gut. With both goons taken care of, he moves further into the club, only to find a brutal scene of dead bodies. As he advances, a group of arrogant thugs orders him to leave, but our boy remains unfazed and keeps walking toward them. One of the thugs steps up, yammering some nonsense, but my guy quickly silences him with a single blow, sending him crashing to the ground and leaving the others utterly terrified. Despite their fear, the thugs recklessly charge at him, and our boy begins to deliver blows, taking them down one after another. The scene switches back to Gangster Cha, who is now exhausted after knocking out a bunch of thugs. Goseong is absolutely livid, unable to believe that Cha is holding his own for so long by himself. On the other hand, Goseong's assistant feels a sense of relief that they only attacked Cha while he was alone. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre. More lackeys charge at our gangster, but he quickly takes out the one in front of him. Before he can fully move around, he receives a devastating punch to the face. Cha responds in kind, delivering a powerful punch back with equal force. At this point, Cha is barely hanging on. Even Goseong reluctantly admits that he is a tough nut to crack and deserves praise for his efforts. However, he makes it clear that Cha looks like he's at the end of his rope and should just give up now. They'll make it worth his while. Cha spits out a mouthful of blood and asks why he should do that. Wiping the blood off his face, he decides he's going to finish what he started no matter what. We can tell that the big cheese is not impressed by Cha's gutsy display, and the swarm of lackeys surrounding the place are visibly shaking to hear his bold statement. Suddenly, there's a commotion at the entrance, with the lackeys screaming their heads off. Goseong, bewildered, asks what the hell is going on and why his men are screeching like dogs. They turn around, initially seeing nothing, but then they hear footsteps. Out steps Jin, and the entire crowd of lackeys is stunned to see a kid in their midst. Cha is equally shocked to see him, and quickly asks what the hell he is doing there. to which Jin casually responds that he's just there to return the motorcycle he borrowed. Cha was literally not expecting to hear this kind of crap while they are surrounded by death itself. Meanwhile, Go Xiong's assistant sneers once he realizes that Cha knows this kid, so he promptly orders his lackeys to take Jin down as well. The lackey proudly complies and begins to walk toward our boy as if he is about to scold the toddler. Cha then tells them that it would be better if they just leave him alone, but the assistant insists they can't just let Jin go since he's seen everything. Cha snaps back once again, saying they should pray to God that Jin feels generous enough to let them go, not the other way around. The assistant has no clue what this stupid head is yammering about, but he soon gets a wake-up call when Jin takes down one of his guys with a single punch. Our boy then follows up with a kick that cracks another lackey's leg and a headbutt to another, sending him sprawling. One of the thugs tries to swing a bat at Jin from behind, but Jin quickly grabs his hand and delivers a brutal smash to his face, leaving him bloodied. The bat clatters to the ground. Go Xiong is completely blown away by Jin's display, and Cha just smirks, saying it's their fault for not listening earlier. He adds that even though Cha himself is tough, he wouldn't stand a chance against this kid. The big cheese simply commands his lackeys to take Jin down, and they quickly charge at him. But as usual, Jin effortlessly takes them down, making them look like amateurs in the process. Growing impatient, the big cheese shouts at his lackeys to stop letting a little punk beat them. But just as he's about to make another command, he suddenly falls silent when he sees Cha charging at him. At this point, Go Xiong is pretty sure things are about to get even messier for him. Shortly after, the big cheese and his lackeys are all on the ground, looking like they've kissed the dirt, while Cha slumps back, utterly exhausted. Jin strides over to him, and when Cha looks up, he sees the wreckage of the fight. People scattered around like discarded wrappers, with Jin standing triumphantly. Jin starts heading out, casually saying that Cha has now paid his dues. Cha is shocked and still trying to wrap his head around how this kid is so fixated on the same bullcrap after all this. He then asks if Jin saved his sister. Jin calmly replies that he did, and it's all thanks to Cha. The next scene shifts to a hospital room where one of Cha's lackeys suddenly jolts awake. As he looks around, he spots Cha on the other side of the room, all patched up, but clearly still in rough shape. The lackey is stunned to see his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss while they're in the hospital. Confused, the junior asks how his boss ended up here. Cha casually mentions he got roughed up and just took a cab to get treated. The lackey then inquires about Go Sung and the rest of the lackeys. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, says he took care of them all. The junior simply can't believe it and calls this BS, prompting the senior to get a bit annoyed, and asks why his junior thinks he'd lie. The lackey suggests it's probably because he is too embarrassed to admit he got beaten by Go Sung. Cha then asks if he happened to have met Jin yesterday. The junior perks up and confirms that he did indeed meet him. He further explains that he got ambushed by the enemy team while he was heading out of the club. After getting brutally wounded, he found our boy and yelled at him. He charged at Jin out of anger, but after receiving the first hit, he fainted and doesn't remember anything else. The boss explains that Jin probably knocked him out to get him to the hospital. Cha then continues, saying that inside the club, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. That's when Jin showed up, took them all out in seconds, and then told him he'd paid his dues before simply walking out. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable and thinks it's really badass to say the least. The senior agrees, acknowledging that Jin is indeed quite impressive. The lackey then asks his boss if he has any clue who this kid really is. The senior points out that Jin claims to be just an average teenager, so he figures they'll have to take his word for it. In the next scene, we see a football heading straight toward Jin, and he catches it effortlessly. The referee immediately announces it as a handball, leaving everyone on the playground absolutely shocked. His friend, visibly annoyed, reminds him that he's not supposed to grab the because he's not a goalkeeper. Jin is confused about why he's getting an earful, apologizes anyway. Suddenly the bell rings, and Jin's friends call out to him, asking if he has time to hang out since today is the only day Youngchan doesn't have lessons after school, and they're planning to do some gaming together. Jin tells them to go ahead and that he'll meet them at the location later, because he needs to walk his sister home first. His friends are a bit bewildered, and ask if he's started to babysit his sister again. Jin explains that she's not feeling well lately. Blondie decides to save a spot for Jin, and meanwhile Daehyun is preparing to leave her class. She's thinking about making kimchi stew for Jin, because he loved it the last time. However, she's unsure if he can handle spicy food, so she's considering making a milder soybean paste stew instead. Suddenly, she hears a buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They're all gathered by the window, swooning over Jin. Some find him hot, while others are hoping he'll become their boyfriend. The girls even turn to Daehyun and ask if her brother is dating anyone. Daehyun is caught off guard by their dripping enthusiasm about her brother, so she hesitates, and then reluctantly says that he mentioned he's not dating anyone. As the ladies dash back over the window, Daehyun smiles faintly, clearly pleased that her brother is well known among the girls. Walking outside the school, she wonders why Jin doesn't have a girlfriend, and if he might not be interested in girls at all. Suddenly, she hears some voices nearby and discovers that it's Jin with his friends. Startled, she quickly tries to greet them as politely as possible. One of the more bashful lackeys blushes at her cuteness and just waves in response to her greeting. The boys decide to head off to the game room, hoping Jin will meet them there. Once they're gone, Daehyun asks if Jin is hanging out with his friends. He confirms that he is, but adds that he'll stop at home first. When she asks if it's because of her, Jin explains that he just left something at home, but she still insists that she can walk home on her own since it's still bright outside. However, Jin claims that he really needs to pick up something he left at home. She then points out that he doesn't need to go out of his way for her, just like she told Yona when she offered to have security escort her. All she wants is to lead a normal life. Jin stays quiet, but agrees to her request, saying he'll do as she says, though he suggests they still walk home together from time to time. Daehyun pouts, saying he worries too much, but Jin explains he's not just worried, he actually enjoys their walks. In the end, she finally agrees to keep walking with him. As they're walking, Jin suddenly stops when he spots that same woman with black hair, which we suspect to be Yona's sister. Anyway, she greets Jin, but he doesn't bother to respond to her greetings. Meanwhile, Daehyun is just as clueless about the woman with the black hair. The woman then pretends to notice Daehyun for the first time, puts on an exaggeratedly concerned look, and says she must be the one who went through so much because of Yona's abduction. Daehyun is seriously confused by now and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Yona's cousin, and says she's here to thank Daehyun for helping Yona, and offers to treat her to dinner if she has some time. Jin flatly refuses, explaining that Yona already thanked him personally, so there's no need for this stranger to go out of her way. The woman is bewildered by his bluntness, but tries to continue the conversation, saying she also has a proposition that could benefit both of them. Once again, Jin firmly declines, saying he's not interested. He then just starts to walk away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely fuming. But before he's completely out of sight, Daehyun makes sure to bow her head and give her one last polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady is seething with rage, and her guard asks if he should bring him back forcefully, but the lady says no. It seems her ego's been bruised more than we thought, and she's practically boiling over with anger. Next up, we're in the gaming room where everyone's glued to their TV screens. While they're all deeply immersed in their game, Youngchan decides it's time to take a dump. As he's heading down the hall, he accidentally bumps into a cocky punk. This guy immediately starts threatening Youngchan, barking at him to watch where he's going. Youngchan, poor guy, is practically shaking and stumbles out an apology, but Mr. Cocky isn't done. He's about to slap Youngchan across the face. Just in the nick of time, Jae-hyung bursts onto the scene and saves his friend from getting slapped. Jae-hyung strides over cockily, telling the cocky punk to get over it, because there's no need to make a scene over a little shoulder bump. He quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking, and locks eyes with the punk and tells him to not take them for a bunch of goddamn scaredy cats. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hyung's deadly glare, and my guy continues to stare him down and demands this crazy punk why the hell he is staring. Once the punk is thoroughly intimidated, he finally walks off with whatever pride he has left. Jae-hyung lets out a puff of air through his nostrils, looking pretty pleased with himself. On the other hand, Youngchan still appears to be in shock, watching his friend and reflecting on the turn of events. It's a bit of a shock to him considering Jae-hyung used to be the one bullying him, and now he's the one coming to his rescue. Orangehead tells them they'd better hurry, or Hyukjin will start giving them grief for being late. So they head toward the toilet, while Youngchan still can't believe his eyes that this dude saved him. When they finally return, Hyukjin asks why taking a dump took so long. Orangehead explains there was some idiot trying to mess with Youngchan. Hyukjin's interest peaks, and he quickly asks who it was. Orangehead says the guy was wearing a Gosok Tech uniform. Blondie then turns to Youngchan, checking if he's okay. The timid fella simply replies that he's fine, because nothing had happened since Jae-hyung interrupted just in time. Orangehead decides it's time to just dive into the game, but then a bunch of rowdy people burst into the gaming room. It's the same guy Jae-hyung bumped into earlier, and he's brought his lackeys to get revenge for the humiliation. Hyukjin is completely absorbed in his game, and doesn't notice the people standing over his left shoulder. When he finally looks up, he sees a bunch of goons towering over him, and the leader of the gang quickly tells him to step outside. Both Hyukjin and Jae-hyung realize that shit is about to get real, and Youngchan is shaking, terrified just thinking about what's coming next. Once they head outside, Youngchan is trembling with fear, feeling utterly terrified because they've gotten into this mess because of him. The cocky guy from before starts bragging about how Orangehead was all talk and no action, claiming it'll be easy to take down him and his other friend. But our Orangehead doesn't back down. He mocks the cocky guy, pointing out how he was scared and walked off quietly earlier, only to come back with his lackeys. The cocky guy doesn't appreciate the jab and gets furious. He tries to land a punch on Orangehead, but Jaehyung quickly ducks and delivers a brutal punch to the cocky guy's face, showing him who's boss. The cocky leader staggers backward, and Young-chan, on the other hand, is practically panicking, convinced it's all his fault they're caught up in this mess. That's when Jaehyung speaks up, telling his terrified friend that he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything, because these bastards are the ones who should be sorry. Those words absolutely melt Young-chan's heart, because seeing his friend looking so badass while saying that is almost overwhelming. But then, Hyuk-jin chimes in, pointing out that it's the exact same line Jin used a while back, and even the way Jae-hyung said it had the same energy. He jokes that he basically copied Jin, and now he feels like he needs to bleach his eyes after seeing his copycat friend in action. Orangehead starts blushing, feeling totally embarrassed, and admits that Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. While the trio is caught up in their own back and forth, they momentarily forget they're actually facing off against a gang, and they are too distracted to pay much attention to the goons. But soon enough, the lackeys charge at them, because they are not here just to be simply ignored in the middle of the fight. The Orangehead stands his ground. As soon as one of the thugs reaches him, he delivers a powerful kick to the guy's gut, sending him stumbling backward. Another goon tries to swing at him, but Orangehead responds with a brutal whack, taking him down. Young-chan, who's not exactly a fighter, is more or less panicking on the sidelines, unsure of what to do. Hyuk-jin, however, is in full battle mode, taking down goons left and right. He turns to Young-chan and tells him to stay back and just watch from behind. Orangehead agrees, pointing out that while Young-chan might be a pro gamer, he is out of his element in this fight, so they have got things under control. Young-chan is completely blown away by this. He can't believe they're fighting because of him, and yet they're telling him to stay back. The goons are squirming and quivering on the ground after taking a serious beating. Our boys, on the other hand, are starting to struggle a bit, exhausted from the fight and outnumbered. Eventually, Jae-hyung takes a solid hit to the gut and feels the pain. He's sure that he is screwed because the cocky guy is about to land a punch right on his face. But before the punch can connect, Young-chan jumps onto the cocky guy, grabbing him tightly like he's found his brother from another mother. They both crash to the ground, and the cocky guy starts shoving Young-chan aside. But Young-chan holds on tightly despite the fear. That's when Orangehead takes his chance and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow to the cocky guy's head. The impact leaves Young-chan a bit teary-eyed from the sheer brutality he's just witnessed, something he's never experienced before. Orangehead stands tall, looking like a boss after giving the cocky guy the final kick. He glances at the guy who's clearly down for the count. Hyuk-jin can't help but jab at Orangehead, noting how Young-chan had to step in to save the day. Orangehead quickly gets embarrassed and defensive, saying he was about to take the guy down himself. They turn to Young-chan, who's on the verge of tears. Orangehead immediately asks if he's okay. The timid fella quickly reassures him that he's fine and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene shifts to our boy finally making it to the game room, only to find it empty. He tries calling his friends, but no one picks up. Just then, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around to see his friends, who eagerly tell him he missed all the action. The beta bullies start bragging about how they just whooped some Gosok tech guys. They head inside, and as they climb the stairs, they point out to Jin that while he might not be familiar with the Gosok tech guys, they're pretty tough, but not a match for them. As they head into the gaming room, they're shocked to find a bunch of people lying unconscious on the ground. The beta lackeys are blown away by the sight and quickly ask who took down all these Gosok tech guys. Our boy casually points out that he came looking for everyone and was jumped by these guys when they saw his uniform. The three of them are absolutely stunned to realize that our boy took out all these men single-handedly. After their mindless fun at the arcade, the group heads out to grab some grub. The beta bullies have brought the same delicious food Young-chan usually eats, but Orangehead forgets to grab drinks and decides to go get some as soon as possible. Young-chan decides to go with him, but Orangehead opts to go himself. As they start eating, Hyuk-jin feels proud and laughs about how they took down the Gosyok Tech goons. Orangehead agrees, saying the goons came in trying to act tough but ended up getting beaten like dogs. Meanwhile, our boy looks at the tuna mayo food with no clue how to proceed. He watches as Jae-hyung tears off the seal and pops the snack out of its wrapper. He mimics Jae-hyung and starts to take a bite. While eating, he asks his friends who started the fight. Jae-hyung explains that one of the goons was messing with Young-chan outside the game room, which triggered the whole scene. Our boy checks in on his timid friend, asking if he's alright. The friend says he's good because Jae-hyung showed up to rescue him just in time. Orangehead then shares some advice, telling Young-chan that in situations like this, he should never back down. Young-chan looks a bit confused to hear this, so Orangehead explains that you shouldn't flinch in front of a bully. You need to make it clear you're ready for anything, or they'll just take advantage if they think you're scared. Hyukjin agrees, saying you've got to show you won't take any crap, or they'll just walk all over you. Young-chan asks what if they end up hitting him. Orangehead just shrugs and says they're going to try to hit him even if he's scared, but Young-chan worries they might hit him harder. Orangehead agrees, but he points out that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll just be seen as a pushover, and that's worse than getting beaten up. Hyukjin also adds his 2 cents, saying he's seen this trick work before because no one wants to deal with trouble. Bullies usually pick on the quiet ones who never speak up. Young-chan stays quiet, probably realizing that he's always been picked on because he didn't stand up for himself. As they chat, our boy keeps munching on his delicious food. The scene then drifts to his past, where instead of fancy food, he was stuck with some mediocre curry and a piece of dry bread. At that time, he had no choice but to eat it. What made it worse was that there were always strong guys around him, bullying the weak and taking their food. One day, a cocky guy demanded our boy hand over his food, but Jin wasn't having any of it, so he fought back and left a gruesome mess behind. His memory makes him reflect on how the same pattern of the strong preying on the weak seems to repeat itself, both in his past and present situations. That's when Young-chan finally musters up his courage and says out loud that he doesn't like either of the beta bullies. The 2 bullies choke on their food, their breath caught in their throats at hearing this. Young-chan continues, saying he hates them because they bullied kids in class, including him. Orangehead looks curious and asks when they even bullied anyone. He points out that they only joked around sometimes, nothing more. The blondie also agrees, saying that they never physically hurt anyone in class or made anyone do their dirty work. Compared to some of the other guys like Gisu Kim, they're practically saints. But Young-chan stands firm, saying that even though they might just be joking or playing rough, it's still a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are stunned because they are not sure what to think of it. Young-chan further continues, explaining that it's the same kind of violence no matter how big or small. He resents them for being so cruel without a shred of guilt. Once he is done speaking, he points out that since beta bullies told him to stand up for himself, he spilled everything he had in his mind to try it out. The beta bullies are completely thrown off by Young-chan's words. The blonde one is at a loss and says no one's ever told him anything like that before. He didn't realize people could see their actions that way and thought they were just joking around. The other bully also agrees, saying they figured it was okay since they weren't as bad as some of the others. Young-chan, still feeling nervous, explains that he was surprised by how nice the beta bullies seemed when he hung out with them. He guessed they didn't realize that what they were doing was a form of bullying. Feeling guilty, Orangehead quickly apologizes. The blonde also says sorry, admitting they're not sure how to fix things but at least want to offer an apology. On the other hand, our boy is still messing with his food. When he takes off the shell of his rice ball, it drops to the ground, and he's totally bummed out to see his meal ruined. His friends don't really know how to react, and they end up yelling at him when he tries to eat the rice ball after picking it up. In the bustling heart of the city, we find ourselves back at SW Corporation. There, we see that same woman who claimed to be Yona's cousin is sitting at her desk. Suddenly, Yona storms into the room, clearly fuming, and she yells this woman's name, Jie. The sassy lady looks up and smiles at Yeona, but before she can say much, Yeona cuts her off with a sharp tone, demanding to know if she met Jin recently. Jie tries to play it cool, and reminds Yeona that it was actually Yeona who was tracking Jin's background because she was suspicious of him. Yeona frustratingly admits that she did investigate Jin, but had promised him she wouldn't pursue it further. Now, she is also telling Jie to stop nagging our boy as well. Jie raises an eyebrow and reminds her that she shouldn't forget the kind of world they live in, especially given the recent kidnapping event. So, she makes it clear that they are not taking any chances, and our boy's background is a major concern. Yeona insists that Jin wasn't involved in any of the recent trouble, but Jie quickly interrupts, saying that just because Jin helped with a rescue doesn't make him trustworthy. Jie's manager also chimes in, pointing out that Jin's identity is a significant issue for the school. They emphasize that a school affiliated with SW Corporation shouldn't have accepted a student with fake records, and they make it clear that they won't overlook this matter. Yeona frustratingly grits her teeth, while Jie just smiles with a hint of satisfaction. She explains that they might receive some good news soon. Curious, Yeona asks what kind of news she is talking about. Jie's manager explains that Jin's records were restricted, so they had to consult higher-ups in their network to obtain more information. GA looks at Yona with a challenging smile, asking if she's not curious about Jin's true identity. Yona firmly states that she doesn't care, emphasizing that Jin saved her, which is more than enough for her. Just then, the telephone rings, grabbing everyone's attention. GA's smirk widens as she says it's time for them to hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller announces that they have news to deliver. As Yeona waits anxiously, GA expresses hope that the caller will reveal information about Jin's identity. The caller responds that the higher-ups have decided that SW Corporation should refrain from any further inquiries into Jin's background. The announcement leaves GA visibly pale, and the guard stunned as well. Her frustration boils over, and she starts yelling at the caller, demanding to know how they can simply let the matter slide. The caller makes it clear that, given the enduring relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they have decided to overlook the caller explains that Jin is estranged from his family due to an unfortunate plane crash and is essentially a young man who has found his way back home. They emphasize that it would be best to let him live his life without further scrutiny. The next day at school, Yona walks in with her escort, catching everyone's attention, including our boys who are curious to see them back after such a long time. Yona suddenly starts looking at them with a direct gaze, which makes Youngchan feel uneasy. She approaches him and simply asks if Jin isn't in school today. Youngchan, looking around for Jin, explains that he was just here, but Jaehyung explains that he just got called to the office a few minutes ago. As Yona and her escort, Sokju, settle into their seats, her escort reveals that the chairman is at the school right now. Yona is surprised to hear that her grandfather is at the school, and wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit, and if Jin might have gone to meet him in the office. In the office, we finally meet the old man we've been hearing so much about. He's thrilled to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously turned down a meeting, so he came by himself to thank him for saving Yona. Our boy responds that there's no need for thanks. He was just trying to rescue his sister, and Yona happened to be there too. The old man acknowledges that he knows, but he still wanted to express his gratitude for saving his granddaughter and apologize for involving his sister. Our boy clears things up again, letting the old man know that he doesn't need to worry about that since Yona has already apologized. The old man stays silent after hearing this, and our boy starts to head into the classroom. That's when Grandpa finally asks if he will become Yeona's bodyguard. Not surprisingly, he flatly refuses, and makes it clear that this isn't something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds our boy that an average teenager couldn't really handle a unit of kidnappers made up of former Special Forces soldiers either. Jin then points out that Yeona already has an internal security team guarding her 24/7. The old man agrees, but says that a security team can't be with her at school, and besides, she wouldn't be able to live normally with a team trailing her all the time. He explains that Seokju was in charge of her security, but the recent incident made him realize he isn't the right person to protect her, so he's thinking of giving the job to our boy. Jin starts to walk away again, saying he can't help. The old man goes quiet for a moment, and then says he wasn't just here to thank him for saving Yeona, he also wanted to thank him for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our boy hears this, he freezes and quickly turns back toward the old man. The old man keeps going with his thanks, saying he's wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, because without our boy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son before he passed away. It's clear that Jin remembers what the old man is talking about, but he stays nonchalant, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was a dangerous job that no one else would take on. Thanks to our boy's success in the mission, he was able to see his son again, and his son spoke about Jin often. The old man reveals that his son was worried and asked him to find out why our boy had become a mercenary. So, the old man tried to track him down but couldn't find any leads. Now, as fate would have it, they're face to face, and he adds that Yeona is his daughter. Jin's mind quickly flashes back to the past, recalling the man mentioning that he had a daughter around his age. Still, Jin makes it clear that he can't be Yeona's bodyguard. However, he adds that he won't turn a blind eye if something happens to her. The old man is a bit taken aback, but then smiles and says that would be more than enough. He then adds that there's one more thing he'd like to request. He points out that he would like to hear Jin's thoughts on the security team at SW. Jin asks what he means, and the old man explains that SW's security team is part of a long-standing and proud tradition, maybe too proud for their own good. They believe that Yeona's recent kidnapping would have been contained even without Jin's help. However, as SW continues to expand, the threats are growing, and their security division is lacking in innovation. The old man wants Jin's honest assessment of their skills, and it will be a paid assignment, of course. Jin lets out a sigh, feeling like all of this is just a drag. He then finally heads back into his classroom. As soon as he enters, Yeona greets him, but he clearly ignores her and walks to his seat as the teacher starts the class for the day. Jin sits quietly in his chair, thinking about the old man's words. He realizes that Yona's father must have died since the old man mentioned he'd seen his son before he passed away. The scene then cuts back to the past. We see Jin as a mercenary, with all the site workers gathered around eating. Jin is munching on some kind of food bar when a voice calls out to him, asking how a kid like him ended up working as a mercenary. It's clear this man is Yona's father, and after he sees our boy's face, he comments that he didn't realize Jin was so young. Jin quickly covers his face and starts to walk away, but the man offers him his platter full of delicious and appetizing food. He tells Jin to throw away his trash and eat this instead, saying that what he eats really matters at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries chat about how their new client seems really wealthy, and explain how they're building roads, a school, and a clinic in the town they're all stationed in. As they chat, Jin listens quietly. While he's on guard duty, the man walks up to him again, offering him a chocolate bar. Jin just looks away. Later that night, the man offers him food once more, but Jin turns away again. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings an umbrella and coat, but Jin refuses them as well. One day, as Jin is packing up his stuff to leave, the same man approaches him again. He says he'll miss having Jin around and invites him to stop by if he can, since they'll be there for at least another month. The man then tosses a bag to Jin, explaining that he's packed some snacks and basic medical supplies inside. Finally, Jin speaks up and asks why he's giving him all this. The question catches the man off guard, and he's surprised to hear Jin speak Korean. He adds that he tried speaking in Jin's language and in English before, but didn't get a response. The man explains that he's giving these things because he has a daughter around Jin's age, and he reminds him of her, so he can't help but worry. Later, we found ourselves in a rundown place where conflict is ongoing. We then see Jin with his fellow mercenary. His fellow informs him that the town where Jin was stationed as a guard has been taken over by a resistance group. He explains that they were waiting for the foreigners to finish their construction so they could take over the buildings, and most of the people at the site had been killed. Jin is jolted out of his flashback by the sudden ringing of the bell, and he notices Yona calling out to him, asking if he's free right now. A while later, they're in the lounging area, where Seokju is bowing his head in respect and offering a late apology in person. Jin tells him there's no need for that, as he understands the reason behind his actions. Yona then says she's pretty sure Jin will deny it, and explains that Grandpa asked her to invite him on his behalf. Jin agrees without hesitation, leaving Yona quite puzzled to see that he actually agrees without protest for the first time. The scene then shifts to Jie, who is gritting her teeth in frustration. She's fuming mad that the higher-ups aren't releasing Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager enters and mentions that the same student has arrived, which shocks Jie a little. In the SW Corporation's men's locker room, Jin is getting suited up in the company's dress code. Seokju asks how Jin ended up landing a job with SW Corporation. The scene transitions to the past, where Jin is reviewing the records of all the security personnel working for SW Corporation. The old man had told him to spend a few days with the team and share his thoughts since arrangements had been made to accommodate him. It should be fairly easy for Jin to get a sense of the program. Back in the present, Jin tells Seokju that he simply wanted to experience what being in the security team is like, so ended up here with a job. Seokju wonders if that means Jin wants to be a bodyguard. Jin then asks if Seokju isn't joining the training. In response, Seokju explains that today's session is for Team 2, and he is part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 escorts Yona exclusively, while Team 2 escorts Ms. Jie and her parents. The scene transitions to a training hall where all the personnel are sitting on the ground. One of the instructors introduces Jin to everyone, explaining that Jin will be joining them for the next few days. He's in the same class as Seokju, and the chairman has allowed him to participate in their program to learn about their field. One of the men raises his hand and asks if Jin is the one who handled the kidnapping situation with Seokju. The senior confirms that he is indeed the same person. Jin introduces himself and thanks everyone for letting him participate. As the students begin their training, we see Yona standing above, observing our boy. Seokju reveals to her that our boy is here because he wanted to experience what it's like to be a bodyguard, or at least that is what Jin told him. Meanwhile, the guards are running down the halls, engaged in their training. As Yona watches our boy, she also notices someone else in the hall, and it's Jie along with her guard. Yona curiously wonders what she is doing there. Meanwhile, Jin is running across the hall with the other soldiers. The senior leading the pack takes a quick look back and sees that Jin is keeping up well, so he decides to pick up the pace, running even more intensely. After several rounds, all the soldiers are completely out of breath, and the senior looks utterly exhausted, as if he might faint any moment. Jin, however, looks as if nothing has happened, taking just a simple, casual breath. The senior reveals to us that they've run enough to make anyone faint, but Jin kept up the whole time, and even looks like he could handle 20 more laps. They move on to other intense exercises, and Jin excels at those as well. From the sidelines, Yona is absolutely blown away by how Jin outperforms everyone, leaving them struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, GA just sneers, saying it's just basic training, and still Team 2 is falling way behind this kid. As our boy stands there, the senior is wondering where in the hell they found this kid. He's questioning if he's been trained somewhere before because he's just too good. Then the senior notices GA standing nearby, and his face goes pale as soon as he makes eye contact with her bodyguard. He realizes he's going to catch flack from Jaye and her bodyguard later for falling behind compared to a high schooler. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand and points out that he's heard this student played a critical role in Miss Yona's rescue, so he wants to test the kid's skills himself. The senior gets angry and asks if he really wants to spar with a high school kid, yelling at his junior for being out of his mind. But the senior finds himself completely blown away when the kid himself volunteers to fight and says he doesn't really mind. The senior, completely at a loss for words, scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. He tells his juniors to get the protective gear for our boy. Before long, our boy is decked out in his gear, and the other guy facing him gets suited up too. Yona wonders if this will be okay, and Seokju points out that it's hard to say, given how tough the other guys are. Even Jie thinks it would be pretty hilarious if this high school kid actually won. She mentions she's heard the kid has extraordinary fighting skills, but her bodyguard assures her that he's still no match for his men, because these guys have been highly trained in all sorts of combat, long before they started working at SW. The senior tells both of them to just take it easy, especially telling his junior to go a bit easy on the kid, and the junior agrees. The senior then tells them to get ready, so the junior takes his stance and reminds our boy that he's not against those chumps he has beaten before, so he better be careful. Our boy doesn't even flinch at the jab, and simply takes his own stance. As soon as the senior signals the start of the fight, the junior lunges at our boy with an incredible burst of speed and swings a punch right at his face, but our boy quickly steps back. The junior swings again with full force, but Jin dodges effortlessly once more. Yona, growing anxious, points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go that hard during a sparring match, but the soldier, however, keeps coming at Jin, swinging his fists left and right. Jin continues to dodge every attack effortlessly. Then, Jin quickly kicks the junior's leg, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, our boy balls up his fist and throws a brutal punch, but the soldier quickly raises his hands to block, avoiding a direct hit. The fatty mocks our boy for his futile attack and gets ready to hit him with a punch of his own, but Jin quickly deflects the incoming fist and counters with a brutal blow right to the bastard's face. That display of power leaves Yona breathless, and even her guard finds it pretty impressive that Jin struck precisely where the fatty's face was exposed. As the fatty writhes in pain, Jin grabs him by the head and delivers a vicious knee smash to his face, leaving him bloody and beginning to collapse to the ground. Jie is absolutely blown away by what just happened, while Jin stands there as the clear winner, with his opponent slumped unconscious on the ground. He removes the protective gear from his head, and both the senior and the other soldiers are stunned by the turn of events. Seokju notes that they were clearly instructed to take it easy, but this was just too intense. Jie speaks up again, questioning if this kid is really the 19-year-old they claimed he was. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is fuming at the top of his head, as Team 2 is part of his crew, and he is not at all happy to see one of his soldiers going down like flies after being beaten by a teenager. The other soldiers drag their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Jin remains the center of attention. By now, the senior has no doubt about Jin's role in saving Yona from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, Jie's bodyguard is giving his soldiers death glares. They're all panicking, especially the senior, who's sweating bullets because he's sure he's in big trouble. Then, another soldier, Baeum Seok Choi, raises his hand and volunteers to spar with Jin too. The senior reminds him that they've already lost to a kid once, and doesn't want to look foolish by losing again. But Baeum Seok, brimming with confidence, says he's really itching to fight Jin after seeing his impressive skills. The senior points out that they can't all just rush at Jin, but Jin says he's totally fine and not exhausted at all. He even adds that he hasn't moved around enough to be tired. This freaks everyone out a bit because after taking down one of their top soldiers, he's practically saying he hasn't even broken a sweat. Seokju lets out a sigh, clearly not surprised by our boy's antics. Baeum Seok finally steps into the ring, face to face with Jin. While stretching his muscles, he casually asks our boy where he learned to fight like that. Jin then asks if Baeum Seok isn't going to wear his headgear, to which the soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need it. He tells Jin to go ahead and use one if he wants to, but Jin was only asking for the guy's sake. He doesn't care about headgear here either, so he just tosses it aside, surprising Byum-seok and even Yeon-ah. That's when Byum-seok starts getting cocky, calling Jin a punk and saying he likes his spirit. Ji-ae then curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. In response, he admits they made the mistake of underestimating Jin earlier, but he's confident they can take him down now. He takes major pride in his men who train tirelessly every single day. Not to mention, our boy is about to face the ace of the team this time. Ji-ae cracks a smile, eagerly anticipating how Byum-seok will handle Jin. Meanwhile, Yeona's bodyguard is starting to think Jin might actually lose this round. In a weapon-free fight like this, it all boils down to physical strength, and Byum-seok Choi is a jacked-up dude. There's no telling what kind of rigorous training Jin has had, but nothing can make up for the raw strength Byum-seok is rocking. As the fight begins, Byum-seok, full of bravado, takes his stance and swings at Jin, but our boy casually sidesteps the punch with ease. Jin tries to land a punch on Byum-seok, but this dude isn't here to mess around. He dodges Jin's attack quickly and counters with a punch of his own. Jin also tilts to the side to save him and throws another punch, but Byum-seok grabs Jin's fist and smirks. He acknowledges that Jin's punch is stronger than he expected based on his appearance, but Jin isn't interested in mid-fight chit-chat. He throws another punch, but Byum-seok blocks it effortlessly. He gives Jin props for his great timing, but smirks and scoffs that no one can break his guard with pesky blows like that, but that's where he's dead wrong. Jin quickly swings his leg and lands a solid kick to Byum-seok's thigh. The cocky guy is now totally stunned, and the senior's jaw practically hits the floor to see our boy making a hardcore comeback. Then Jin follows up with another brutal kick to Byum-seok's leg. By now, Byum-seok is absolutely fuming and throws a punch in a fit of frustration, but Jin calmly takes his stance and lands a nasty whack to Byum-seok's chin, followed by a few more blows that leave the cocky guy clenching his teeth in frustration. Byum-seok tries to swing at Jin again, but our boy deflects it with some slick ninja-like moves. Then, he delivers a solid slap to Byum-seok's throat, making him cough up and spit. With a heavy thud, the once muscular guy drops to his knees. The first shocked face we see is Yeona's, quickly followed by Ji-ae and her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jin just stands there while the muscular guy coughs violently on the ground. Yeona's bodyguard is blown away by how strategically Jin broke Byum-seok's upper guard. By striking his knee and then immediately going for the neck, he effectively narrowed the gap in their physical strength. Further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Byum-seok's advantages. Jin then asks if anyone else is itching for a throwdown, but it's clear no one's eager to step forward. That's when the senior chimes in, telling Jin he shouldn't go for the neck or knees when sparring. Jin, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring and apologizes if he broke any since he wasn't aware. The senior quickly clarifies that there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt like mentioning. Deep down, the senior feels like he is just trying to save his sorry face after getting his butt handed over by a high schooler. After witnessing the entire battle, Ji-ae is absolutely certain that it wasn't just a stroke of luck that Jin was able to rescue Yeon-a, and she wants her bodyguard's take on the matter. The man, clearly pissed off after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, reluctantly admits that from basic training to serious combat, Jin excels in every aspect. Ji-ae smiles thoroughly at this and then quickly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is startled, especially Yeon-a, who has no clue what Ji-ae even means by that. Ji-ae then walks over to Jin and reminds him that since he's here to experience real security duties, it's finally time to see what it's like to be a real bodyguard. Jin listens intently as she explains that since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she's looking forward to his service. Yeon-a, however, can tell from a mile away that this woman is cooking up something shady. The next scene takes us into one of the offices inside SW Corp, where we meet the grandpa, who's with a suited guy. This suited guy is amazed that Jin is in the same class as Yeon-a. He explains that he learned about Jin's background during their research, but it's still a shock to see that codename Jin is actually this young kid. The suited guy adds that Jin's name only came to light a few years ago, which means he was even younger when he first gained recognition. He just can't wrap his head around how this kid could be the same ruthless individual he's heard about. The scene then shifts back to the locker room, where Jin is finally suited up in a real bodyguard outfit, and he looks seriously badass. Evening has arrived, and we find Diane and her grandpa together. The old man asks her if Jin is still out with friends. In response, she explains that Jin had to take care of something and said he'd be a little late. The grandpa is concerned, saying Jin shouldn't stay out too late. He's sure Jin will be fine, but if he runs into any trouble with hooligans late at night, it could be a problem. The next scene shows the two defeated soldiers who were getting pretty cocky before fighting Jin. They're now getting an earful from their superior, and everyone is feeling ashamed after getting their butts kicked by Jin. The senior is so livid his veins are practically bulging, and he makes it crystal clear that they're about to face training like they've never seen before. The soldiers' faces fall when they hear this, and the senior lets out a sigh of relief that they didn't get chewed out by their boss today. Meanwhile, Yona is absolutely blown away when she sees Jin stepping out in his bodyguard uniform, looking like he's about to hit the town for a date. Even GA is really pleased to see him, and those defeated soldiers can't help but feel a bit jealous of our boy. As we head outside the building, Jin and two other guards are escorting GA. There are several other guards as well, making sure she gets into her luxurious Bentley without any issues. Once she's inside, the guards follow, while Jin stands outside until the senior bodyguard tells him to just get in the car. With that command, Jin takes a seat in the back alongside Yona. Once inside, he notices how two guards are always at GA's side. Out of the blue, GA asks our boy if he's ever thought about singing or acting as a career. She explains that one of the SW subsidiaries she runs is an entertainment agency, which is where they're headed right now. Jin, however, simply states that he's not interested. She then asks him why he's interested in becoming a bodyguard. As soon as our guy hears this, he realizes these folks probably don't know the real reason behind his involvement, so he just goes with the flow and says he wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then gives him props, saying he's pretty good at this job. Judging by how well he did in training today and how easily he beat the guards in Team 2, she's impressed. But when his bodyguard hears about his Team 2's defeat, he's absolutely livid, turning red with anger. He's embarrassed to get reminded that his team got trounced by a high schooler. On the other hand, Jin points out that he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold back because he's just an inexperienced kid, so he had a greater advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's pretty sure he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges the situation, but deep down, she thought Jin would be more boastful about beating working guards. Turns out he's not like that at all. Meanwhile, the bodyguard is blown away by how our boy has thought through everything so well. A while later, they finally reach their destination. In that other SW Corporation building, we see she's sitting in her office, while our boy and the senior bodyguard are standing outside. The senior is amazed that after standing there for an hour, our boy hasn't even flinched. So out of curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy simply looks at him and stays silent. The senior asks again where he picked up those moves from the sparring session, because this isn't something you can just pull off by luck. In response, Jin just says he learned on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer really ruffles the senior bodyguard's feathers, who wasn't expecting such a brush-off. His answer wasn't too far from the truth. The scene then transitions to his past, showing how he really did learn these skills on the streets. We see him running alongside his buddy while a hail of bullets rains down from behind. He's climbing ropes to reach the treetops in harsh weather and facing off against highly trained soldiers and killers, but he never flinches. Once they head out again, their car zooms down the highway. GA asks if he's feeling all right since it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds it odd because it's his first day on the job for this line of work. But he confirms once again that this is indeed his first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on how this is typical of our boy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the route, and hasn't shown any signs of being affected, even when they deliberately skipped dinner to test him. It's as if he's fully aware that these things can happen in security work. He never budged from his position until he was instructed to do so. Suddenly, Jin notices something serious up ahead. There's a truck coming, and the driver inside looks either drunk or sleepy. It's hard to tell. What is clear is that the truck veers out of its lane and heads straight for the car Jin and Jae are in. The truck skids across the road and crashes into their car. Once the car comes to a stop, the bodyguards from the other car rushes over. The airbags have deployed, and the senior bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asking if Jie is all right, and what he sees there blows his mind. Jin has managed to hold Jie close, saving her just in time to avoid the worst of the crash. The bodyguard is amazed that Jin could react so quickly and protect her in that split second before impact, but then Jie yanks herself away from Jin and creates some distance. The other bodyguard rushes to her, asking if she's okay. The other guards quickly gather around to discuss what just happened. One of them reports that the truck driver was definitely drunk. The junior guard adds that the driver appears unconscious, and they're currently pulling him out of the vehicle. The senior guard tells everyone to call an ambulance, secure the driver, and make sure to get to the bottom of this incident. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jie looks at Jin, who's sitting quietly. She's startled and asks if he's okay. Jin simply nods in affirmation, but Jae points out that he might have been hurt and suggests he should come with them to the hospital to get checked out. Instead of responding to this, Jin reminds her that she should always wear her seatbelt, even when sitting in the back seat. Seems like this is not what she was expecting to hear at such a critical moment, so she has no clue how to respond to this brutal truth bomb. Back at home, Daeyeon is busy preparing some delicious food, and Jin also walks into the living room and asks if she's making lunch. She responds that she's cooking for Grandpa and will save some for him to have later too. Jin reminds her that Grandpa is already at work. Daeyeon explains she plans to take it to his workplace, just like she used to visit him there often, but hasn't ever since our boy came back home. Jin decides to tag along with her and seals the deal with a warm smile. Later, in the bustling city, we find Grandpa happily chatting with his fellow officer. The officer is teasing him, asking if he won the lottery or something since he looks so cheerful since returning from vacation. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks what he means. The officer points out that he just looks unusually happy lately. Grandpa is confused by the teasing, and his friend further reveals that apartment 703 just gave them some snacks to share. He's told to drop by to grab him after his shift. Grandpa replies that he'll come by after he finishes sorting out the recycling. As the old man starts shoving down the trash into the bins, he reflects that he might have let himself get too excited about Jin's return, to the point where others have started to notice his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears some commotion. He sees a thug slam on the brakes in the middle of the road and get out of his car. Another person behind him tells him to move his car instead of blocking the road, but this cocky guy just gets out of his sports car, holding 2 disposable glasses. With a smug attitude, he uses every name in the book to tell the other guy to shut up, saying he'll be back in a minute after tossing these glasses. The man in the car is visibly scared by the thug's attitude. The thug strides over to Grandpa and drops the 2 disposable glasses into the dustbin, but he's so careless that they just fall to the ground instead of making it into the bin, leaving Grandpa with extra work. The old promptly picks up the scattered trash. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend, who's still in the car, tells her boyfriend to throw this bag of trash as well. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and throws it from a distance, not bothering to walk over to the bin. As expected, Grandpa ends up picking up the mess left behind by the inconsiderate duo. The thug zooms out of the place in his car, and just as Grandpa is busy putting the garbage to its rightful place, he hears a familiar voice and turns to find his children arriving to visit him. Although Grandpa is thrilled to see his children, he still asks what they're doing there. They reveal they brought lunch for him, but he insists they shouldn't have gone to the trouble. He can just buy something nearby. Daeyeon looks around and notices Grandpa is sorting out the recycling. He agrees, saying it's better to take care of it before it piles up and gets out of hand. The charming girl offers to help with the job, but Grandpa quickly tells her she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Daeyeon, however, has already made up her mind and brushes off his concern, saying she'll just wash them later. So they start sorting out the trash, with our hero quietly standing behind, beaming with happiness to be with the family. After a while, we see the girls blushing while looking in a certain direction. It wouldn't be surprising if they're admiring our boy's handsome face. In the background, we catch sight of Mr. Cha and his lackey, who have finally been discharged from the hospital and have been walking out from his apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up when his eyes wanders at front and spots our boy sorting out some trash, and he has no clue what the hell he is doing there. Cha's lackey recognizes the old man and realizes he's the grandpa they saw when they went to get the kid. Hearing this, Cha quickly pieces it together and figures out that the girl must be our boy's sister. Seeing our boy smiling so warmly, Cha finds it fascinating that he knows how to smile after all, and he can finally see that he really does look like an average teenager. The lackey suggests they go over and say hello, but Cha decides against it, saying guys like them usually just end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he decides they should grab a bite to eat. We then see the sweet family having their lunch in the park. The 3 of them are enjoying themselves, eating and chatting away. Once they're done, Dan waves goodbye and they decide to head out. Once the evening strikes, the old grandpa is also done with his duty and walks to his home while smiling pleasantly. Then, he notices that same Corvette he had seen in the noon when that thug came to throw that trash. The old man approaches the thug and reminds him that parking there isn't allowed because it blocks the entry and creates a hazard for children, so he suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug sneers and asks why he should listen to an old guy like him, making it clear he'll park his damn car wherever he wants. The old man tries to reason with him, but the blonde woman beside the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard and wonders if he's trying to get fired. The old man keeps his smile and calmly explains that he knows he's paid by the residents, which is why he's asking them to park elsewhere to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug scoffs and says he won't park in the tiny parking lot because if another car scratches his, who's going to reimburse him for the damages? Grandpa is left without an answer, and the blonde woman sneers, doubting that Grandpa could cover the cost of the car. That's when Mr. Cha's lackey grabs the thug by the neck from behind. With a terrifying tone, he asks if this thug has no manners when speaking to his elders. The stupid head groans in pain and demands to know who's behind him. Cha's lackey leans in with a face that could scare ghosts and simply asks why he wants to know. The thug is absolutely terrified by the look Cha's lackey is giving him. The lackey yanks the thug away and tells him to shut up and move his car. He makes it clear that if he ever catches him giving this gentleman trouble again, he's going to make sure both of them get a serious beatdown. The disgusting couple quickly hops into their car and speeds away. Cha's lackey then smiles at the old man and asks if he's all right. Grandpa, unsure how to respond, simply says, "Thank you." The man then reminds Grandpa that Jin is his friend and that he saw Jin working with the old man earlier today. Grandpa's mind perks up and remembers that this man is the same guy who came to their home one day to meet Jin. The scene cuts to Mr. Cha's turf, where the lackey meets up with his boss. Cha's in good spirits despite his fractured hand, glad he can still enjoy a drink with his other hand. The lackey mentions that if he hadn't stepped in, Grandpa would have had even more trouble from that little punk. Cha chuckles and gives his friend a nod for his solid work, noting how disrespectful punks can be these days. Suddenly, Jin barges in abruptly, and he looks quite terrifying at first glance. Cha immediately starts sweating to see our guy this serious, because Jin is the last person he would want to mess with. He asks Jin why he's giving them this insane look. By the way, we've been referring to this man as Cha's lackey for a while now, since we don't know his name yet. Let's give him one and call him Muscle Man. Jin pulls out his phone and shows a selfie of Muscle Man with Grandpa. Grandpa also had told our boy that one of his friends lives in the apartment where he works. Muscle Man starts blushing, feeling pretty pleased as well as embarrassed with himself. Meanwhile, Jin looks absolutely furious and asks Muscle Man if this is some kind of threat. Cha and his lackey are terrified that Jin is taking this the wrong way, and they definitely don't want to get on the bad side of our MC. As our boy's anger boils over, Muscle Man starts to stagger and quickly tries to explain that it's just a gesture of goodwill, begging Jin to listen before taking any action. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where GA is asking her guard how the kid is doing. The guard remains silent for a moment, but then points out that the kid should be finishing up his training session with Team 3. GA then asks if Jin was taken to the hospital to get checked out, and what the doctor said. The bodyguard reports that Jin had a few bruises, but nothing serious to worry about. GA reflects on how Jin saved her just in time, and we can tell that she has a soft spot in her heart for him. She tells her bodyguard to check in on Jin just in case, as you never know what symptoms might develop after a car accident. She's concerned that if the media finds out the crash was staged and Jin gets hurt, it could create a real problem. Well, I already had a hunch from the start that the accident was staged because they just wanted to assess Jin's caliber. We then see Jin again, donning his school uniform back. Seokju asks him what's going on, noting that Jin seemed to be holding back compared to his last session. Jin points out that he does not want to get on the bad side of everyone. He then asks Seokju why he's still hanging out with the security team, since he initially thought Seokju had already finished his security training and moved on. Seokju sighs and explains that, contrary to what Jin might have heard, he was never an official guard. He only started because of his family and because he grew up with Yeona. Since he was good at being a bodyguard, he stuck with it. He admits that after seeing how Jin rescued Yeona from kidnappers, he realized he's not as skilled as he thought he was and felt he needed to improve. Seokju mentions that he got all his training from SW, but is curious about where Jin learned his moves. Because he seems like a trained professional, Jin simply responds that he learned it on the streets where he used to live. Seokju senses that Jin isn't telling the full truth, but decides not to press him further. After they finish preparing in the men's locker room and head out, they find Yeona standing outside, eavesdropping. Jin doesn't bother to engage with her and continues walking, but Yeona quickly speaks up, asking if he's not planning to try more field work today. Jin looks confused, and Yeona blushes as she explains that she thinks it would be a good opportunity to hang out, and it won't take too long. Jin remains silent, and both her guard and Seokju stay quiet as well, after hearing her odd wish. Later, a bunch of guards are stationed outside while Yeona and Jin stop by a stall to grab some food. Yeona excitedly explains that she missed cup noodles and triangle kimbaps so much while she was in the US. As Jin looks at his triangle kimbaps, he has a flashback to an unpleasant memory where his food fell out of the wrapper and hit the ground. Seokju looks a bit bewildered by the rundown spot they've chosen for eating. Yana notices and asks Jin if he's not going to eat anything. Our boy then replies that he doesn't think he should eat with her since he's supposed to be guarding her. Yana is startled by this, and Seokju quickly explains that Team 3 is responsible for escorting Yana right now, and their job is to blend in as her companions while guarding her from close by. Yana charmingly agrees and tells everyone to just dig into the food. Meanwhile, Seokju reflects on how Yana picked the convenience store near his home on purpose because she knew he would decline if she took him somewhere nicer. Yana then brings up the accident that happened while Jin was escorting Jae and asks if he's okay. Jin replies that he's fine, all while staring at his triangle kimbaps inside the packaging. Yana then asks if Jae gave him a hard time, noting that Jae is known for being super demanding and harsh. In response, Jin simply says everything went smoothly. Yana finds this hard to believe, as it doesn't sound like Jae at all. She comments that Jae only smiles when she's insulting others. As they chat, Jin looks at Yana's pleasant personality and finds himself drifting back into his memories. He remembers her father, utterly exhausted and injured, with Jin himself panting heavily, gun in hand, scanning for enemies. Her father tells him to leave him behind, saying that at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he's saved today, he won't live much longer. He reassures Jin not to feel bad about abandoning an injured man, because he's just glad that Jin stayed to help when everyone else refused. The father's only regret is not being able to see his daughter's face one last time before he dies. Jin tells him to stop being sad about it, and insists that since he is still alive, he should just stand up and go see his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's words, feeling a glimmer of hope even in this despairing situation. The story picks up right where we left off, and as the flashback fades, Jin turns to Yana and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl is startled to hear this, and repeats his question, asking if he means just the two of them. Jin responds positively, so Seokju decides to step away, saying he'll give them some space. Once Seokju is out of earshot, Yana asks what's going on, and why Jin suddenly wants to talk privately. In response, Jin drops this name, Inguksen. Yana quickly catches on that Inguksen is her father's name, and she is now even more confused why Jin is bringing this up out of the blue. Jin then asks Yana what her father was like. Yana looks puzzled because she is not quite sure where Jin is going with this. She eventually sighs and explains that her father was a busy man who spent a lot of time working overseas. They weren't very close because they barely saw each other. She goes on to tell him that her father fell ill, and the doctors told him he didn't have much time left. Despite the bad news, he kept working and ended up falling sick while abroad. She still doesn't understand why someone would choose to spend their last days working instead of being with loved ones. She was on her way to see him because he couldn't manage the flight back home, but he passed away before she arrived. She further continues, explaining that her father worked himself to death without ever having one last moment with his daughter, and if she's being honest, she admits that she still resents him for that. She is still not sure why Jin is asking about her father, but she claims that she would not have opened up if our boy had not saved her from the kidnappers back then. Once again, Jin's mind flashes back to a construction site. Her father is talking to him again. He says he's doing all this because he wants to help, and as a parent himself, he felt compelled to do something for these children because it was the only way he could face his daughter. He admits he hadn't been a good father, and if he had known sooner, he would have spent more time with her. To him, family is more important than anything else in the world. Back in the present, Jin reveals to Yona that she was the reason her father worked until the very end. This news shocks the girl, and she asks him what on earth he's talking about. Jin then explains that he's here to deliver the final request of his client. He reveals that her father wanted to tell her that he wanted to see her one last time before he died, and that he's sorry he couldn't make it happen. These are the words her father wanted Jin to deliver to her. We flash back once again into the past, where her father tells Jin that this is an official job, and he must carry it out no matter what. He further says that whether he lives or dies, Jin will be the one to deliver this message to her. Yona is stunned to hear that Jin met her father before he passed away. After dropping this bombshell, Jin simply grabs his bag and begins to walk away, leaving Yona wide-eyed. Tears start to well up in her eyes as she wonders if her father really did say those words. It seems like Jin is also going through his own development arc and has finally begun to understand something he didn't realize back then. He's starting to see the meaning behind the request he assigned to fulfill. You see, whenever Yona's father tried to offer anything to Jin, it wasn't about making himself feel better, but rather, it was simply because he wanted to protect Jin. The father simply made that request to get Jin away from the battlefield because he was trying to do what he could to help him. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings, and Jin quickly opens the door, only to find his senior, Major Kang, standing there. Later, they sit down in the living room at the dining table, and Jin's grandpa is thrilled to finally meet Major Kang in person after only talking on the phone before. Major Kang apologizes for not coming sooner to say hello. He explains that he returned to Korea with Jin, but wanted to give him some time to reconnect with his family first. Grandpa finds it surprising that Major was here in Korea all along, and states that he was eager to thank him in person. He remarks on how shocked he was to learn about all the things Major Kang had done for Jin. Earlier, the old man had thought Kang was just an embassy employee, not the very person who brought Jin home. Major Kang happily explains that they wouldn't have survived without Jin's help either. Well, it's actually true, and Kang reflects on how Jin essentially brought them back from hell, and he couldn't be more grateful about it. On the other hand, Grandpa nods in respect and says that Jin might never have made it back home if it weren't for Major Kang. He admits it's a bit late, but he thanks Kang again for everything he's done. Major Kang starts to sweat and looks a bit anxious, quickly waving off the thanks and saying there's no need for it. Nevertheless, Grandpa is curious and asks how a military officer ended up meeting Jin. Major Kang feels confused initially, as he is not sure what to say, but soon collects himself and explains that Jin was their guide when they were deployed overseas. He got them out of a tough spot, and Kang says they definitely wouldn't have made it out alive without Jin's help. Grandpa then invites Major Kang to stay for lunch, noting that it's almost noon. Major Kang happily agrees, and as he munches on some fruit, he turns to the little girl and asks if she's Jin's sister. The girl gets a bit frantic, but quickly confirms with a yes, and Kang gives her a warm smile and tells her that being Jin's younger sister makes her like a younger sister to him as well. So he jokingly adds that now she's got two stylish bros to hang out with. How cool is that? The little girl feels a bit awkward, but musters up a polite response. After all, she's just a 17-year-old trying her best to be courteous, while a 36-year-old man is trying a little too hard to be hip. As noon arrives, the table is loaded with food, all thanks to Grandpa's high-paying job as a security guard. Major Kang dives into the food with enthusiasm, eating so fast that Grandpa feels bewildered and tells him there's no need to rush. Major Kang apologizes and explains that he's just too excited because he can't remember the last time he had a nice home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then asks if Kang's mother is no longer with him. Kang replies that she's alive but not very good at cooking. He and his father prefer to eat out instead, which spares them the awkwardness of pretending to enjoy her food. Kang gets a bit emotional and adds that the mess hall was the best part of being in the military, and he knows that sounds a bit tragic. Both Grandpa and the girl give an awkward smile, while Jin quietly continues eating his food, being the good guy he is. In the next scene, Jin and Major Kang are hanging out outside. Kang expresses his happiness at seeing Jin and mentions that the other boys also fondly remember him. Jin's mind flashes back to all the pleasant memories of his fellow juniors being kind to him, and a genuine smile spreads across his face. He then asks his senior what brings him here all of a sudden. Kang explains that he was out on business and thought he'd stop by to see his junior since he had a few days off after finishing his assignment. He's really glad to see that Grandpa and Jin's little sister seem so nice. Jin smiles back to hear this, and Major Kang beams back at him with the same energy. As the senior stands up to leave, Jin asks if he's heading out already. Kang nods, saying it's already a bit late. Major Kang further states that he would love nothing more than to sit and catch up, but he has to go meet his fiancée. This news takes Jin by surprise, and he asks if his senior has gotten engaged already. Kang confirms this, and Jin is left staring, unsure how to respond. Seeing Jin's flat reaction, Kang gets a bit agitated and annoyingly asks if Jin is jealous of his senior finally finding someone. Jin quickly denies it, while Kang explains that it's a bit of an old-fashioned arrangement since their parents set them up. He admits he's kind of glad about it, especially since he's always too busy with assignments to date much. As Kang waves goodbye, he tells Jin to take care of himself. Just as he's about to leave, Kang suddenly stops and calls out to Jin. Our boy quickly responds to the senior's call, and Kang cryptically asks if he has found the answers he was looking for. To understand what Kang is referring to, the scene flashes back to a time when Jin asked his senior about what family is all about. At that moment, Kang found the question really hard to answer and remained silent. Back in the present, Jin confirms that he still doesn't fully understand what family is all about, but he's starting to get a sense of it. Kang is pleased to hear this and gives Jin a heartfelt goodbye. We then return to the SW Corp, where GA apologizes to her visitor for calling him at the last minute, explaining that she didn't have enough time to see him elsewhere. Well, to everyone's surprise, the visitor appears to be Major Kang himself, and he quickly reassures her that there's no problem at all. In fact, he's the one who called her out of the blue and is just glad she could spare some time for him. As she takes her seat, she comments that she's heard Major Kang has been dispatched overseas a lot lately, so it must be quite busy for him. The man scratches his head and modestly says he's sure he's not as busy as she is, as he's just scrambling around trying to be useful. She tells him not to be so modest, knowing well how tight his schedule is. Kang grins sheepishly in response, while she thinks to herself that she never imagined she'd she'd end up with a military man, and they wouldn't have even met if their parents hadn't arranged it. She then wonders how many times they've seen each other, and Kang responds that it's exactly 14 times. She then points out that this much time is just far too little given the fact that they had been engaged for over a year. She then remembers another thing, and she states that she has a favor to ask. The man quickly perks up and tells her to just say the words. That is when she slides across the profile of our boy, and when he looks at the document, she points out that it's about this boy in the picture, and she wants him to look into his records. Of course, Kang doesn't need to look into anything since he already knows everything about Jin, but he remains silent about it. She then mentions that this boy is Yona's class fellow, and that they've discovered Jin's records are fake. She's been trying to investigate it herself, but the authorities won't let her, so she thought it might be better to leave it in Kang's hands. Kang, however, apologizes and makes it clear that he won't beat around the bush, and he can't help her with this. GA's eyes widen in surprise, and she remains silent for a moment. Then she turns her head away, a bit annoyed, and tells him that if he doesn't want to tell her anything, he doesn't need to get all dramatic about it. The poor guy trembles with anxiety and nervousness, as he surely doesn't want to upset her. A few days later, Jin receives a phone call informing him that Major Kang and his men, who were on a mission, have now gone missing. The scene flashes to Major Kang and his soldiers, carefully treading their way with guns pointed. But then, we also see the enemy soldiers in the woods somewhere. One of the enemy soldiers reports that Kang and his team have been driven into the target zone. The boss flashes a big grin to hear this pleasant news, and he is looking forward to hunting them down. Back with Jin, he asks the caller if Major Kang is in danger. The caller confirms that Kang is indeed in danger. And by the way, the one who called our boy is Yeona's grandfather and SW Corporation's director. According to their sources, Major Kang and his men were ambushed by armed forces during their mission. They're being chased by the enemy and are forced to engage in combat. Meanwhile, the military is preparing to extricate Major Kang and his troops. The director further explains that he's sharing this information because he knows Jin has a close relationship with Major Kang. Jin quickly catches on and realizes that if the director felt the need to inform him, it likely means the chances of Kang's survival aren't very promising. The old man sadly agrees, saying he called Jin to prepare him for the worst. Jin remains silent, and the caller advises him not to jump to any rash conclusions and to leave the matter in the hands of the military. He reminds Jin to keep in mind that he has a family to think about now. At the end, our boy agrees and ends the call. As he stands there, his mind flashes back to memories with Major Kang. In the infirmary, Kang, with a big grin, reminds his fellow soldiers that he had already told them that Jin was Korean, and indeed he is. The other injured soldiers happily chime in, and they all find it really hard to believe, and they wonder if Jin has actually gotten his memories back. Once Jin was sitting alone, Major Kang approached him and told him to take his time and not force himself to remember anything. He then asked Jin if Lee Jin-yu was his real name, which Jin confirmed right away. In another memory, Jin and his colleagues are in the game room, struggling to win a single game. The atmosphere is lighthearted and filled with despair as they continue to lose one game after another. In one particularly vivid memory, Major Kang comes rushing in with excitement and hastily reveals to Jin that they have found his family. He explains that they discovered Jin has a grandfather and a younger sister. Our boy remains quiet and seemingly unshocked, but his other friends are overjoyed. They smile and congratulate him warmly, and they are happy for him that he will be now able to lead a normal life once again. In the present moment, Jin feels a pang of sadness from the news about Major Kang. He's lost in his thoughts when Dae-hyun calls him for dinner, and Grandpa reminds him to hurry before the food gets cold. Jin finally exits his room and stands silently. The others are puzzled to see his unusual behavior and ask if he's not going to take his seat. Jin snaps out of his contemplation and eagerly sits down next to his sister. As they settle in, Grandpa shares that the other guards are envious that his grandkids come to eat with him. Dae-hyun finds it odd that anyone would be jealous about that and assumes all kids visit their grandparents. But sadly, the old man shares that's not the case, and none of the other grandkids visit as often as she does. Dae-hyun is pleasantly surprised and excitedly declares that she'll visit again soon with lunchboxes. Meanwhile, Jin isn't quite in sync with the current mood. He suddenly calls out to Grandpa, who asks what's on his mind. Jin asks how Grandpa feels about helping someone who once helped him. The old man thinks for a moment and replies that there's no simple answer. It depends on the nature of the help he received and how he can offer assistance in return. What is clear is that the person who helped you had a lot more to lose and didn't expect anything in return while helping. He further explains explains that the true value of a kind deed is not measurable, and eventually Jin will find that there will come a time when he needs to repay someone for their kindness. All in all, if you can't help someone entirely, you should at least try his best to return the favor. Grandpa starts feeling a bit embarrassed after his heartfelt words, and apologizes if he rambled too much because he's not the best at putting perspectives into words. Jin simply responds that he understands everything very well, and is genuinely glad to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man looks unsure from where all this flattery is coming from, but he thanks his grandson and states that hearing Jin's words means a lot to him. Suddenly, Dae-hyun notices her brother looking at her, and Jin also tells her that he's also glad to have a sister like her. Dae-hyun goes silent for a moment, then blushes deeply because she is not the type to handle this much flattery all at once. Later, once Jin gets into the room, he talks to his senior and lets him know that he is going to help Major Kang, and he appeals to his senior to please make any arrangements if he can. It seems like the director isn't too sure about sending our guy into the fight, but it looks like he doesn't really have a choice. The next scene cuts back to the woods, where we see Major Kang completely exhausted, taking deep breaths to catch his breath. He then instructs everyone to rest for a bit, and tells one of the soldiers, Seok-yoon, to scan the perimeter, while Ji-seok and Su-cheol are sent to check how close the enemy is. One of the soldiers speaks up, mentioning that everyone is pretty wiped out, and Gwang-sik has lost a lot of blood, but the senior responds that they've got to reach the next checkpoint to wait for rescue. The soldier asks if they can even make it since they're almost out of rations. The senior feels agitated and begins gritting his teeth. The scene then cuts to the enemy base, where one of their soldiers reports to the boss Kang's party is close to giving up. The boss says he's impressed they've lasted this long, and he admits that he would have suffered greater losses if Kang's party would not be burdened with protecting civilians. Plus, Major Kang in his time is also unfamiliar to this land as well, which gives this eye patch bastard an edge in this fight. Suddenly, the man's eye begins to throb under his eye patch, and he can't help but feel agitated as the image of our boy flashes through his mind. Looks like our guy is the one who took this bastard's eye. Later, we see a plane zooming through the skies, and inside, our boy sits in his soldier uniform, gun in hand. It's clear he's familiar with the land he's headed to. You see, this region is known as Grian, one of the places where Jin had operated as a mercenary before. Before he boarded the plane, the director's assistant explained that Major Kang and his men were deployed to extricate a group of researchers, gathering data on the region's minerals. The rescue mission was successfully underway, but then the troops were ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned that they've prepared the list of items our boy requested, and the military forces of both nations have agreed to assist in securing his passage to the region. Lastly, the director himself asks our boy one final question, inquiring if he's absolutely sure about his decision, and Jin quickly replies that he is. With that, we're back in the plane, and the sirens start blaring as they reach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our boy to jump into action. The scene cuts to the school where the lecture is going as usual. Our beta bullies are slacking off, and not surprisingly, young Chan is busy taking notes. Yona, on the other hand, is puzzled, and wondering why Jin isn't in class and hasn't responded to her messages. We're back in the woods again. As our guy moves cautiously, he spots bullet cartridges scattered around. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kang hasn't made it to the second foothold, but after seeing the remnant of the battles here, he figures that the Major might have moved on to the third foothold from the second foothold already. Meanwhile, in the woods, soldiers are exchanging heavy fire. Major Kang is reloading his magazine while the enemy keeps up a relentless barrage. One of the enemy soldiers is even armed with an RPG. Seeing this, Kang is momentarily shocked, but he does not waste any time and quickly takes aim at the soldier with the RPG and fires, hitting him right in the head. The RPG also detonates for some reason after the soldier is shot in the head, creating a massive explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers are down, and Major Kang and his squad continue their relentless barrage of bullets. Once all the current soldiers are dealt with, those hiding behind hesitate to advance and eventually retreat. Kang quickly calls for a status report. The soldier reports that no one else has been injured, but their ammunition is running low. It's hard to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another skirmish. Kang then asks how far the next foothold is. The soldier replies it's about 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kang isn't thrilled to hear this, because covering that distance on foot with civilians and wounded men, especially in such a dense jungle, is far from easy. The soldier also notes that the enemy seems to be using a pattern of ambush and retreat instead of launching a full-on attack. Kang grits his teeth after realizing that the enemy is deliberately trying to wear him down from the start, and they are even ready to sacrifice as many men as it takes to achieve their objective. He reflects that these men aren't fighting like trained soldiers, but are being strategically deployed by someone skilled in tactics. The attack seemed random at first, but after a few skirmishes, Kang noticed a pattern. The enemy's pursuit forced him to retreat from the first foothold to the second, and now they're driving him back from the second foothold as well. Also, the enemy is chasing him down as if they are already familiar with the path. His best option now is to defend the third foothold and hope that the rescue party arrives in time. No matter what it takes, Kang is determined to get his men back home safely. Back at the enemy base camp, a soldier reports to his leader that the enemy is following the predicted course, and he has already positioned the troops to block their way. The man with the eye patch grins, not surprised by this development. After all, there aren't many routes the enemy could have taken. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the tent, asking how many more of his men will have to die needlessly. He questions why the eye patch guy won't just let them charge in full force instead of sacrificing themselves just to retreat. The eye patch then shoots this mercenary a deathly glare, causing him to tremble and fall silent immediately. The eye patch's aura becomes even more intimidating as he explains that they are up against a highly experienced special forces unit, and charging at them without a strategic maneuver would have already decimated all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory to call their own. But then, the eye patch man starts smiling again and returns to his normal behavior. He assures his mercenary friend that none of them will matter to him from this point onward. With those chilling words, someone shoots the poor man in the head and he falls to the ground. I guess he really won't have to worry about anything from now on. The leader exits his tent, and we see that other members of the mercenary group have also been captured. He finally gives the green light to hunt down Major Kang and his party, but also orders his soldiers to dispose of these useless fools before they go. A while later, we see Kang's party, all looking exhausted. One of the soldiers comments that they've covered half the distance and will definitely reach the foothold on time if they keep this pace. Kang decides to stay on guard and slow their pace slightly. You see, the enemy knows this terrain well, but they don't, and they're aware of the exact path Kang's party is taking right now. Back with the eye patch man, he's practically brimming with joy. He's reveling in the hunt and eagerly anticipates the moment he'll capture his prey, just when they think they've escaped. He can barely contain his excitement, imagining how the fools will feel when they realize they've been screwed from the start. He's so thrilled that he orders his soldiers to inform the others that their prey will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, Kang and his party make their way through the terrain and come across the slaughtered bodies of the mercenaries scattered on the ground. Every one of them is dead, and Kang is left bewildered, with no clue about what's happening. It seems like our boy is the one who took all those soldiers down. Back at the enemy base, a soldier delivers some bad news to the leader. Apparently, the Alpha unit was waiting for the ambush, but they've lost contact with them. The boss is jolted in shock, demanding to know how this could possibly be true. The soldier explains that they've tried multiple times to reach the Alpha unit but have been unsuccessful. The eye patch man grits his teeth in frustration and angrily asks about the Delta unit, demanding to know if they are right behind the Alpha unit. The soldier replies that the Delta unit is closing in on the target, with almost 2 kilometers left to go. The boss orders his men to get in touch with the Delta unit and ensure they catch the prey no matter what. But then, he decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is set up, he tells the Delta unit to report back. The man from the Delta unit reports back promptly, saying they're under heavy fire. The big boss is absolutely stunned to hear this and demands to know what the hell he's talking about. In response, the man explains that they were ambushed while en route to the target. The big boss then asks who they're fighting, and the reporter responds that they have no clue about their enemy. But before he can say anything more, there's a loud bang, and the transmission abruptly ends. The big cheese is left gritting his teeth in utter frustration, absolutely annoyed by the fact that they're the ones being hunted. Meanwhile, we see our boy, and it's clear he is the one causing havoc among the enemy ranks. The soldiers from the enemy team are unleashing a barrage of bullets, but Jin is dodging them with such finesse that it's almost unbelievable. Jin knows it will take Major Kang about 30 minutes to reach the third foothold, so he plans to keep the enemy soldiers engaged until then, ensuring his friend and the rest of the team can escape safely. He then slides across the ground, swiftly aiming his gun at the enemy. He locks onto his target and takes the shot, dropping one of them instantly. Without missing a beat, he aims at the second soldier and takes him down as well. The soldiers quickly realize where the sniper fire is coming from, but before they can react, Jin unleashes a barrage of bullets, blowing them away. More soldiers appear, and they immediately start bombarding Jin with a new wave of bullets. He ducks down to shield himself, with the bullets flying everywhere except hitting him. Jin begins running, confident that the enemy won't be able to track his route in this terrain. He plans to take advantage of this and strike from another direction. Meanwhile, Kang and his soldiers hear the heavy firing from a distance. The soldier reports that the gunfire is coming from the route they just passed. Kang is baffled because the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there's intense fire coming from the direction they came from. He shares his confusion with his friend, saying he can't make sense of it yet, but they'll wait at their current position until the rescue party arrives. As they wait, the senior begins to hear loud bangs once again, and enemy soldiers are dropping dead left and right, all thanks to our boy. The enemy retaliates with gunfire, but my guy quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals to us that the enemy has figured out he's the only one attacking them, and he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic because their numbers have dwindled to half. He spots 3 more soldiers who don't seem to know his exact location. With quick precision, he takes aim and shoots them down immediately. He then glances at his watch and sees that there are still 14 minutes left until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers keep a close watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will be landing soon. The civilians let out a sigh of relief at this news, but Kang quickly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they're safely out of this mess, especially given his bad feeling about how the gunfire suddenly stopped. Suddenly, their transmitter crackles to life. From the other side, they hear a man reporting that this is Jin, and he is only 3 minutes away. The soldier notes that the name sounds familiar, and it doesn't take Major Kang long to connect the dots and realize who was behind all that gunfire which abruptly stopped. When he looks ahead, he sees our boy walking toward them with his hands raised in the air. Major Kang peers through his sniper rifle scope and confirms that it's indeed Jin. The other soldiers can also confirm it's Jin, but they have no idea what he's doing here. Major Kang is still in utter disbelief, and he surely does not want to believe his eyes. Right on cue, the rescue helicopters arrive on the scene. Kang rushes over to Jin, grabbing him by his shirt, and sternly demands to know what the hell is doing here and why he came. Jin remains calm and simply says he knows this region better than anyone. Kang reminds him that he doesn't need to be here anymore since he's transitioned from a mercenary life. In response, Jin explains that this is exactly why he came, because he did not want to live a regretful life. You see, ever since our boy heard that Major Kang and his men were in danger, he knew that he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kang just gets even more furious, reminding Jin that he's just a kid. Despite his anger, he pulls Jin into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face once his emotions overflow his mind. Finally, the chopper lands, and the rescue team quickly spreads out to tend to the survivors and offer aid. Meanwhile, back with the eye patch guy, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit has been wiped out, and 17 out of 20 Delta troops are dead. Although he's not completely certain, he's confident that Alpha was annihilated instantly, and Delta was ambushed while on the move. The eye patch guy grits his teeth in utter frustration after hearing the report. I guess his anger is understandable, because everything was going according to his plan, and his prey was moving just as he expected, and there were no reinforcements nearby. All he had to do was wait for the moment to strike, but somehow, someone managed to destroy Alpha and nearly wipe out Delta as well. The only combat he's seen like this was from someone who messed up his eye, and as he remembers Jin, his eyes begin to throb once more, and it finally clicks into his mind that our boy must be behind all of this mess. His lackey quickly notices the eye patch guy's unusual behavior, and the eye patch points out that this is exactly the kind of combat that 001 was known for. The lackey reminds him that 001 was terminated years ago, but the boss tells him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to the SW Cooperation Training Area, where guards are diligently doing their daily routine exercise. Among them are Seokju and Jin, with Yeona watching from the sidelines. The training involves some running and rope climbing. Seokju seems unable to take his eyes off Jin, likely because he struggles to keep up with him. After the rope climbing, the next exercise is desk jumping. Seokju and Jin stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for the challenge. As they start running at an incredible speed, Jin effortlessly outpaces his fellow, leaping over desks with such ease as if he was born for it. The spectators on the sidelines, including Yeona, watch in awe, marveling at how Jin seems to excel at everything he does. Once they finish the course, the group takes a moment to catch their breath. Seokju is panting heavily from exhaustion, but when he glances at Jin, he's shocked to see that Jin hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Seokju continues to observe Jin, and he is fascinated by his prowess. That's when he notices a spot of blood on Jin's arm and points it out. Jin also takes notice of the blood stain, but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing, and simply puts on his school coat. Seokju, however, is blown away, realizing that only a deep wound would bleed like that. Yet Jin managed to outperform everyone in training despite the injury. Seokju then speaks from the heart and points out that whenever he looks at Jin, he feels like he's been stuck in a small pond his whole life. He doesn't know much about our boy, but he's sure that Jin is not an ordinary Joe, and it's clear that he has been at this game for a long time, especially after witnessing how he rescued Yana and how he nailed the entire training session. He further explains that since he was young, everyone told him he was a prodigy, but seeing Jin has pushed him to confront his own limits, which is pretty damn frustrating. He makes it clear, though, that he won't let our boy outshine him in training. Jin then asks him if that's why he was keeping such a close eye on him. Seokju feels a bit awkward after being called out, but Jin points out that it's pretty hard not to notice when Seokju has been trying to outdo him in every training session. Still, our boy admits he gets it, and understands that Seokju can't help but compare themselves since they're the same age. Seokju stays silent after hearing this, which just confirms that he's definitely comparing himself to Jin. Anyway, our boy then asks Seokju if it's true that he's more than just Yona's bodyguard, and that he's been trained as her aide since he was young. Seokju points out that he's not sure who told this to our boy, but it's kind of true. His grandfather is the chief secretary to the chairman of SW Corp, and his dad works alongside him as an aide. It was decided early on that Seokju would join SW Corp one day, and since he and Yana grew up together, he was trained as her aide to assist her when the time came for her to take on a role at SW Corp. That's when our boy admits that he has no idea how to be an aide and wouldn't even know where to start. With that in mind, he states that they each have their own roles to play. Just as our boy is walking away, Seokju quickly catches up and says he's not going to let Jin beat him in training or sparring. Jin looks at his friend and just smiles. After all, a bit of healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they get out of the men's locker room, Yana is waiting outside as usual. She gives both of them props for a well-done training session and then turns to our boy, asking if he's been busy lately since they haven't seen him at school for a while. Jin simply says he had something to take care of. Yana stays silent for a moment, and then suddenly his phone rings, and the caller ID says, "It's Major Kang." Our boy answers the phone, and Major tells him that the doctors just reported that Gwangsik's operation went smoothly and there's nothing to worry about. Jin is quite pleased to hear this, and Major further goes on to say that if they hadn't gotten back in time, Gwangsik might not have made it. So, he's alive thanks to our boy. Kang thanks him twice, saying that if Jin hadn't been there to save them, the whole unit would have been in danger, and the other guys in the group are just as grateful. The other guys in the background start showering our boy with gratitude, but then Major Kang gets serious and tells him that he doesn't want to see him out in the field again. He kinda admits that it's a funny thing to say after Jin just saved everyone's asses, but it doesn't sit right with him, and points out that Jin has a family now and a new life ahead of him. But our boy gently reminds the Major that it was because of him that he found that family in the first place, so he's pretty sure he made the right call by stepping onto the battlefield. Major Kang can't help but crack a smile, and he thanks Jin once again for making the right decision. Jin then hangs up after saying goodbye, and when we look ahead, we see Yona standing there with a clueless look on her face. She seems a bit startled, probably because she's never seen him smile like that before. Yona then frantically asks Jin if he needs to hurry back home, to which he replies that he doesn't, because his friends are waiting for him at the game room. Intrigued, Yona quickly says she wants to go there too, but it seems Seokju isn't sure if they should head over. Eventually, they make their way to the game room. When our boy steps inside, he's momentarily startled by the scene in front of him, and Seokju and Yona look just as confused. The game room is a complete mess. Peripherals are scattered on the ground, and one of the staff members is busy trying to clean up the aftermath of what looks like a fight. Seokju asks the manager what happened, and the annoyed manager explains that a group of kids in uniforms like theirs were gaming quietly until a bunch of kids from another school came in and started a full-blown brawl. It ended up in a huge mess, and now they're trying to clean up the chaos. It looks like our two beta bullies and Yang Chan might have gotten themselves into some serious trouble, and Jin seems to have a pretty good idea of what just went down. We finally catch up with Yang Chan, who's running at full throttle. Even though he's out of breath, he dashes down the streets and quickly slips into one of the dark alleys. While hiding in the corner, he's absolutely terrified as the thugs who were chasing him continue their search. To understand how Yang Chan ended up in this mess, let's rewind a bit. We see the entire gang of thugs surrounding the beta bullies. The bullies are trying their best to fight back, but they're hopelessly outnumbered. The orange head tells Yang Chan to just run, and the blonde one even tells him he shouldn't tell Jin about this. So, he has abandoned his friends in the middle of the fight, and is now trembling at the thought of how those beta bullies are going to handle an entire gang of kids from Gosok Tech. His phone rings abruptly, which scares the hell out of him, and it's our boy Jin calling. Back with the beta bullies, Jae-hyung knocks out a thug with a single punch but then gets hit by another guy. He quickly retaliates with a kick to the gut, sending the thug tumbling backward. Meanwhile, the blondie is also taking down thugs left and right. After taking down a lot of these guys, the duo looks completely exhausted. However, the number of thugs they're facing is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his lackeys and mocks our duo, saying their effort wasn't half bad, and that he finally sees some truth to the reports of his boys getting beaten. Apparently, this man is infamous Incheon Gu, and he is the top dog of Gosok Tech, and even our beta bullies had never thought in their imaginations that they would have to go against the infamous Incheon Gu and his goons one day, while Orangehead continues to taunt him, asking if he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his boys. Incheon takes the bait and charges at them like a raging bull. As soon as he swings his fist with incredible speed, Orangehead sidesteps it effortlessly. He then balls up his own fist and delivers a devastating blow, but Incheon quickly blocks it. Orangehead then swings again, which only frustrates Incheon further. Incheon Gu swings back at Jae-hyung, but he delivers a crushing whack to the thug's face. It looks like Jae-hyung is too exhausted to land a solid hit anymore. Just then, he finds himself in shock as Incheon Gu grabs his leg mid-air, grinning ear to ear while taunting him that he's as good as dead now. With that, Incheon Gu delivers a brutal punch that leaves Jae-hyung's face a bloody mess. But this bastard doesn't stop there. He follows up with a knee smash that sends Jae-hyung sliding across the ground. Meanwhile, the blondie is also in trouble. He gets a skull-crushing blow from a thug behind him while he's distracted and worried about his friend. Once he's down, the thugs begin pounding on him relentlessly. Incheon Gu also continues to beat the hell out of Jae-hyung, his shoes now covered in blood and grime, but he shows no mercy, crushing Orangehead's skull with vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey arrives from behind and informs Incheon that Tae-soo wants these guys brought to him. The other lackey then asks what they should do about the one who got away. Incheon instructs him to tell everyone to gather at the club and start chasing that third guy. It seems like they're talking about Youngchan, and it looks like this scaredy cat has finally run into our boy. He fills everyone in on what happened, how the Gosok Tech guys came in and jumped them, and how they seemed pretty pissed off about what went down a few days ago. He further explains that they were caught off guard, but Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin quickly managed to fight back until Incheon Gu showed up. Jin has no clue who Incheon Gu is, so the scaredy cat explains that Tae-soo Ki rules Gosok Tech, and Incheon Gu is his right-hand man. They're notorious enough to have been recruited by the gangsters even before they graduated. He explains that there were 20 of them waiting to ambush them, and Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin told him to run away. 2 of them faced off against all 20 and made him promise not to tell anyone. The scaredy cat admits it's all his fault because Jae-hyung helped him when the Gosok guys tried to mess with him. Jin finally asks where he last saw Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin. The scaredy cat quickly explains that he left them in an alley by the subway station, which is also the usual route to the game room. Jin begins to walk forward quietly without saying a word. Youngchan tries to ask where he's going to look for them, and this scaredy cat still looks afraid, convinced that even Jin couldn't handle 20 guys on his own. The Gosok guys are known for being tough, as most of them go straight into gangs, but then the scaredy cat's mind flashes back to all the pleasant times he spent with his friends. With those happy moments in mind, he steels his resolve, shakes off his worries, and confidently joins Jin in the cause. They both begin to walk away, while Yeona is left unsure of what to do. Seokju, on the other hand, stands quietly, but then the bodyguard asks him if he's not joining his friends. Seokju is startled to hear this, and the bodyguard repeats his question once more, asking if he's not going with them since they are his classmates. The bodyguard then flashes a grin and tells Seokju to snap out of it. He reminds Seokju that even though he might hang around suits like the guard himself, he's still a high school kid just like those two. Seokju thinks for a moment, and then a smirk spreads across his face as he makes up his mind. He turns to Yeona and lets her know that he'll be back in a few minutes, and that it won't take him long. The girl is caught off guard by his unexpected behavior, and as he walks away, she thinks to herself that she has never seen a look like that on his face before. Suddenly, Yeona announces that she's tagging along too, but her guard quickly cuts her off, saying she can't get mixed up in any trouble, and he's sure those two will be able to handle it quite easily. Yeona is clearly annoyed by her guard's party-pooping attitude, and she quickly turns her gaze away to express her frustration, leaving the poor guard sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Youngchan is still worried because he knows Jin is a hardcore fighter, but he's not sure if he can handle 20 guys. His worries seem unwarranted when he sees Seokju joining them in their cause. Jin glances over his right shoulder, and Seokju simply states that he's joining as well since they are his classmates too. This makes Jin smile, and the trio struts down the path with full confidence. Once the trio finally arrives at the scene, they find nothing but broken sticks and blood splattered everywhere. Youngchan is freaking out, convinced they were just there. He wonders if maybe they managed to escape, but Seokju quickly spots 2 smartphones and picks them up, and explains explains that it's more likely the thugs took them away. Young-chan confirms that these phones belong to the beta bullies, and Seokju points out that the broken phones on the ground were left intentionally, and Jin is also pretty sure he knows whose blood is on the ground. Suddenly, some of the thugs stroll into the street. They spot our trio and quickly recognize that they are wearing a sign-on-high uniform. They also see Young-chan, who had run away earlier. The thugs begin to approach them, calling Young-chan every name in the book and saying they've been chasing him everywhere just to find this little bastard. While Young-chan is completely rattled, Seokju feels relieved that they don't have to chase around for answers, since they can just ask these thugs where their friends were taken. Jin strides confidently toward one of the thugs, but that doesn't like our boy's attitude and tries to punch him, but Jin quickly deflects the punch and lands a solid hit to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist, but Jin delivers a brutal whack to that one as well. He then grabs the thug by the head and smacks him with a knee to the face. Meanwhile, Seokju is not holding back either, and he is also taking down thugs with precision and skill. Before long, all the goons are down for the count, smeared in their own blood. Young-chan's face has now moved from scared to shocked as he watches Jin and Seokju take down the thugs in no time. One of the goons groans in pain, and Jin quickly approaches him, demanding to know where their friends were taken. The thug remains silent, looking both pissed and cocky even after his face is smashed up. He flashes Jin the middle finger, telling him to scram. To return the gesture, my guy slams the thug down to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him unconscious with his eyes rolled back. Young-chan looks absolutely anxious, unable to believe how Jin just bashed the thug's face into the concrete. Blackhead decides it's time for him to handle the questioning, figuring Jin is not the best person for interrogation. We finally arrive at the club where all the goons have been gathered, and it's packed with these guys. In the center of the chaos, we see the beta bullies being tossed around like trash. Young-chan tries to look up once he hears smashing sounds, and he is absolutely blown out of his mind when he sees this dude with tattoos swinging the bat like a madman, leaving the blood splattering everywhere. The guy going off with his bat is Taisugi, the big cheese of this joint. While he is busy pounding someone on the ground, his lackeys arrive saying they have brought both of the thugs back. The man finally stops after hearing this and tosses his baseball bat and signals his lackey for a cigarette. The poor guy scrambles to get it for him, while Taesu plops back down in his seat, and he is looking clearly pissed. He's angry because he had to deal with a lot of crap from his boss over the rumors that our beta bullies had beaten down 10 of his men. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting between Taisugi and his boss. Taisu is being grilled about the rumors that 10 of their guys got taken down by just 2 high schoolers. The boss is practically fuming and points out that most of their crew is made up of Gosok Tech grads, tough recruits who aren't supposed to be getting beaten by some random high schoolers. He's straight up threatening Taisu, saying if this is how he handles things, his position might be on the chopping block. In the present, Taisu is still fuming about the mess he's had to deal with because of these 2 beta bullies. He glares at them, asking if they're the ones who gave his guys such a hard time. The lackey nods, but then Taisu asks where the third one is. In-cheon anxiously adds that one of them managed to escape, but he's sure they'll catch him soon enough. The boss is floored by this, clearly not expecting to hear that they haven't got all their targets yet. His reaction shows just how out of sync this situation is with what he had in mind. In-cheon and his lackeys feel anxious, realizing that Taisu is in an unusually bad mood, likely because of what his boss said yesterday. So he decides to keep things smooth and just offers a hasty apology, hoping to defuse the situation. Taesu finally calms down and asks incredulously how he's supposed to believe that these flimsy little guys managed to take down 10 men. He demands to know where their other partners are. Jae-hong just tells him to screw off and gets a solid kick in the face for using foul language. Meanwhile, Taisu is blowing off steam by puffing out smoke, and his lackey keeps beating both of our guys. Taesu then puts out his cigarette and makes an arrangement, stating that the first one to spill all the information gets to walk free, but the other will have to stick around as their pawn for a while. He also gives them a chance to run, but makes it clear that his men will drag them out of their school, and he's willing to make their lives miserable. That is when our blonde bully snickers, and both of the beta bullies can't help but laugh so hard that it looks like they are about to lose their lungs. While that does it, Taesu is about to blow his lid, and his lackeys know things are about to get real. As expected, the cocky leader quickly starts charging at our boys with a bat and swinging it down so hard that blood splatters everywhere on impact. Even the lackeys are getting concerned to see things spiral out of control. On the other hand, the bastard keeps beating the hell out of our beta bullies until he suddenly stops after sensing commotion nearby. When we look outside, the thugs who were loitering around the club are now sprawled on the ground. Inside, everyone falls silent as they hear the door creak open. All eyes turn toward the entrance, and in strolls our trio, confidently, without a care in the world. The boss is fuming at the high schoolers barging in and demands to know how these morons managed to take down the fools guarding the place outside. On the other hand, young Chan is absolutely scared out of his mind when he sees both of his friends lying on the ground, covered in their own blood. In-chan quickly points out that this is the same guy who got away earlier. The other lackeys in the club start snickering, mocking Seokju and Jin, saying they're really scared if these two are supposed to be the backup Young Chan ran to get. Meanwhile, Young Chan is about to crap his pants, second-guessing whether infiltrating this place was a good idea after all. The boss drops his bat with a thud and says he's been in this business way too long, but he never thought he'd see the day when a bunch of scrawny-ass punks would come marching into his club looking for trouble. He then turns to his underling and asks what he plans to do with these fools. In response, In-chan quickly rallies his thugs, ordering them to bring our crew down to their knees. The lackeys charge at our boys, bats in hand, ready to finish this once and for all. At the same time, In-chan feels a bit relieved, thinking at least they'll be able to wrap this mess up today. He doesn't even want to imagine what would have happened if this dragged on for another day. But little does he know, he and his lackeys are in for one heck of a ride. As expected, Seokju and my guy have already started dropping these bastards left and right. In-chan and his crew go pale, and even the other fools standing around are trembling in fear. Our boys quickly shrug off their bags, and In-chan is absolutely boggled to see they've already taken down 4 of his guys. The rest of the lackeys rush toward them, but Seokju and Jin just take their stances, ready to rumble. They start smashing down these thugs like they're nothing more than trash in their way. My guy leaps into the air like a ninja and delivers a devastating blow right to one thug's face. Seokju isn't holding back either, taking down the filthy thugs with single punches, sending them flying. Young Chan can do nothing but watch in amazement as his friends absolutely wreck the place. They're both taking down these thugs like it's nobody's business. When the cocky leader sees his lackeys getting a thorough beating, his cigarette drops from his wide-open mouth in shock. The beatdown continues, and eventually all the thugs are down for the count. The big boss is in complete disbelief, wondering if this is even possible. He looks at our guys, and it's clear they've barely broken a sweat. Yet they've just taken down 30 of his goons single-handedly. Our boy then starts to walk, and In-chan, standing besides, begins trembling. As Jin quietly walks past him, it seems like he's going to let this one dude slide, or at least that's what I thought, until Seokju steps in and delivers a brutal punch, knocking In-chan down for good. The boss, now in a panic, grabs his bat and takes a firm stance, but Jin just keeps walking toward him. Once they're finally face to face, the boss quickly swings his bat, but Jin responds with a smack of his own. Jin then slaps the boss across the throat, grabs his head, and in his usual style, smashes the bastard's face into his knee, causing blood to gush from his nose. But this cocky guy isn't ready to go down just yet. He knows if his boss finds out about this, he's getting kicked out of the clan for good. So, he decides to play dirty and pulls out a dagger, swinging it at Jin. But Jin just grabs his hand and snaps it, leaving the guy whimpering in pain. To seal the deal, Jin slams the guy into the ground, finally putting the cocky boss down for the count, this time for good. Suddenly, the beta bullies start to wake up. Young Chan quickly runs over, asking his friends if they are okay, but Blondie just points if they actually look good, given how their faces were smashed with that baseball bat. Orangehead looks up and notices our boy. Once he catches Jin's attention, Jae-hong flashes a thumbs up and says that in the game of life, he's truly at the challenger rank, even though he's still just a bronze rank in the game. It's a good jab, though Seokju has no clue what the heck he's talking about in this situation. In the next scene, we see both Tae-soo and his underling In-cheon getting pummeled by the assistant of their boss, who's absolutely fuming. He reminds them that he told them to clean up their mess, but instead, they just made things worse. The two poor guys keep their heads down, and Tae-soo tries to slide out of it with a simple apology. Tae-soo takes a brutal smack to the face from the assistant, who continues to pummel him like a crazy bastard. He then reminds Tae-soo that there's no room for apologies, because they're supposed to be expanding the business while the Goshong and Seongsu boys are out of action, but instead they're dealing with this mess Tae-soo dragged into their family. By the way, Goshong and Seongsu are the same guys whom our boy had defeated when they had attacked Mr. Cha's turf. The lackey watches in horror as his boss gets pummeled like a sack of potatoes. Just then, the big cheese arrives and tells his assistant to stop. Standing before Tae-soo, he reminds him that he made the mistake of thinking he actually had potential. Tae-soo clenches his teeth while lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the boss pulls out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he sent some men over. The assistant confirms that he has, and they've just set out, so it won't be long before they're back with those suckers who plummeted their men. The man makes it clear that they can't just sit around, especially not when these fools are already part of the family, and he can't stand someone messing with his family. So, So he tells his lackey to ensure that none of those bastards leave here in one piece. The assistant quickly assures his boss that he'll take care of it. Back on Cha's turf, we see Muscleman bursting into the club. He reports to Cha that he's figured out why the Hakwon Kim boys have been stirring up trouble. Cha asks for more details, and Muscleman anxiously reveals that it seems one of their new members got into some trouble with that kid. Looks like Cha already knows who that kid is, and wonders to himself why they had to pick on that guy. By the way, I just figured out that this Muscleman's name is Yong-Soo, so we will be calling him that. Yong-Soo then reveals that the kid decimated them, and now the rest of the family is out for blood. They don't want word getting out that their men got beat by some high school kid. Cha lets out a puff of smoke and tells Yong-Soo to round up some men because things are about to get real. It wouldn't be surprising if he wants to step in and aid our boy. Yong-Soo quickly states that he's already on it, and with a big smile adds that some of the boys have dropped by to say hello. He mentions that since Cha has already dealt with the Kim family in Goshong, all the former lackeys are back in the game. Cha starts to stand up, chuckling to himself. He points out that these damn fools are back and just looking for an excuse to have fun and get drunk. He opens the door to find all the lackeys lined up, all glad to have their boss back. Cha stands tall, appreciating the crew, and saying he's also glad to see everyone back. He acknowledges it's been a while since they had a blast together, but he suggests they tackle one quick job before catching up over some drinks. Later on the streets, Yona and Seokju find themselves suddenly surrounded by a group of thugs. The leader of the thugs smirks, clearly pleased that they didn't have to search far to find them. He mockingly apologizes for crashing their date, but warns that he's taking both of them with him. But before the thugs can make their move, a fleet of cars screeches to a halt around them. Out step a group of guards clad in sharp suits, quickly surrounding each and every thug. It's clear SW Corp has sent in reinforcements, and Yona's personal bodyguard looks absolutely furious at the sight of these lowlifes, and without a second thought, he grabs one of the thugs by the head. We all know that these thugs are as good as dead. Even Yona can't help but feel a bit sorry for these fools, and they have no idea what they've just walked into. Later, we see a bunch of Cha's lackeys with bats, demolishing everyone around in the area. We also see Cha strolling into the familiar club, the same place where our boy and Shioku had taken down those 30 men. The leader of this gang is clearly in shock to see Dushik Cha there. Even the two lackeys standing behind him are absolutely blown away and terrified, realizing they're facing the boss of the Dushik gang, who is the toughest gangster in this part of town. The boss struggles to believe it and asks Cha why he's here, reminding him that they never touched any of Cha's men, so there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Cha calmly reminds him that he should have just let the kids sort it out among themselves, because he finds it a bit childish for an adult to get involved in such matters. Of course, the boss of this area is shocked to hear this and asks what the hell that even means. But then, it quickly clicks in this mind, and he asks if Cha is here because of our boy. Cha smirks and replies that since the boss of this turf has gotten involved with that kid, it makes sense for him to step in as well. Later, we find Dayan enjoying some delicious noodles and drinking down all the savory soup. She feels really refreshed and happy. Jin watches her with a big smile, glad to see his sister so happy. Dayan feels a bit awkward after showing too much excitement, and quickly responds that she hadn't had cup noodles in ages, so she was just a bit excited. But Jin reminds her that he hadn't said anything about it. Just then his phone rings, and it's Mr. Cha calling. Jin picks up and Cha immediately asks what he's up to. Jin explains that he's having some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha then highlights that ramen isn't exactly a grown-up meal and offers to treat him to dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some real nice barbecue. Jin replies that he doesn't think that's necessary. Cha teases him, asking if he's hesitant to have dinner with a gangster like him. Jin responds that he prefers ramen at a convenience store, especially since he doesn't like being treated to anything too expensive. I guess Cha has no room for any argument anymore, so he gives up and decides it's ramen then. Once he ends the call, we see that all of the Gosiok tech has been dominated by Cha alone. The next day, as the school bell rings, the beta bullies quickly stand up from their seats and turn to Young-chan, eager to play some games. By the way, did you notice how the beta bullies always wear casual clothes while the rest of the kids in the class follow a specific dress code? Is this a Korean thing, or did the writer just want them to stand out? Anyway, Young-chan glances at Jae-hyung's fractured hand and asks if he's even in any condition to play games. Orangehead quickly raises his hand and starts flicking his fingers around, saying he's damn sure he can still play because all his fingers are okay, so he can use a mouse just fine. Young-chan is baffled by how Orangehead is trying to flex his broken arm, while our boy finds it a bit admirable. Blondie then warns Orangehead not to use his injury as an excuse during the game, because he already knows that he is going to blame his arm after he plays poorly. They then turn to Seokju, asking if he wants to join them. For a moment, Seokju looks startled, but Jae-hyung promises that snacks will be on him today as a gesture gesture of thanks for all the help. Seokju is quiet for a moment, but then agrees to go. In the end, Yeonha also expresses her desire to join them. Blondie checks if she's sure about going to the game room, and she confirms it, wondering if it's a problem for her to tag along. Seokju then turns to our boy and asks if he's still at bronze rank. Our boy confirms that he achieved bronze a while ago. Seokju beams with pride, leaving everyone a bit puzzled by his reaction. Without further ado, he starts walking forward, ready to head to the game room. Jin can't shake the feeling that there's something off about Seokju. Despite this, they all enjoy themselves in the game room, with Yeonha observing quietly behind them. Jaehyung, in particular, is getting a lot of flack from his friends for being terrible at the game, and he is almost worse than Jin himself. After some intense gaming, they grab snacks from the game room's canteen, continuing their fun while munching on chips and other goodies. Yeonha keeps glancing at Jin, her attention clearly focused on him. It's evident that something about him is capturing her interest. Eventually, they decide to head out. As Jin walks down the path, his phone rings. It's Daehyun calling, and once he picks up the call, the girl quickly asks him if he is going to have dinner outside. Jin tells her he's almost home, and just as he says this, he spots Grandpa and Daehyun standing there in the distance. Jin asks where they're headed, and Daehyun and the old man reveal they're off to pick up some groceries for dinner. Jin decides to join them, but the old man is concerned that he might be tired. Jin responds that he's fine, since he was just hanging out with friends. At the grocery store, they diligently pick out everything they need. Once they're done shopping, Jin volunteers to carry all the bags. As they walk out, Jin's attention is caught by a shady figure standing nearby. The person is wearing a hoodie and exudes a serious, intimidating aura. Jin quickly realizes who this man is, and the figure greets Jin and calls him 001, making Jin's heart skip a beat. The scene flashes back to the past, showing a younger Jin and the same man with long hair, who appears to be a fellow mercenary. In the present, Jin's reaction to seeing this man is immediate, and he starts walking toward him, leaving Grandpa and Daehyun puzzled by his behavior. Grandpa then curiously asks if this man is someone Jin knows. In response, Jin explains that they were teammates from back when he used to live elsewhere. The old man then tries to make a good impression by introducing himself as Jin's grandpa. The man responds with a pleasant smile, though Daehyun looks a bit startled and begins to step back. While the two exchange deadly glares to each other, Grandpa points out that the newcomer must be tired from traveling, so he invites him to join them for dinner. However, the man politely declines, saying he was just in the neighborhood and thought he'd drop by to see Jin. Grandpa then decides to give Jin and his friends some space, so they begin walking off to let them catch up. Once they are left alone, the man smirks and points out that Jin seems to be doing well for someone who was supposed to be dead. Jin then finally speaks up and addresses this man as 06, asking how he managed to track him down. That is when the long hair reveals that their camp has found out that Jin is still alive, and they are now searching for him. He reassures Jin that there's no immediate danger since they haven't discovered where he lives. He further explains that he was in the area on a mission and decided to drop by when he heard about how camp was already looking for him. However, he warns Jin that it won't be long before they catch up. It seems like the camp is preparing to send someone to deal with our boy once they have found out his location, and it's only a matter of time before they put 006 on the job. Jin gets alert to hear the threat, but 006 just smirks and brushes off the tension, telling Jin there's no need to get defensive since he's only here to catch up with an old friend. Jin stays quiet, with a mix of wariness and curiosity flickering across his face. 06, meanwhile, suggests taking a bite to eat, because he was so caught up in tracking Jin down that he nearly forgot to eat. After a while, we see the long-haired dude chowing down that bowl of ramen, like it's no big deal, which even leaves our boy Jin a bit uncomfortable watching this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in days. After that hearty meal, the long hair lets out a satisfying burp and can't help but comment on how good it was. Jin agrees, saying not only is it delicious, but it's also convenient and high in calories. The long hair then points out how Jin still seems to pay so much attention to efficiency, even after quitting as a mercenary. Nevertheless, Jin gets serious and asks his friend how he found him if the camp hasn't tracked him down yet, to which Longhair replies that he already knew Jin was alive because he knows him like the back of his hand. He then asks Jin if he's gotten his memories back, and our boy quickly says yes. 006 then mentions that even 032 probably knows Jin is alive too, though he can't predict how he would react since the news of our boy's death hit him pretty hard. Our boy then asks him why he has not informed 032 about this. The blondie replies that the fewer people who know the better, even if it's someone close. Jin then points out that he figured he would eventually realize he was alive, but didn't expect him to keep it secret from the camp. The blonde just snickers and says he didn't expect this much from himself as well. That's when the scene flashes back to the past, where everything is on fire and soldiers are advancing. The explosions are massive, and we see Jin lying low on the ground with his gun in hand. The blonde guy walks over to him, crouches down, and rubs the ground, noticing blood on the grass, which is a clear sign that someone just cleared through the area. But eventually he just goes back, leaving our boy there in the hiding and crawling down over the grass. In the present, the blonde admits he has no clue why he did not take our boy back to the camp when he found him back then, but he's kind of proud of his decision. He explains that they were trained like dogs, forced to obey the camp's commands, but he felt a strong camaraderie with Jin. But then the blonde gets pretty annoyed, crushing the can he's holding, and demands to know why Jin didn't stay hidden for good. Jin responds that he had no choice. The blonde then wonders if getting his memory back has changed him, or maybe living in a place like this did. He just can't quite decide if it's for better or worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone rings, and he promptly pulls his phone out of his pocket. After picking up the call, he doesn't say a word, and after listening to the caller, he simply puts the phone back. The smile on his face makes it seem like the camp might have already tipped him off to take Jin out. As expected, he grabs that chopstick from that empty bowl, and after snapping one and sharpening it, he swings it down at Jin. But Jin quickly grabs his hand, stopping the sharp piece of wood just an inch away from his eye. The bastard then tries to swing his other hand, but my guy quickly stops that too, and the second piece of wood halts right before it hits his neck. While they're locked in this deadlock, the blonde apologizes, saying he had only come to say hello today, but the camp found out sooner than expected and just gave him orders to wipe him out. Jin kind of agrees, saying it can't be helped since orders are orders. Suddenly a girl walks out of the grocery store, and when she looks over, she spots these two guys who are, surprisingly, tidying up the place. She can't help but blush, noticing how handsome they both look. After they put the trash into the baskets, the blonde comments that this is probably not the best place to carry out the task on such short notice. The blonde then starts walking away, and before leaving he points out that he likes this version of Jin better, saying he's sure it's an improvement. He quietly walks off, and the scene cuts to the SW Corporation. Inside the training hall, we see Seok-ju engaged in some hardcore exercise. Suddenly his phone rings, and when he checks, he sees it's Jin calling. Seok-ju quickly picks up and asks what's going on since it's rare for Jin to call him. That's when Jin says he needs a favor, and states that he needs access to some surveillance footage in the area because there's someone he wants to track in real time. Seok-ju is startled by this unexpected request, and explains that he'll need clearance from his superiors, which will take some time and tracking someone's location is difficult. Seok-ju then asks when he needs this, and Jin replies that he needs it right now. The reason behind this urgency is that if 006 is in charge of this mission, he might go after Grandpa and Daeyeon first, but he does not say this to Seok-ju. Seok-ju is utterly bewildered because he has no clue how he's supposed to pull this off. The scene then transitions back to Cha's club, where the first thing we see is Cha's face. His lackey Young-soo reveals that Jin came by asking to borrow the motorcycle, so he let him take it. Cha's face turns to annoyance when he realizes his only bike had been taken by our boy. His lackey then asks if he shouldn't have let Jin borrow it, to which Cha replies that it's absolutely fine. Besides, he never even rides it anyway. Young-soo then anxiously admits that he was scared shitless when Jin showed up so late at night. And after encountering Jin so many times, all the kids in school uniforms make him jittery these days. We then see Jin zooming down the road on the heavy bike. That is when Seok-ju reports back, saying he's just sent the location to Jin and that the target hasn't moved for a while, so it should be accurate. Seok-ju looks absolutely exhausted after scrambling to prepare all the info on such short notice, and he could not help but point out that he is noticing something sketchy about the guy Jin mentioned. He seemed too aware of the surveillance cameras and kept changing directions, which can only mean one thing: he's trying to cover his tracks. He then further asks Jin who this man is and why they're tracking him down. Jin replies that it's something personal. Seok-ju isn't surprised by this response, because he had already figured as much. Once he hangs up, he thinks to himself that Jin is definitely up to something, and needs to be on the move quickly to save time, as Jin asked for the halfway point of the man's route. Seok-ju also reveals that he tried to gather more info on this newcomer, but couldn't find anything more about the foreigner on his own. Once Jin reaches the location, he stops and looks around, thinking that 06 must have arrived just recently, because if he had more time, he would have already attacked his family. And just as he thinks about this, the images of Dae-hyun and his grandfather flash through his mind, and he's determined not to drag this out since he has people he needs to protect. Meanwhile, we finally see 006 preparing his guns and loading his magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings with an unknown caller. He picks up, and the caller reveals that they've just found out 001 is alive and in Korea. Before the caller can say more, 006 quickly cuts him off, saying he has been with Jin since their early training years and knows everything about him. He further explains that he just finished a job in the region and came to check check if the news about Jin's survival was true. He makes it clear that he can't sit back knowing a traitor is alive and doing well. It turns out the caller is the same eye patch guy we've seen before. The caller then tells him he'll have to do whatever it takes to take Jin out, pointing out that there's no one better for the job than him. He warns 006 to be extremely careful, as Jin was called 001 for a reason. Blondie then mentions that a long time has passed since their early days, and the eye patch guy agrees, saying Jin is bound to be rusty after hiding in the shadows for so long. With that, he ends the call, saying he'll wait for good news. As soon as the call ends, Blondie glances at his phone screen and his eyes widen as he notices Jin approaching him from behind. He scrambles to pick up his gun, but before he can do anything, Jin grabs him by the waist and slams him to the ground, leaving the gun out of reach. Both quickly get back on their feet. 006 feels clearly annoyed and mutters that he made sure no one was following him and wonders if it was those damn cameras that gave him away. As they face off, Blondie admits he knew Jin would come looking for him, but wants to know why he didn't waste any time, considering it hasn't been that long since they last said their goodbyes. Jin remains silent, and 006 assumes that the new version of 01 doesn't talk much either. Both then quickly dash at each other, exchanging blows with such speed that it's barely possible to see them landing. Jin finally deflects an incoming punch and throws one of his own, but Blondie sidesteps it effortlessly. However, Jin follows up with a powerful shoulder smash that sends Blondie staggering backward. Just as Jin attempts to kick him, Blondie grabs Jin's leg and slashes it down with a dagger, which is a pretty scummy move, not gonna lie. Blondie grins ear to ear, commenting that Jin's skills have actually improved even more since their last training. As Jin tends to his injured leg, Blondie lunges at him again. Jin quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the dagger as it zooms past his throat. They engage in an intense dance of hack and slash, with Blondie doing his best to tag Jin with the blade. Eventually, Jin manages to take the dagger right into his shoulder, but before Blondie can attack again, Jin ducks down, grabs Blondie's hand, and gives it a satisfying twist, sending the dagger flying into the air. Blondie then kicks Jin in the chest, causing him to stumble. He then quickly reaches for the gun, and once he has it in hand, he tries to take aim. However, he soon gets stabbed by his own blade, which jabs into his shoulder. Blondie continues to fire a barrage of bullets even as Jin dodges and runs around. The pistol eventually runs dry, and Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly throws the empty gun away, grabs his suitcase, and starts running. Jin is wide-eyed to see this bastard running, because if this man escapes, his family will be in danger, so he pushes through despite his injured leg and chases after him. As he dashes out of the shelter, he sees Blondie trying to flee on Jin's own bike. Jin feels hopeless when he sees his enemy getting away on his Hayabusa. His mind then flashes to the image of his beloved sister and grandpa, who are smeared in blood. However, it looks like his worries are just unwarranted, because just as Blondie seems to be getting away, someone slams the bike with their car, sending Blondie rolling over the car's roof and crashing onto the asphalt road. The car quickly comes to a stop, and Seok-ju steps out, asking if he should have not intervened. Jin, however, replies that he did a fantastic job. Seok-ju gets back into his car, and as he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that something big is going on. We then flash back to the moment Seok-ju crashed into the bike. Once he steps out of the car, he checks on Jin, asking if he's alright. Jin assures him he's fine, despite the injuries to his shoulder and neck. Seok-ju, however, is concerned, noting that Jin definitely doesn't look okay. Seok-ju then looks at Blondie, who sprawled out on the ground, bloodied and seemingly down for the count. Poor Seok-ju begins to worry that he might have hit him too hard. Jin then tells his friend to just go away. Seok-ju is initially bewildered by this request, but the serious look in Jin's eyes convinces him to comply. As he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that the man Jin is chasing seems like a typical tourist in SW Corp's database, but he doubts that's the whole story. He then suddenly remembers the wrecked car and starts to worry about how he's going to explain the damage. We return to the shelter, where 006 is tied to a chair, bloodied and looking disheveled. Jin stands over him, calm and collected, and tells him that he can look up now because he knows he is awake. 006 starts to laugh, saying he never expected our boy to be working with a partner and should have known when he tracked him down so quickly. He admits he made a mistake in assuming he would never work with someone else. Our boy stays silent, and 006 then asks what he wants to know. Jin responds by asking who else received the order to execute him. In response, 06 says he can't be sure, but he probably is the only one because he was the closest to the region, and the timing was right. 06 further explains that the camp can't accept the reality of Jin Jin being alive. They don't want anyone to know his death was faked, so they'll try to eliminate him as quietly as possible. He adds that they will never give up because Jin has caused a lot of camp damage, especially to the Mad Dog, who is going to make his best efforts to kill our boy. Blondie then ends the conversation, saying that's all he has to say and is only giving Jin this information because they were once comrades. He then finally tells Jin to just kill him now. Jin grabs the dagger and begins walking forward. It seems Blondie isn't really afraid of dying because he'd rather be killed by our boy than by some random enemy. He begins to close his eyes, bracing himself for death. But to his surprise, Jin starts untying him. Blondie asks what the hell Jin is doing, and our boy simply responds that he's freeing his legs. Blondie then rephrases his question, asking why he isn't killing him. Jin then responds by asking why he should. He then goes on to remind Blondie of the reason he should stay alive, which is the same reason he can't escape the camp. Jin explains that he understands what that means because he has lived with a family and knows how it feels, so he suggests Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie has failed his mission, he's as good as dead now, so he better lay low somewhere the camp can't find him. As 006 begins to walk off, he reveals to Jin that his family will be in constant danger, and the camp will ensure any attempts to terminate him. Jin responds that he's already aware of this. He adds that things would have ended differently today if he had targeted his family first, but he plans to guard this life as best as he can. Blondie smiles and says he'll try to throw the camp off his tail as much as he can before disappearing. He then asks one final question, which is the real name of our boy. Jin remains silent for a moment before finally revealing his name. Blondie smirks and also gives out his own name, which is Liam. He then jokes how it took them 10 years to learn each other's names. With this heartfelt exchange, 006 begins walking away, and the next scene takes us to our boy's apartment. Once he arrives home, he quietly opens the door and slips inside, trying not to make a sound. But before he can reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opening. His heart skips a beat as he realizes he's been caught sneaking in. It's his grandpa, standing there with a surprised look on his face, seeing Jin return at such a late hour. Jin gives a warm smile while carefully hiding the wound on his shoulder and asks why Grandpa is still awake. The old man explains that he had trouble falling asleep, which is probably because of the coffee he had earlier. With a pleasant smile, he tells Jin to and rest, pointing out that Jin must be tired as well. With that, Grandpa retrieves back into his room. As Jin is about to head to his own room, he hears his sister calling him. Once he looks at her, she quietly reassures him, saying not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting up because he's still concerned about whether Jin is having a hard time settling back into life in Korea. She then reminds him that she had left dinner on the table for him, knowing how much he enjoys home-cooked meals. After that little chat, she heads back to her room quietly. Jin moves over to the delicious spread laid out on the table and smiles broadly at the sight. The scene then shifts to Seok-ju, and when his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jin. The message is a thank you note for slamming 006 with his car and for providing the pinpoint location. Seeing this, Seok-ju can't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the compliment from his friend. The next day at school, Yeona and Seok-ju are walking side by side as usual when Seok-ju spots Jin standing outside the classroom. They call out to him, and he promptly looks up. Both of them ask why he's standing there, to which Jin replies that he needs to talk to Seok-ju about something. Yeona is startled by this and starts wondering what it could be about. Once they get inside the lounge room, Seok-ju inquires about the incident from the previous night. Jin, seemingly prepared to explain, states that he thought it was time to tell what happened. Seok-ju braces himself, and Jin finally reveals that the man he hit with the car last night was someone he used to work with and who had come to see him. A silence follows, with Seok-ju expecting more details. When he asks if that's all, Jin simply says, that's pretty much it because it's better if he doesn't know anymore. Seok-ju feels a bit bummed out, not expecting Jin to keep things so low-key. Jin, however, is convinced Seok-ju must have looked into the guy he tracked down last night. He tells his friend that it's best not to dig any deeper into the man's past, and that he's sharing this because of his help. Seok-ju feels proud after being acknowledged by our boy, and tells him that he doesn't want to dig any further either, especially since this guy is tied to Jin's past. After their little chat, the both boys head back to class. Yeon-ah then curiously asks Seok-ju what they talked about. When Seok-ju doesn't answer right away, she tries to guilt trip him, asking if he can't even share that much. Seok-ju caught off guard and quickly improvises and says he was just asking Jin how to level up in a game. Yeon-ah lights up, thinking this means Jin is really into video games. But then she remembers Young-chan is way more into gaming, and Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung are also much better players. She wonders why Jin would ask Seok-ju for advice when those guys are pros, or maybe Jin just wanted to chat with someone on his own level. Well, this little banter really hits the poor guy right in the gut, while our boy seems to be busy minding his own business. Once school ends, we see Yeona outside. She's making notes about their groceries, and wondering if she should buy some fruit since it's been a while since Grandpa had any. Suddenly, someone calls her name. When she looks up, she notices a boy standing in front of her who doesn't look like anyone from their school. Once he has her attention, he asks if she goes to Seinan High School. Yana quickly confirms that she does, and the boy then says he was kind of wondering if he could get her number. Not surprisingly, this startles Yana, who has no clue how to react. She starts to panic, while the boy reassures her not to be scared or feel pressured, saying he just wanted to get to know her. Eventually, Yana turns him down as politely as she can, and it seems like the boy takes it in stride, though he does look a bit disappointed. A big guy from behind comes up and mocks the boy for getting rejected so quickly. That's when the boy shows his true colors, getting all cocky and sternly reminding her that all he asked for was her phone number. Before he can harass Yeon-ah any further, he gets a brutal slap across the face. The one who delivered that stinging slap is none other than Jae-hyung, who is accompanied by two other friends. The boy turns around, demanding to know who slapped him, but he just gets another slap from Jae-hyung for acting so tough. After feeling the sting of the slaps, this lowlife realizes that dealing with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin is giving the other goon chills with just his glares, and the two bullies decide to leave, trying to salvage whatever dignity they have left. Orangehead lets out a sigh of disappointment seeing these bullies, then happily turns to Dae-hyun, asking if she's alright. The girl says yes and starts bowing her head frantically, but Jae-hyung feels embarrassed and quickly tells her that there's no need to say thank you. At the other block of this street, we see people freaking out as they spot a group of thugs strolling down the streets. Surprise! It's Tae-sugi, along with his underling In-shin and the rest of his lackeys. They're casually strolling down the area, and wouldn't you know it, the same guy who tried to harass Dae-hyun is with them, clearly bringing in Tae-soo as backup to get revenge on our beta bullies. By the way, this harasser's name is Tae-shong, and he apparently is the brother of Tae-sugi. Meanwhile, Tae-soo is feeling absolutely annoyed, grumbling about how every wannabe tough guy in town seems to think they can mess with them these days. That is when his lackey reminds him that word of their defeat by the bunch of high schoolers is getting around, and they might need to do some damage control. So, they decide to start spreading their terror by taking out the thugs who dared to mess with Taesong. A creepy smile spreads across Tae-soo's face as he agrees with his lackey, saying they're going to show these guys what Goshok Tech is really made of. Suddenly, his little brother points his finger at Dae-hyun and states, "That is the girl who got me smacked by a bunch of guys." Well, it looks like these punks are in for one hell of a ride again because our boy is strolling down the street with his sister. The harasser quickly points out that the guy walking beside her isn't the one who slapped him earlier. Tae-soo, on the other hand, feels like he's seen this person before. When he takes a closer look at our boy, he's absolutely devastated to recognize who it is. His lackeys also start trembling as they remember that this is the same guy who beat them up after infiltrating their turf. While Tae-soo is trembling in fear, his little brother asks, "What's the matter?" Tae-soo asks if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he was trying to hit on. His little brother nods, only to receive a devastating slap across the face. Tae-soo angrily asks his brother if he's trying to get them all killed. The poor kid is in absolute tears, clueless about why his brother is coming down so hard on him, but he ends up getting even more of a beating. Later, we find ourselves back at the apartment, and Daeyeon is really amazed at how good Jin is at peeling fruits. The brother smiles and asks if she thinks so. She nods, saying she could never get them this smooth and round, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly, the phone rings, and the sound echoes through the living room. The voice seems to be coming from Jin's room, so he heads over and finds his phone on the table. When he checks it, he notices it's an unknown caller, but he answers anyway, and it turns out to be 06 on the line. 06 reveals that he has left a trail for the camp to follow, as far away from Jin as possible, and that's where he'll be for the next few days. Once he's out of the country, he plans to leave more traces in other countries to throw them off, which should be quite helpful in confusing them. Jin agrees and adds that he'll set up a separate trail as well. Blondie then strikes a banter, pointing out how Jin was supposed to be a dead man, and now they are trading places, so he doubt that they will ever be able to cross paths. So he wishes him best future before ending the call, and our boy wishes him as well, and with that sweet note, their call ends. The next day at school, Jin hears about his sister getting harassed after school yesterday, but his friends quickly reassure him that Jae-hyung handled it, with Orangehead confirming that he knocked the guy in the head a couple of times and sent him on his way. Suddenly, Seokju pops into the scene and quickly asks what the harasser looked like. Youngchan explains that he was in a Gosok Tech uniform. As soon as they hear this, Seokju perks up, and Jin points out that it's the same school they had trouble with a while back. My guy then gets absolutely furious, realizing that someone harassing his sister from Gosok seems way too coincidental. Seokju agrees, saying they can't just overlook this. Meanwhile, the beta bullies, who are usually eager to pick fights, are feeling unusually anxious about the situation. Even they think that jumping to conclusions might be premature. Right on cue, Yona jumps into the scene and breaks up the tension. She asks what they're talking about and reminds them that every guy just wants to hit on Daehyun because she's always been popular with guys since she's undeniably pretty. Her brother does not understand any of this, while Youngchan agrees, saying Daehyun has already been asked out a bunch of times before. It seems like Jin is still having a hard time stomaching the fact, but Youngchan adds that she's indeed popular. You see, no one was able to approach her when Gisu Kim and his sister started picking on her, and she looked unhappy for a while. Jaehyung also confirms that his sister is indeed pretty, and even Blondie chimes in, saying he knows a bunch of guys who had a crush on her. Jin still has no clue how to react to this, and looks more thoughtful. Meanwhile, the beta bullies are left wondering if this is such a hard concept for Jin to understand, but then Seokju speaks up again, saying they should still get to the bottom of this. Jin responds positively, and Seokju decides they can go right after school since there's no training. Meanwhile, the others standing around are utterly clueless about what these two are up to, and Yona even asks if they were paying any attention to what they had just said. The scene then cuts to Gosuk's turf, where Taesu is sitting in a chair, looking pretty annoyed. His lackey is filling him in on how everyone is treating them like trash. Recently, Seongsok High even gave them a beating, and all the nearby schools are treating them badly these days. Taesu reflects on how just a few days ago, he was yelled at by his seniors, and everything seems to have fallen apart since he messed with our boy. His lackey quickly gathers all the boys and tells his boss that they need to do some damage control before things get out of hand. The boss stays quiet, letting his cigarette fall and squashing it under his foot. He decides to go along with the plan, and his lackeys crack smiles, seeing their boss in better spirits. That's when Jin bursts into the room with Seokju. The boss's face turns terrified at the sight of these familiar faces, and even the lackeys who were smiling a moment ago now look scared. Everyone steps aside as Jin heads straight for the boss. He suddenly stops and asks Taesu why he harassed his little sister. Taesu's mind flashes back to when he saw the siblings walking down together, and quickly explains that he had no clue she was Jin's sister. Of course, Taesu's response only boils Jin's blood, and even Seokju starts exuding a deadly aura. The boss quickly begins to scream, saying that the encounter with his sister was purely coincidental. He further explains that his little brother just tried to talk to her because he saw her on the street and didn't know she was Jin's sister until now. Our boy is intrigued to hear this, and the man further explains that his brother didn't mean anything by it. Now that they know who she is, he'll make sure his brother doesn't go near her again. Jin remains quiet, while the gangster still looks terrified. After exchanging final glances, Jin and Seokju begin to walk away. Once they're outside, they slam the door behind them, and the boss quickly tells his lackeys that they'll think about damage control another day, and he is confident his lackeys will understand. Once outside, Jin meets up with his friends. They ask what was said, and he reveals that it was indeed a coincidence, and that the guy who talked to Daehyun is Taesu's younger brother. Jaehyun is rattled out of his mind to hear this, and his soul nearly leaves his body when he hears this. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo reminds them that she had already told them there was nothing to worry about, but Jin states that he still plans to keep a close eye on them for the time being. After all, they can't just take their word for it. A while later, Jin is sitting with Mr. Cha, who looks at his ramen and the other strange stuff and remarks that it's been a long time since he had food like this outside a convenience store. He suggests they should have just bought some good barbecue instead. Jin, however, denies the suggestion, which annoys Mr. Cha. The gangster then brings up that he heard our boy had borrowed his motorcycle again. Jin admits he did, and promises to return it later that night. However, Mr. Cha tells him to keep it, saying he'll just leave it sitting there anyway. Jin insists on returning it, and Mr. Cha sighs, telling him to do whatever he wants. Once Cha gets a lot of noodles onto his chopsticks, he begins to slurp down the deliciousness with gusto. On the other hand, Jin is politely enjoying his triangle food, while Mr. Cha can't help but notice how Jin looks like an average teenager. But on the other hand, this same kid totally destroyed the Kim family single-handedly and also dealt with the SW Corporation like a pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha calls out to Jin, asking what exactly he does every day. Jin simply replies that he goes to school, just like any normal kid. Of course, Mr. Cha had expected this kind of response, but it's not what he wanted to hear. The scene then transitions to SW Corp, where the chairman is standing and peeking through the window. It's always funny to see that classic Manhwa scene where the rich boss stares out of the glass window from their office. Meanwhile, the director director's assistant reveals that many have voiced concerns about SW Corp being a bit too aggressive in its expansion. The director just shrugs and says that things get a bit chaotic when people start looking out for their own interests. They're taking all the necessary precautions with their expansion, but they can't avoid making a few enemies along the way. The assistant also agrees and points out that their aggressive tactics are causing SW Corp some trouble with some pretty shady organizations, and the SW Corp advisors have also noticed some suspicious activity from other companies lately. In the next scene, Jin's sitting with the director, who offers Jin to have tea, but our boy politely declines, saying he's good. The director then asks how working with the security team has been for him. Jin says it's been fine. The director moves on to ask how he's liking the school, and Jin responds that it's nice. Finally, the director asks if there's anything they can do to help him with anything, and Jin says no in response. Our boy then asks if that's all the director wanted to talk about, and if so, he's heading out because training is about to start. The old man happily tells him he can go, so Jin gets up from his seat, bows his head respectfully, and the director returns the gesture, leaving his assistant a bit bewildered because he finds it weird that the director is paying respects too. And nevertheless, Jin starts to walk out. Later, we see all the guards diligently training in the hall. Amid their exercises, we catch up with GA and her bodyguard after a long time. Her guard notes that Jin doesn't stand out like he used to. GA gets curious and asks more about Jin. The bodyguard responds that while Jin doesn't stand out as much as he used to, he's definitely quicker and more athletic than their men. He's certain that Jin is quite experienced because his skill level can only be achieved through rigorous training in combat, so there's no doubt that he's received a lot of professional training. After hearing this, GA's interest in Jin is piqued. She explains that although he's young, he's quietly endured harsh training, and the men have all warmed up to him as well. The scene then flashes back to the past, where we see Major Kang meeting with GA once again. As they're chatting, she advises him to try not to overwork himself and get hurt, and Kang responds that he won't. Then he asks her if she's still looking into that student she asked about. At first, she has no idea what he's talking about, but then a bell rings in her mind. She pretends to be uninterested and asks if he means that kid named Jin, but in her thoughts, she is blown away to see how Kang still remembers Jin's name from that day, and she also can't shake off how he looks so anxious after asking about Jin. Eventually, GA smiles and says she's no longer interested in Jin, which visibly brightens Major Kang's mood. GA notices this shift in his mood, and she can definitely see there's more to the story. In the present moment, when she looks at our boy, she wonders if Jin might actually know her fiancé. After a while, we see her car zooming down the road, and Jin is also sitting beside her. She casually brings up the idea of Jin joining their talent agency, and suggests that he could benefit from their top-notch training programs in acting or singing. Jin, however, promptly declines, saying he's simply not interested. GA can't help but be intrigued by his immediate and firm response. She wonders if he could at least pretend to consider it, finding his lack of hesitation a bit puzzling. She then finally asks him if he happens to know Major Kang, and then further reveals that he's her fiancé. Of course, this news surprises Jin, and his mind flashes back to the past when Kang mentioned he had to meet his fiancé. Jin has absolutely no doubts that she definitely knows Major Kang. When she looks at him, she finds herself bewildered, as Jin just sits there, looking clearly untroubled by this unexpected bombshell. My guy just looks way too untroubled to the point that he looks weird, because this is definitely not his style. Even she senses something different about him, and she can't quite put her finger on it. A while later, once they reach their destination, GA heads into the corporate building. On the other hand, Jin and his senior get inside the staff-only room to freshen themselves up. Meanwhile, Jin's mind is still stuck on the fact that Jia Ye is Major Kang's fiancé. He can't quite believe it. While the guards wait outside the ladies' restroom, we see GA inside, doing some makeover to her face. We then notice someone else also entering the restroom, and not gonna lie, this woman who just entered looks kinda shady at first glance. The woman then also begins using one of the sinks, located over Jia Ye's right shoulder. Just as Jia Ye is standing quietly there, that shady woman quickly puts a chloroform rag right over Jia Ye's face. After Jia finally slumps down after losing her consciousness, we see that the guards outside have also been taken down. The woman with black hair then quickly instructs her lackeys to hurry and transport the goods. Suddenly, the senior bodyguard gets a shocking report. Mr. Sin has vanished, and Jin Soo and K Yong Woo, who were supposed to be escorting him, have been found unconscious on the ground. Wasting no time, the senior orders his soldiers to seal all exits and secure the surveillance footage immediately. Our guy bursts out of the restroom the moment he hears the news and races through the corridor, thinking that the intruders have disarmed security and secured their target, so it's only a matter of time before they make their getaway via car. After rushing down the stairs, he finally reaches the parking lot. He spots a man getting into a car and quickly moves to block its path, only to realize it's just some clueless guy inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are speeding off in their getaway car from the other side. Jin takes off after them, sprinting at full speed. Without hesitation, he jumps in front of their car, but those bastards don't even slow down, and they try to run him over instead. As those bastards make their getaway, our boy quickly radios in that he's spotted the suspect's vehicle, which is a black minivan. Jin does not waste any time and leaps over those parked cars and tries to grab the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards swarm the exit, and they're ready with puncturing tools to stop the van. But it's too late, because the driver floors the gas pedal, running over the guards and everything in front of the car, and they zoom out without a hitch while our boy is still hanging onto that van. The minivan swerves wildly, and Jin is struggling to hold on as the vehicle juggles around. Just as he's fighting to keep his grip, his mind flashes back to a conversation with Major Kang. In the memory, Jin is sitting with Kang, who's explaining what family means. Kang says that while family is different for everyone, it's something truly precious. Jin's still not quite getting it, so Kang gives him an example. His dedication to serving his country might be so strong because it's also where his family lives. Innocently, Jin asks if someone would give their lives for their family as well. Kang is caught off guard and doesn't know how to respond at first. Then he smiles and says that if it came to that, he'd gladly do it. Back in the present, as Jin clings to the minivan, he grits his teeth and tightens his grip. He slams the minivan so hard that the glass begins to shatter. The driver, distracted by the commotion, doesn't notice an oncoming car in the intersection. The two vehicles collide, and Jin is violently flung off, crashing down about 10 meters away. Right at that moment, the minivan guy takes its chance, slams the gas, and speeds away. Jin then also starts running after the car. Inside, a woman with black hair glances back at him, giving him a mischievous twinkle with her eye. As Jin runs after the van, he starts to fall further behind until the vehicle disappears from view. Once he is exhausted, he comes to a halt. But just then, the senior guard arrives, and he quickly asks which way the van went. Jin doesn't answer. Instead, he hops into the car, which annoys the senior, who sternly tells him to get out. But Jin tells him to just hit the gas pedal and gives him the precise direction of where the van went. Reluctantly, the senior guard hits the gas. He then also reports to his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right and instructs them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units. He then also reminds Jin that he should just drop off on the way home since he's just a kid and not part of the security team. He adds that his involvement in this mess wasn't his responsibility, but Jin counters, saying he's currently in practical training and chose to be here tonight, so he's the only one responsible for his presence. He also reports that he saw one male and one female in the vehicle, both of whom were Asian, but he didn't notice any other accomplices with them. As the senior guard looks at Jin, ready to berate him further, he notices Jin's injured face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Jin is all right. Jin replies that he is fine. The senior is struggling to come to terms with the fact that Jin was reported to be hanging onto the vehicle and was the first to track down the kidnappers. He also managed to hang on as long as he could, identified their route, and even saved Miss Yona once. The senior realizes that Jin has proven himself in this situation, and he can't think of anyone more reliable right now. Meanwhile, Yona receives news that Madame Ga has been kidnapped. Her guard explains that they've left the security to a minimum and sent out all units to find her. Team 2 and NGU are currently in pursuit of the kidnappers. Yona perks up at the mention of Jin, and the bodyguard further explains that Jin had been on duty with them when the incident happened. A while later, Jin and his senior guard make their way to a rundown factory, because this is the last place kidnappers have been spotted. Right on cue, they also spot the same minivan, and the kidnappers are carrying Miss Jai in the wheelchair with them. Senior knows that they don't have time to wait for reinforcements, so he tells Jin to stay put. As he steps out of the car, he's shocked to see a group of scruffy individuals emerging from the minivan, each armed with a sharp knife. Jin also gets out of the car and insists that they can't wait for others to arrive. The senior then reminds him that this isn't like training since it's real combat. Jin responds quickly, saying he doesn't mind. This response triggers a flashback for the senior, who recalls the shock he felt when the team leader of Team 3 revealed that our boy is a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms it once again, saying that based on everything he's seen, this is at least his conclusion. Back in the present, as our boy strides forward confidently, the bodyguard finally decides to head down further. He tells Jin that he'll take care of things inside the shelter, so he better not let those filthy swine beat him. Just then, one of the goons tries to stab the senior, but our guy quickly sneaks up on the bastard from behind and delivers a devastating blow to his face, causing the dagger to drop from his hand. But before he can catch a break, another sucker swings his dagger at our boy. But once again, my guy throws this sucker down this sucker backwards, and Jin himself quickly grabs that fallen dagger from the ground and stands back to face off these stupid heads. The thug who lost his dagger scrambles back to his feet, only for his boss to start berating him, because he is not thrilled to see his grown men getting beaten down by a punky punk like this. He then berates Jin, questioning if they even let kids carry knives in their security detail. The other goons start to walk off, telling their buddy to handle Jin while they go after the senior, but it looks like they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and snaps his hand with a satisfying crunch. One guy tries to stab Jin, but he quickly flips the script, grabbing the thug and slicing his belly open before driving the dagger into his shoulder. As the thug drops to the ground, the others start to feel a little scared. When Jin gives them a deadly glare, they finally get the message that this kid is a bodyguard for real. Jin charges at the remaining goons, slicing through them left and right. One by one, he takes them down until only one thug is left. The last goon quickly blocks Jin's attack. As he swings back at Jin, my guy grabs his hand, slashes his belly with the other hand, kicks his leg out from under him, and holds the knife to the thug's throat. But instead of slitting his throat, he uses the back of the dagger to knock the thug out cold. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the shelter are still hauling Miss Jai along. The lady is frustrated that security is catching up faster than they expected. Her accomplice reports that they've alerted the client that they've secured the target. She explains that it's a bit early, but they'll have to move to the next location soon since the security team will be closing in. With the speak of the devil, the leader of Team 2 bursts in. The male kidnapper quickly tells his associate that he's the head of the security detail for their target. While the senior grits his teeth, glaring at the kidnappers, someone tries to sneak up on him from behind. But the senior quickly sidesteps the attack, and as the bulky thug charges at him again, the senior grabs his hand and delivers a solid punch to his face. Another goon rushes at him with a dagger, but the senior quickly takes him down as well. Just when it seems like the senior has the upper hand, the situation takes a sharp turn. Despite his skill, even the most seasoned fighter is no match for a gun. One of the kidnappers pulls out a gun, its barrel gleaming under the dim light, and points it directly at Jai's head. They coldly warn the senior that they won't hesitate to pull the trigger if they have to. The threat hangs in the air like a deadly promise, and the senior could do nothing other than express his frustration with his twisted face. The man makes it crystal clear that she'll die the moment he moves, so the senior doesn't budge an inch. Then these scummy kidnappers drill a hole into the senior's shoulder with a single bullet, making his face go as pale as a ghost from the pain. Meanwhile, the jerk who just pulls the trigger is oddly fascinated that the senior barely flinches. The woman beside him tells him to just finish the job, insisting they don't have time to waste. So, the man decides to pull the trigger again, while the senior takes one last look at Jai, preparing for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to pull the trigger, the senior asks Jai for forgiveness, but before he can die in this dramatic scene, two daggers come flying out of nowhere, piercing the man right in the hand. On the other hand, the woman in black is dodging left and right, while Jin rushes toward Jai, grabs her wheelchair, and starts dashing down with full throttle. The goon is completely bewildered by this, and the other senior's face also goes pale. Meanwhile, the goon starts shooting bullets again as Jin tries to get as far away as possible. At that moment, the senior takes the happy soldier down with him, and they both crash to the ground. Jin glances at his senior, who quickly tells him not to look back and just run. Without wasting any time, Jin speeds up with the wheelchair and keeps moving forward. A while later, Jai begins to groggily open her eyes, but before she can react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Thankfully, it's just Jin. He tells her to stay quiet, and once she nods in agreement, he moves his hand away. The woman then asks where she is here since she was just in the bathroom. Jin points out that she'll feel dizzy for a while because of the sedative. That's when her mind flashes back, and she remembers she'd been kidnapped. Jin confirms it, saying that he and the team leader arrived first, and that security is on its way with the police. Jin looks around to make sure no one is nearby, and he is kind of relieved that she's awake, which will make it easier to move her. But he knows they won't have long before someone finds them in this dead-end corner, and the worst part is that the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, Gia wonders if her kidnapping has something to do with the new acquisitions in the SW Corporation expansion, though she had nothing to do with those deals. She looks at Jin and yells that he's hurt, but Jin brushes it off, saying he's totally fine. But Jai isn't buying this crap because she can see that his shoulder is banged up, his fingers are injured, and to top it off, he's not even her bodyguard. She's confused about why he'd go out of his way to help her, and is surprised at how dependable he's turned out to be. Just then, they hear that familiar voice of that woman, which is the same one who is behind this kidnapping. She's walking toward them, gun in hand, and tells Jin to come out right now. She threatens that if this drags on too long, they won't hesitate to kill the hostage. She further insists they better wrap this up peacefully and save the hostage before things get worse. Gia feels terrified to hear this threat and quickly stands up from the wheelchair, thinking she can't let this boy get dragged into this any further. Despite his skills, he's just a teenager, and she feels she needs to step up and protect him before she can do anything reckless. Jin signals her to stop and cryptically gestures something with his fingers, which just goes way over my head. But it seems like Gia can understand what he is trying to say, so she stands there in silence, and Jin eventually steps out from his hiding spot and raises his hand quietly. The kidnapper woman is sure Gia must be behind that container. She reflects on how she couldn't believe it when she saw our boy hanging from the van, even though he is just a kid. She then mocks him, saying he's probably seen too many action because in reality, even a hero can get killed. I guess she's right, because no matter how brave you are, you're no match for a gun barrel pointed straight at you. But Jin remains calm even with the gun trained on him. Gia eventually comes out, yelling for her to wait. As soon as the kidnapper woman looks in Gia's direction, Jin takes his chance. He throws the blade over at her hand, injuring it badly. Before she can catch her breath, another dagger zips past her, and right at that time, Jin jumps over her, and they both fall off to the ground, and her gun also slips from her hands. She quickly grabs one of the daggers tucked near her thigh and tries to swing it at Jin, but he backs away just in time, and they both put some distance between each other. The woman then launches herself at Jin, and their deadly dance of hack and slash begins. After a fierce exchange, she takes a brutal hit to her gut and goes tumbling backward, her gun falling to the ground. She quickly spots her gun, grabs it, and aims it at with a smirk, thinking she finally has the upper hand. But Jin moves fast and grabs the gun, twists it out of her grip, and now the gun is pointed right back at her. The woman is sweating and utterly confused about how this just happened. Meanwhile, Gia is blown away by Jin's moves, while our boy just stands there cool as a cucumber. The woman smirks again, saying he must have watched a lot of movies. She then pokes fun at him, pointing out that while he might be able to fight, she questions whether he really has the guts to fire a gun. She admits that bodyguards might practice target shooting, but shooting a living person is a whole different ballgame. But well, she's dead wrong about that, and Jin doesn't hesitate for a second before putting a bullet right into her thigh, causing blood to spatter out. The woman is absolutely stunned, unable to believe he didn't think twice before pulling the trigger. What baffles her even more is that his eyes remain dead still after firing the gun, as if he's grown used to it. She is yet to figure out how could a boy from such a peaceful country know how to fight like this. But when she looks at him closely, she recognizes those eyes and feels a chill run down her spine as she realizes that he's code 001. Before she can say anything further, Jin slaps her across the face with the gun, knocking her out cold and letting her fall to the ground. Gia is completely blown away by how effortlessly Jin takes her down, as if it's no big deal. Meanwhile, back with the senior, he seems to have finished dealing with his adversary as well, though he looks severely injured, with blood dripping from his shoulder. Sadly, the senior finds himself surrounded by a bunch of goons. The bastard from before gets back on his feet, puts his hat back on, and retrieves his gun from the ground. A bulky guy swings a punch at the senior, but the senior quickly deflects it and lands a punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard aims his gun at the senior and admits that he underestimated the head of security for the SW Association. He acknowledges that they wouldn't have been able to kidnap her if they hadn't waited until the end of his shift. On the other hand, it looks like the senior is on the brink of giving up. He fought here solely to buy Gia and Jin time to escape, but he can't be sure if they got away since that woman went after Jin. For some reason though, the senior has a gut feeling that Jin will handle it, and he feels surprisingly confident about that. He's so confident that even the dude standing over there can't help but notice the smile spreading across the senior's face. He finally asks the reason behind the senior's smile, but the bodyguard doesn't say a word, just keeps that smile on his face. The cap guy warns that if the senior thinks Jin is safe just because a woman went after him, then he is underestimating that woman gravely. He claims that no man here can defeat that woman, and now that she's angry, Jin will soon be begging for her to put him out of his misery. The senior's smile finally fades, and he grits his teeth out of frustration. The kidnappers also states that he did not send any men after Jin because she'll be done with him before they even get there. The cap guy then starts to squeeze the trigger of his gun, telling the senior to focus on saving himself because he's about to die. Suddenly, a bullet drills a hole into the cap guy's hand, and blood splatters everywhere. He staggers backward and his gun falls to the ground. The senior quickly turns into the direction to see where the shot came from, and is shocked to find Jin standing there, gun in hand. The Cap guy is sweating profusely, his blood pouring out, and he's furious, trying to figure out what the hell Jin is doing here. He's also panicked, wondering what might have happened to his friend Priscilla, who went after Jin earlier. I guess he was just way too confident about her. On the other hand, Jin shoots another bullet and puts it into the Cap guy's thigh, then turns and aims the gun at the senior. For a moment, the senior's heart skips a beat, but before he can react, Jin starts firing. But to the senior's surprise, the bullets whiz past him, taking out the lackey surrounding him from all directions. Once Jin's gun runs dry, the senior looks around, only to find every man down on the ground, groaning in pain. What fascinates the senior the most is that Jin didn't even hesitate while drilling holes into those bastards, and he disarmed them with just a bullet for each man. In the background, GA stands with her ears covered, and once the shooting stops, she looks up. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard's mind flashes back to what the leader of Team 3 said, which is Jin is definitely a professional. Right on cue, reinforcements arrive and cover the entire area. The police quickly start their work, handcuffing all the goons. Meanwhile, a few soldiers walk over to GA, asking if she is all right. In response, the lady quickly assures them that she's absolutely fine. She then notices our boy talking to the officers. Once Jin confirms he's with the security team leader, the soldiers quickly start tending to his injuries. GA walks over to him, asking if he's all right. He replies that he is fine, but GA questions how he can call himself fine in his condition. Our boy simply says that he has no problem with mobility so far, so he's mostly okay. He further adds that a few bruises for saving a VIP from kidnapping is a favorable outcome. Then Jin says he has a favor to ask. GA looks startled and quickly asks what it is. Jin reveals that he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are treated, so he needs to tell them that he'll be attending a security team workshop. GA is a bit confused, wondering if this is all he wanted to talk about. She then simply walks away, telling him to go get those wounds treated. But before leaving, she doesn't forget to thank Jin for his help. Shortly after, the senior also arrives and places a hand on Jin's shoulder. He flashes a warm smile and tells Jin that they'll see each other next time. With that, GA and her bodyguard walk off. The scene then cuts to an unknown location, where a mysterious man sits behind a desk in a dimly lit office. An unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the sad news that their attempt to kidnap GA has failed. The boss smiles to hear this, and explains that success in kidnapping her was never the real objective, because it was merely a way to deliver a message to SW Corporation. He elaborates that they will start to watch their steps more carefully once they realize the trouble their expansion can cause, and that's all he's after. The scene then cuts to a chamber where that same woman from the kidnapping is sitting. She appears annoyed while saying she never expected a beast like Jin to be on their payroll, and she's talking about the mercenary who's really a force to be reckoned with. The man just stays quiet, so the woman goes on, saying if she'd known he was working with SW Corporation, she would have handled things a lot differently. In fact, she probably wouldn't have taken the gig at all. The man acts all clueless, but the woman tells him not to play dumb. She points out that Jin, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered, but she recognized his eyes because she'd crossed paths with him before. She mentions that about 6 months ago, Jin vanished off the radar, and there were all sorts of rumors about him retiring or even being dead. She never thought he'd end up working for SW Corp. The man's response remains the same, and he further states that he can't make sense of any of it. You see, he's heard a thing or two about that mercenary, and thinks it's pretty hilarious to imagine one of their guards being a top-notch mercenary. The woman eventually just stops arguing because, let's be real, talking to this guy is like trying to reason with a brick wall. A bit later, we're at the SW Corporation's medical center, and the first person we see is Lady G chilling in one of the wards. I used to think she was a total villain, but it turns out she's not that bad, but just super curious about our guy. We also spot her guard hanging around. When G asks what he's doing here since he took a bullet, he casually says he can handle simple stuff just fine. G is not having any of that and tells him to head home and rest up, because one less guy on duty isn't going to make a huge difference anyway. The guard states that he just can't rest, feeling responsible since the whole mess happened while he was off shift. He further explains that the mercenaries were working from abroad, and they still haven't figured out who they were working for. Even the mercenaries themselves don't know their client, since multiple middlemen were involved. G's mode turns sad as she reflects on how first Yana was targeted, and now she's been kidnapped as well. She asks him if it's all just a coincidence. The guard shakes his head, saying it's definitely not a coincidence. Well, this just makes G even more down. G then thinks about how our guy handled the whole situation like a total badass, and he was looking even more impressive than during training. She reminds her guard that he's really not just an average teenager after all. The man agrees, acknowledging that he's definitely not an average guy. In her mind, she thinks to herself that Grandpa must know Jin's real identity since he put the kid on their security team. She then recalls that Jin had multiple fractured ribs and detached fingernails from fighting off the kidnappers, not to mention a deep cut on his shoulder from a missed bullet. The guard then points out that Jin had been clinging to their vehicle during the attack and must have gotten those injuries when he fell off. Ji's face goes pale as she realizes that Jin managed to fight off all those thugs, even with all those injuries, and even took on 5 men with knives while she was unconscious. Well, that just adds another layer to the situation, and her face looks even more shocked than before. The guard agrees that it doesn't make much sense, but it's surprisingly true that Jin was able to pull all that off. Ji quickly stands up from her bed, rushing toward the door and heading straight to the ward where Jin is admitted. As soon as she bursts into the room, she finds him getting suited up again in SW uniform. When Jin looks around, he spots Ji and her guard. The lady doesn't waste any time and immediately asks him what the heck he's doing getting dressed. Jin explains that he's going home since he hasn't been there for 2 days. Jai reminds him that he has serious injuries and can't leave until they're done treating him. Jin explains that he'd rather rest and heal at home. Ji starts shouting, telling him not to be ridiculous and asking who gave him permission to do something so rash. In response, our boy simply says it was the doctor who told him. Despite all of Ji's protests, Jin simply packs his bag, and the lady further asks him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jin in response points out that the bruises on his face can easily be explained by saying he got hurt during training. Ji is annoyed to see how this guy has an answer for everything. She then tells her guard that she needs a moment alone with Jin. Once the guard steps out, she tells Jin that she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy looks at her and Ji states that there's nothing in it for him if he stays with Yeona because, as she puts it, she's just a child. She goes on to explain that Yeona only has her inheritance from her parents, but she doesn't have the means to secure her own future. Ji, on the other hand, claims she can guarantee our boy a safe and secure future. After a moment of silence, Jin says he has one question. Hearing this, Ji assumes he's probably curious about the salary, so she quickly tells him not to worry, as she'll make sure he's paid more than he can imagine, with plenty of extra benefits on the side. But Jin flatly refuses to have such thoughts, and instead asks what she meant by him staying with Yeona. The woman remains quiet for a moment, then abruptly asks if he's dating Yeona, to which Jin flatly says he's not. But Ji thinks to herself that Yeona always waits for him during training, which probably means she has a serious crush on him. Anyway, she tells him to come and work for her when he graduates, promising to make his family happy and get him a good job right away. Jin seems to find the offer tempting, but he doesn't say much in response and just tells her that he'll think about it. Later, back at the apartment, we see Yeona and Grandpa, and they both get utterly shocked when Jin explains that he got hurt during training. Grandpa asks if it's something serious, to which Jin reassures him that it's not, stating that it's just blisters on his fingers, and the doctor said it wasn't anything to worry about. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he's working with is really what he wants to pursue in the future. Jin doesn't give a definitive answer, only saying that it's what he's interested in for now. Grandpa reminds him that even if it's what he feels like doing right now, he can always change his course if he finds something else he's passionate about down the line. Since Jin is still young, Grandpa adds that he'll support him no matter what he chooses to do. Jin smiles in response and agrees with his grandpa. Grandpa then feels a bit awkward and asks if he suddenly jumped into a heavy topic. He mentions that high school seniors are often worried about their future careers and wonders if he might have busted his chops. Yeona snickers at this and reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Jin, meanwhile, has no idea what busting chops even means. The scene then transitions to a familiar camp where we see that same eye patch guy. His lackey reports that 032 went off course without notifying anyone and suspects it might be because he heard the news about 001 being targeted for elimination. The eye patch guy just scoffs, calling 032 a fool. He says that no one should let their emotions dictate their actions when one of their brothers gets killed, which is precisely why he believes that having a family is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of a mysterious man who might very well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he came to Korea to meet our boy. The scene then cuts back to Jin, who is stretching his fingers to make sure they're working properly. His mind flashes back to a memory of the kidnapper woman, who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no clue who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, maybe she isn't related to the camp. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he looks at the screen, he sees that it's Yeona calling. A while later, Jin finds himself outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Yeona is there too, and they have heaps of triangle kimbap spread out on their table. The girl then quickly points out that she didn't have dinner and was craving triangle kimbap, but 032 still thinks to himself that this much food seems like a lot. Nonetheless, She also invites him to dig into the meal, since she is sure that he also did not have dinner either. She quickly opens one of the kimbaps, while mentioning that she heard he got hurt pretty badly, and asks if he's okay now. He replies that he is. She then explains that she went to see him at the hospital, but they said he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in, and GA also told her not to visit him right now. She admits she was really worried since he was absent from school yesterday. Jin explains that Grandpa told him to take the day off. Yona finds it touching how he really listens to his grandpa, but then she gets a bit dejected while mentioning how he had to rescue GA single-handedly from the life-threatening danger. In response, Jin says that's not entirely true and clarifies that the leader of Security Team 2 was the one who did everything. Team 2's leader tracked them down, acted as a liaison with the police and SW security team, and even created a diversion when he was shot so that Jin could escape. The leader stayed behind until the very end to ensure Jin could get to safety. Without his support, our boy admits he wouldn't have been able to do anything for GA. Yona looks a bit awkward hearing the truth, probably because she wasn't expecting our boy to explain everything thoroughly. Seokju agrees that if what Jin says is true, then the team leader was indeed the one who carried out the rescue. Jin quickly agrees with his friend, but Seokju points out that the team leader wouldn't have been able to pull this rescue mission alone as well, and the report clearly shows how much Jin contributed to rescuing GA. Our boy then highlights that they're essentially a team, and the goal is to ensure the VIP's safety, not to figure out who made the greatest contribution. Seokju nods, saying that's absolutely right. Yona feels a bit out of place, probably because this isn't the kind of talk she's used to. Just then, Jin's phone rings, and when he checks it, Yona asks what's up and if something's wrong. Jin sheepishly admits that they need him at the game room, because Jaehyun just texted him that they need an extra person and that he should hurry over. But Yona reminds him that he's still injured and questions how he's gonna play with his hand like that. Jin clarifies that it doesn't really matter because he's pretty awful anyway. Yona is once again a bit unsettled by his bluntness. The scene then transitions to Daehyun walking down the footpath, thinking about getting something to eat for Jin. Her thoughts drift back to a past memory where a bunch of girls surrounded Yona, asking why Jin hadn't been in school for the past few days. Yona explained that he was away on a trip and had injured his hands a bit. The girls were startled and asked if it was anything serious. Yona reassured them that it wasn't. The girls quickly become cheerful, saying they're glad it's nothing serious, and that it wasn't his face that got injured because they can't let a face like his get scarred. Yona quietly agrees while thinking about how it seems like Jin has become more and more popular lately. Suddenly, Daehyun hears some voices nearby. When she looks in the direction of the commotion, she sees a group of thugs. She begins to panic when she realizes there's no one around to ask for help. But when she takes a closer look, she recognizes one of the thugs as the same guy who tried to ask her for her number earlier. Her mind flashes back to that encounter, and she remembers that he didn't seem like a mean person, so he might listen to her. So, she musters up the courage, approaches the group, and nervously stutters out an excuse to grab their attention. At first, the harasser responds sharply and cockily, asking who the hell it is. However, his face goes pale with anxiety when he realizes it's the same girl he tried to harass. He then frantically starts explaining to her that this isn't what it looks like, and claims that this dude had a run-in with them first while they were just passing by, and this dude just started demanding for some food. Daehyun apologizes on this dude's behalf and asks if they can let him go. The harasser clearly isn't thrilled about doing what she's demanding, but eventually, they start to walk away. She then turns to the hoodie guy, asking if he's alright. The hoodie guy is startled at first, but then quickly asks if she could buy. Shortly after, they're sitting outside, and it's clear the man has devoured a lot of triangle kimbap like a hungry hound, and he still can be seen chomping down over the last remaining he has left. After that, he gulps down a bottle of water, and once his belly is full, he feels as if he is swimming over the clouds. Daehyun watches him with curiosity, while the guy quickly apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to bother her, but he was just so hungry that he couldn't resist asking for some food. Daehyun reassures him it's no big deal, and the guy explains that he lost his wallet as soon as he got into the country, so he hasn't eaten for a few days. She then reminds him that he should have asked the embassy for help, and the boy feels kind of an idiot for simply not doing that. The girl then checks her phone and realizes it's gotten late, and Jin must be waiting for her to get home. So she quickly offers this boy some money, saying it's just a little something in case he gets hungry again. With that, she starts running off in a hurry, leaving the guy curious about her. We can clearly see this dude is 032 we've been hearing about, and by the way, he looks quite feminine, so don't be surprised if he turns out to be a girl later in the story. The scene then shifts back to the past, where we see Jin bursting into one of the rooms with his gun in hand. Inside, he finds this lady protecting a girl. Jin doesn't open fire immediately, but his transmission tells him to eliminate the target and return to base immediately. The girl in the ponytail's arms trembles in fear. And that is when Jin hears someone calling, and he finds himself jolting awake from this unpleasant dream. He quickly sits down over his bed, and he can literally feel his pulse pound. He then starts hearing the clattering of dishes from the living room. He heads outside and finds Yona and Grandpa there. The old man looks at him and asks why he's up when he should still be resting. Jin replies that it's time for him to get back to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better is more important right now than worrying about his studies. Yona then also gestures to him quietly from behind to just do as the grandpa is saying, and without a doubt, Jin agrees with his old man with a pleasant smile. Before heading out, the old man mentions that he'll be home late tonight because his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, so he's covering his shift. Jin then asks Stan why she's leaving so early. She replies that she got up early and plans to study a bit before school starts. As usual, she reminds him that breakfast is on the table, so he better eat up. Jin gives her a quick smile, and she quietly heads out, leaving behind a delicious spread of food for him. Later, we find ourselves outside, and as Jin strolls down the street, his phone rings with a notification, and it's Jae-hyung texting, urging him to make his comeback to the team as soon as possible. Just then, Yona also joins the chat and tells Jae-hyung to count her in as well, but Jae-hyung brutally turns her down, saying she should start practicing with bots first. Just as Jin smiles at the lively banter between his friends, we see 032 walking down the other side of the road. Our boy's smile fades when he spots him, and he is sure that something about the figure seems familiar. He quickly dashes toward the guy, but 032 slips into a back alley. Jin picks up his pace and dives into the alley after him. Once inside, he can't spot the guy in his sight. He follows the path further and ends up at a construction site. After climbing up one of the buildings, he scans the area and soon spots his old friend, who's now holding a gun and aiming right at him. Femboy doesn't hesitate and opens fire, sending a barrage of bullets toward him. But our boy quickly dives behind a nearby wall for cover while his previous injuries are still hurting. Femboy starts walking toward our boy, and he can't help but remark about how long it's been since they last met. Earlier, he admits that he was a bit startled to see someone trailing him, but he's even more surprised when he found out that it was our boy. That is when it finally hits Jin that this dude is 032. The hoodie guy keeps walking forward and points out that he already knows 006 habits, so it's no surprise to him that our boy is still alive. He finds it fascinating that he did not have to look around to find our boy. Jin then asks if the camp sent him to eliminate him, but this question just goes above the femboy's head, and he has no idea what Jin is talking about. Jin, on the other hand, already knows that the camp would never send anyone to finish the job which 006 failed to complete. But the femboy just tells our boy to shut the hell up since he's not their leader anymore. Despite this, Jin keeps pressing for more info, asking if the camp didn't send him, then he must have run out from the camp without anyone's permission. Femboy simply responds that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He claims that he doesn't want to hold any resentment towards our boy, but his circumstances are forcing him to do so. But he does mention that 006 was his only family, the only person who looked out for him in that hellish camp. While 032 is rambling on with his sentimental talk, Jin quickly throws a metal projectile at him, hitting the gun in 032's hands. Distracted, 032 loses focus, allowing Jin to jump over him, and they both crash to the ground. 032 quickly tries to break free and aims the gun right at Jin's face, but Jin reacts fast, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying. Not missing a beat, 032 pulls a dagger out and tries to slash Jin with it. Their back and forth is so quick that it's hard to follow, but eventually Jin grabs 032's hand, balls up his fist, and lands a punch on his face. But 032 blocks the punch with hands and retaliates with a kick, hitting Jin right where he's already injured. Our boy asks if 032 has reported everything to the camp, but 032 dodges the question, asking since when Jin became so talkative. He reminds Jin that he's no longer their leader, so he doesn't have to answer him. Right now, Jin is just a target. After those words, he pushes Jin back and swings his dagger at him. When they both take a step back, it's clear that Jin has been cut across his belly. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is giving the lecture as usual, but Dae-hyun is lost in thought, hoping Jin isn't skipping breakfast. She worries that he needs to eat well to recover quickly. Back in the fight, Jin and his old friend continue their squabble. As the dagger comes at Jin again, he quickly grabs 032's arm and delivers a brutal punch right to his face. The hoodie guy slides backward after swinging his blade, and he is absolutely huffing and puffing. Jin's side hurts from the cut as he asks 032 one more time if he's reporting everything to the camp. Once again, the femboy dodges the direct questions and wonders why Jin is suddenly talking so much. He then makes it clear that he won't tell anything to a traitor who killed his friend 006. Afterwards, he swings his blade again, but Jin quickly jumps over him, landing a brutal punch to his face. Jin follows up with a series of powerful swings, eventually landing a devastating blow to 032's belly, sending him staggering backward. On the other hand, 032 notices the gun over his left shoulder. Before he can grab it, Jin dashes down, but 032 manages to pick up the gun and aims it straight at Jin. Jin reacts quickly, grabbing the gun by the barrel and redirecting the bullets to ricochet harmlessly into the ceiling. Once the firing stops, Jin pins the femboy to a pillar, and the guy starts groaning in pain. Jin then asks him if he's here out of loyalty to the camp or to avenge 006. The femboy doesn't respond, and instead slams his knee into Jin's belly, then points his gun at him again. He begins firing another barrage of bullets, but Jin quickly ducks behind the pillar, trying to shield himself from the onslaught. The femboy grits his teeth and keeps shooting, determined to take our boy down. Jin looks back and sees 032 moving away. As soon as he tries to follow this bastard, he is left struggling behind due to his wounds, with one last cut bleeding intensely. In desperation, he calls his friend Seokju, and when the blackhead answers, his face goes pale upon hearing Jin's request for surveillance data of the area. Seokju quickly starts moving, and Yona notices him heading out of the classroom. Once outside, he asks Jin why he's getting involved in something so messy again. Nevertheless, he tells Jin he'll call him back in a few minutes, and advises him to just send him the physical description and location he wants to track. Once the call ends, we find ourselves outside, where the femboy is strolling down his path, and he's absolutely annoyed, thinking that if our boy hadn't been busy asking all those questions, he could have killed him multiple times. He also notices that Jin has gotten way stronger ever since the camp days. He then recalls how our boy was asking him if he is here to take revenge for 006's death, or if he has been sent by the camp. He has no clue why he was asking him those questions, or why Jin just did not kill him right away. While 032 is walking, the same harasser and his goons spot him again. A creepy smile spreads across the harasser's face as he decides to pick on him once more. 032 spots the goons too, and he's definitely not thrilled to waste time with these idiots, and he simply ignores them and keeps walking forward. Suddenly, a few more thugs block 032's path, towering over him as if they're about to devour him alive. But in the blink of an eye, all of these thugs are piled up on the ground like discarded toys. As 032 walks on, he notices Dae-hyun standing nearby. When their eyes meet, the girl quickly recognizes him as the same guy from before. The man starts rummaging through his pockets, pulls out a note, and hands it to her, thanking her for her earlier help. He says it's all he has right now, but promises to pay back the rest soon. Dae-hyun then tells him he doesn't have to do this, and worries that he might not have anything left for himself. She bows her head and assures him it will be all right. Later, they stop by a restaurant. Dae-hyun comments that he shouldn't have returned the money until he had more saved up. The guy simply replies that not everyone should wait until they have extra to repay someone for their help. She then asks him how old he is, and he replies that he's 17. Yona finds it fascinating that they're the same age, and 032 is also surprised to hear this. With that in mind, Yona quickly decides to become buddies since they're the same age, and 032 agrees to the idea. It's hilarious to see that she's trying to make friends even though she doesn't even know his name yet. She then asks if he's from overseas, and he confirms that he is, saying he's traveling right now. When she asks if he's traveling with friends, he says he's on his own. Yona is intrigued by this, finding it fascinating that he's traveling alone. She asks how many countries he's been to, and he admits he's not exactly sure, but probably he's been to almost 20 countries. As they're chatting it out, Jin finally arrives as well, but slows down when he sees 032 sitting there, and his eyes nearly pop out of his sockets when he realizes that he is sitting with Dae-hyun. But Jin doesn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stands silently behind the wall while his sister and the guy continue their chat. Dae-hyun asks how long he's been in Korea. The guy is initially silent, but eventually says he'll stay until he's finished with what he's doing here. She smiles and remarks that he must be staying nearby since she ran into him again. The guy confirms it and states that he had some business in this area, but he also guesses that she must live around here as well. He then feels a bit awkward about asking such an obvious question, but Dae-hyun reassures him that she doesn't actually live there. It's just her school is just around the corner. Suddenly, Jin dashes in, and before 032 can react, our boy grabs him and throws him down onto the ground, leaving him in pain. Jin then picks up a chopstick from the bin and tries to jab it into 032's face. However, 032 quickly grabs Jin's hand, but Jin responds by swinging a punch instead. After their brief exchange of blows, both of them finally take a step back for a moment of respite. Jin feels guilty for dragging his sister into this mess and stands there, frustrated with himself. Dae-hyun, on the other hand, is bewildered by what's happening. 032, clenching his jaw, tells Jin they should take this somewhere else because Dae-hyun has nothing to do with this. Jin is surprised that 032 wasn't targeting his sister. When Daehyun calls out Jin's name, 032 is also shocked to see that she knows him. She yells at her brother and demands to know what's going on and why he's here. But instead of responding to her, Jin tells her to get out of there immediately. The girl then asks him once again what he is doing here, but she suddenly feels a chill running down her spine by the serious look in his eyes, which is the same look she's seen before. She then points out that he's severely hurt. On the other hand, Femboy finally asks her if she knows Jin, and she responds that he's her brother, her older brother in fact. She also apologizes for Jin's behavior, explaining that he's not usually like this. The guy is initially shocked, but then smiles, seeing how big of a coincidence this is. Jin tells his sister to give them a moment, and Daehyun quickly agrees. As 032 and Jin face each other, 032 comments on how he didn't think Jin was actually her brother, and questions why he's suddenly using this disguise. Jin makes it clear that he'll only answer if 032 answers him first. With that said, our boy asks him if the camp sent him here, or he just wants to take revenge out of loyalty just because our boy betrayed the camp. 32 is clearly frustrated by Jin's relentless questioning, and eventually snaps at him, asking why he keeps asking the same useless questions and what good it does now. But when he looks into our boy's eyes, he eventually reveals that he left the camp as soon as he heard Jin had killed his friend, 006. He further admits that he's not here because of the camp, but he's here because he wanted to avenge 006's death, because he was the only family he had. Jin reminds him that he and 006 weren't even close, so why is he actually feeling a great urge to avenge? The femboy kinda agrees, and points out that they never spent time together outside of training or missions, and he's not even sure if revenge is what he is really after. He is now not even sure why he just ran away from the camp. After a moment of silence, Jin reveals that his friend 06 is actually not dead. Not surprisingly, this revelation nearly makes the femboy's eyes pop out of his sockets. Jin further drops truth bombs that 006 faked his death and disappeared to avoid being found by anyone, and he does not want to even let his friends find him out. The guy is officially shocked, and he asks once again if 006 is really alive, and Jin confirms it without a shred of doubt. The realization hits the femboy hard, and he starts feeling pangs of guilt when he understands why Jin had been asking him the same questions repeatedly. Jin explains that he needed to know his true intentions before revealing anything. If femboy had been working with the camp, he would have immediately reported everything back to camp, so Jin just did not want to reveal anything without confirming if femboy is working with the camp or not. After getting overwhelmed by the news, the hoodie guy slumps into a chair and starts to snicker. He then asks Jin why the hell he's here. Jin, unsure how to respond, simply says he just came back home. The guy is shocked and asks if he is saying that the girl is really his sister, because as far as he knows, our boy had lost all of his memories. Jin replies that his memories have come back recently, though they're still a bit hazy. 032 asks if he betrayed the camp just because he got his memories back. Jin shakes his head and says it was because he couldn't follow their orders anymore. Then Jin remembers Daeyeon and gives 032 a serious look, demanding to know how he met her. 032, clearly freaked out by Jin's intense stare, is pretty sure that if he doesn't spill the beans, Jin might actually kill him. He nervously admits that Daeyeon helped him out a while back. Jin expects more details, but 032 just turns away and says that's all there is to it. Jin finally chills out, and 032 is relieved to see him calm down, though he's still a bit rattled by how Jin looks even way more deadlier than he looked while fighting. Despite everything, Jin starts cleaning up the mess, and his friend also lends his hand in cleaning the area. While they're cleaning up the mess, femboy asks if 006 is okay. This question triggers a flashback for Jin, and he remembers the brutal hit 06 took from the car and how he was tossed around afterward. Keeping that in mind, he doesn't go into details and just says his friend is kinda okay. Femboy shrugs and says it doesn't matter as long as his friend is still alive. After all, he did try to kill Jin, so it's expected that he might be hurt. Jin then turns to him, asking how he can trust someone like our boy, especially since he is a traitor to the camp. Femboy replies that it's because Jin has never lied to any of them. Even though he betrayed the camp, 032 believes Jin wouldn't betray his friends. He mentions that 006 had the same opinion about our boy as well. Upon hearing this, Jin then says that he understands everything. His friend gets curious to hear this vague line, so he asks what he means by that. Jin reminds him that on the day the entire camp was mobilized to track him down, 006 intentionally let him run away from the camp, otherwise he wouldn't have made it out alive. Femboy smirks at this and points out that they probably hated the camp even more than he did. Jin smirks in return, and then his friend asks if there's any way to reach 006. Jin says no, not until 006 makes contact first. Jin then reassures him that he will tell 006 to reach out to Femboy when he does get in touch. He then starts berating himself up for lashing out at Jin for no reason, and almost getting himself killed in the process. He then also highlights how 006 had gone into hiding just to protect his friend. Jin then also reveals an interesting tidbit and explains that if the camp had known that 006 has a close relationship with the 032, then they would have used this to their advantage, so 006 did not tell anyone before vanishing. Femboy gets sad to think about how his friend is sacrificing himself to keep his friends safe. That is when the hoodie guy also reveals some interesting news, which is that the camp is making sure that no one finds out that our boy is still alive. Jin asks if they are actually covering this up, and his friend confirms it, saying it's true. He adds that only a few high-ranking officials know that Jin is still alive, which is why the camp can't conduct a full-scale search for him. Hoodie guy notes how strange it is that Jin, being the top soldier, is being kept hidden like this. Jin then asks him how he found out that 006 had been supposedly killed by Jin's hands if this information was kept secret. His friend in response explains it's because of Dog, the guy with the eye patch. After that, 032 decides to head out, saying he needs to make a few stops on his way back to the camp to scatter some trails and make sure they don't track Jin. But as he's about to leave, he notices Daehyun peeking out from behind a pillar. Jin smiles when he sees his sister, which leaves the femboy completely stunned, because this is the first time he has ever seen Jin smile like that before. His friend then asks if Daehyun is actually his sister, and Jin nods with confidence. But his pleasant expression fades as he gets angry when 032 asks if he can say a final goodbye to her. 032 starts to tremble under Jin's intense gaze. Eventually, the poor guy just waves his goodbye from a distance, and the girl reciprocates with the gesture. She then quickly turns to Jin, asking if he knew 032, and Jin responds with a simple yes. She then questions why he was so harsh if he knew him. Well, Jin has no clue how to counter this question, but then he remembers Yona mentioning that Daehyun has always been popular with guys and is pretty. Keeping this in mind, Jin makes an excuse, saying he thought some weirdo was trying to hit on her because she's pretty. Daehyun is startled to hear his explanation, and a cold silence settles between them after Jin's awkward comment. Later that night, Jin is back at the apartment, secretly tending to the wounds he got from the fight. Once he's patched up, he sits quietly, reflecting on how the camp is covering up the fact that he's still alive and wondering what their next move might be. We are back with our femboy once again, and he is still preoccupied with thoughts of Daehyun, trying to figure out if she really is Jin's sister. Suddenly, he notices something in his apartment and quickly pulls out his gun, aiming at the front. A voice calls out, telling him to take it easy. Once this mysterious man appears from the shadows, femboy sees a bald guy standing there, which leaves him momentarily stunned. The bald guy tells him to put the gun down before they talk. Femboy finally relaxes his muscles while the bald man looks around and asks if this is where he is living right now. He then questions if he has managed to kill our boy. Femboy counters it, asking this stupid head if taking down Jin looks like a walk in the park for him. The hoodie guy then inquires what he is doing here. The shady figure replies that he's just handling some business. But before the femboy can react, the bald man slips a dagger out from his sleeve and quickly plunges it into the femboy's belly. As he drives the blade deeper, he says he's here to teach him a lesson, and to take this bastard out for disobeying the camp. The poor guy trembles as he asks if the camp really ordered his elimination. The big guy confirms, but only if he refuses to go back to the camp. He then yanks the dagger out from the chest and swings it again at the hoodie guy, giving a nasty cut across his thigh. The poor guy groans in pain, and he is further thrown away backwards, landing on the floor. The bulky bastard hovers over him while complimenting him for his great agility. The poor hoodie guy is losing blood fast from his belly wound, and he demands to know what the hell this sucker is trying to achieve by doing all this. The baldy coolly replies that he's taking care of things while he has the chance, because he always waited for this moment to kill him. Now that 006 is out of the picture, he is sure that no one can save this femboy from getting killed by his hands. Hoodie guy then throws a jab at this bastard, stating that he did not know he was too scared of 06, and he finds it hilarious that this baldy had to ambush him like a coward. Of course, this little jab really ticks off the gorilla, and his anger takes over. He quickly swings his dagger at the boy, but then femboy pulls out his own dagger and lands a nasty cut on the gorilla. Now the gorilla is even more enraged and swings back at the femboy, and while the poor guy is doing his best to keep up, his wound starts to throb. The gorilla then lands a punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. As the femboy quakes in pain, the gorilla strides over to grab the gun from the ground. He aims it at the boy and reminds him how much effort the camp put into training him and how it's all about to go to waste as soon as he pulls the trigger. But the boy just mocks him, telling him to stop being jealous and get better instead. With that, the gorilla pulls the trigger and the gun drills a hole into the boy's thigh, leaving him collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Seeing him in shambles, a creepy smile spreads across the gorilla's face. It's clear he thinks no matter how many jabs are thrown, he's the one who's going to come out on top tonight. But surprisingly, despite all the cuts and bruises, the femboy retaliates. He's back in action and throws his dagger at the gorilla's face. While the gorilla is momentarily distracted, the boy makes a run for it, and he quickly dashes out of the room. The gorilla starts shooting a barrage of bullets, but the boy finally makes it outside. His legs are trembling as the bullets make his wounds bleed even more. The gorilla chases after him, but all he finds is a trail of blood. Because our femboy has long disappeared into the shadows, he continues to follow the blood trail, and as he's about to turn right in the corridor, femboy suddenly grabs his hand and lands a crushing blow to his face. Before the gorilla can react, the boy pulls the magazine out of the gun and throws it right in the gorilla's face. After those humiliating hits, the big guy gets even more ticked off and recklessly swings his dagger, but he completely misses his mark. As surprising as it is, the blows this bastard took weren't from the femboy, but rather, they were from our boy, who just gave this bastard a run for his money. The gorilla's face goes pale when he realizes it's our boy. Without wasting a moment, Jin charges at him and delivers a devastating crunching blow to his face, leaving it all bloodied. The gorilla tries to attack again, but Jin hits him with more strikes to the belly and seals the deal with brutal knee smashes. But he doesn't stop there. He slams the gorilla's face into the and with his face all bloody, the wall is smeared with blood as well. Finally, the cocky gorilla drops to the ground. Once the fight is over, we see the femboy sitting on the ground with his injuries, asking Jin why in the hell he is even here. Hearing the voice, our boy turns around, looks at his friend, and then starts to walk away. He grabs this bag full of goodies from the ground and offers them to a femboy, saying that his sister told him he was broke, so he brought this to him. Femboy takes a look and finds food supplies. He starts laughing, teasing our boy for being such a softie, and asks what's changed him so much. He wonders if he's hurt his head or something, but then realizes that our boy has been like this all along. The scene shifts to the SW Corporation. We see our boy sitting before the director. The old man points out that the man he brought in turned out to be an international fugitive. He mentions that arranging what was requested will be straightforward since many countries want to claim him. He wraps it up by saying they'll make sure he spends his days imprisoned, isolated from society. It sounds like they're talking about the gorilla who attacked them, and I guess that bastard really deserves for all the mess he has caused. The old man mentions he presumes the gorilla is connected to our boy's past. For a moment, Jin stays silent and admits he wasn't directly involved, but yes, the connection is there. The old man says he won't dig any deeper, but assures Jin to come to him if he ever needs help. Jin simply nods, stands up, and leaves without saying much more. The assistant chimes in, saying he was startled when our boy called for help, especially when it involved such a serious criminal and gunshots on the scene. As Jin walks out of the corporation building, his mind drifts back to his injured friend, who is barely hanging on. Jin quickly pulls out his phone, saying he knows someone who can get the femboy treated somewhere safer. But the femboy insists he can handle it himself because he just needs to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound. Jin, however, points out that he needs proper treatment. The femboy mentions it'll take too long and the camp might get suspicious. Jin is shocked to hear this and asks if his friend is returning to the camp. The femboy confirms he is, but Jin reminds him that the camp gave orders to eliminate him. In response, femboy explains that the gorilla did mention that he was tasked to bring femboy back. But since this gorilla doesn't like 006 or any of the numbered guys, he just went ahead and tried to assassinate. Jin quickly points out that going back to camp is still risky. The femboy just snickers, saying since the camp believes 006 is dead, it doesn't make sense for them to kill him just because he went off looking for Jin. Besides, the femboy says he sees no other way either, because they will come after him if he go into hidings, and that could risk exposing 06 as well. Femboy further adds that if his plan works, he'll make sure they can't track Jin down. It's the least he can do after Jin saved his life. With all the traces 006 left behind, it should keep the camp busy for a long time. He tells Jin he hopes he'll make it and manage to protect his real life. Suddenly, Jin is jolted awake from his flashback when Lady Jai calls out to him. She asks what brings him here, and he responds that he was just running an errand. She then asks if it's really okay for him to be out like this, since he still has not recovered from his injuries. As soon as she mentions his injuries, Jin's mind flashes back to the past where he remembers getting kicked and beaten by femboy, which only made his previous injuries worse. But instead of admitting that, he smiles and says he's doing great. The girl smiles back and asks if he's free now, suggesting they grab something to eat. It seems like she's taken a liking to him, and even though she has a meeting to attend, she'd rather have dinner with Jin. But unfortunately for her, Jin turns her down, saying he has to head straight home since he already has dinner plans with his family. It seems like she wasn't ready to be turned down by a kid, and she's clearly feeling the heat of the situation. To save her face, she quickly comes up with an excuse, saying she remembers she has some work to do as well. Meanwhile, the guard behind her looks completely pale after hearing her blunt lies. After all, the meeting was the only reason they were here. Suddenly, the girl asks if he'd be interested in taking a part-time job, guaranteeing that the money will be worth it. Once again, Jin turns her down, saying he's not interested. She sighs and finally asks if he wants a ride home. Jin replies with a simple no. As Jin starts to head out, Lady Jai's guard tells him to get well soon so they can train together again, mentioning that the other boys have been asking about him. On the other hand, Lady Jai secretly smirks, thinking Jin is fitting in better with the guys than she expected, and even her picky bodyguard seems to like him. Once our boy is out of the picture, the guard asks if Lady Jai plans to put him in Seo Ha-cha's security detail. She says yes, pointing out the recent stalker incident happened with Seo Ha-cha, and noting that it wouldn't be too dangerous since he'd just be escorting her. She asks what he thinks about it, and he replies, it should be fine. While Jin's heading down the street, he notices his grandpa standing nearby. He calls out to him, asking what he's doing there, and Grandpa just says he's out for some fresh air. The old man then reveals that Daeun's birthday is coming up in a few days, and Jin looks quite surprised. The old man admits that he doesn't know much about Gen Z preferences these days, since he's a boomer himself. He asks Jin if he can suggest what kids his age might like as a gift, and what her hobbies might be. It turns out, Jin is just as clueless as his boomer grandpa, and there's an awkward silence as they both realize they've fallen into the boomer category. Suddenly, Jie's phone rings while she is sitting in her office. When she checks it, a creepy smile spreads across her face. She picks up the call, clearly surprised that it's Jin himself returning her call, which is quite a big deal in itself. Our boy then asks her about the offer she had made earlier, and wonders if that is still valid. The girl smiles, thinking Jin must be calling about the dinner offer, so she acts all nonchalant, saying she's pretty busy but will check her calendar. However, her pleasant smile fades when Jin tells her he's actually calling about the part-time job she offered him. She looks annoyed when she hears Jin is actually calling about the part-time job, not the dinner. Our boy then asks again if the offer is still valid, and the girl asks if he's interested. Jin confirms he is, so she tells him to come to her studio tomorrow at 4 p.m. The scene cuts to the game room where Jin and the other boys are lounging around, having fun while gaming and chatting. Jae-hyung, who's been reading an article on Seo Ha-cha, tells his other friends about it. The other boys perk up and start staring at his monitor. Jae-hyung explains that she's starring in a new TV series based on a webtoon, and will be the lead in the Mercenary teenager series. The blondie then adds that he's seen her in person, and she looks smoking hot. His orange head friend nearly chokes on his drink hearing this, while Blondie continues, saying he saw her while working part-time at his cousin's ad company, where they were shooting a commercial with her. Jae-hyung is blown away by this news, as he's been a hardcore fan of Seo Ha-cha ever since her first show, which has been almost 8 years of following and loving her work. Young Chan asks Blondie how she was in real life. Blondie responds that she's pretty in person, and admits he's never seen someone so beautiful. The other guys can't help but blush and call Blondie a lucky bastard. Jae-hyung even asks Blondie to let them know if his cousin's company needs anyone again. The scene cuts to the ad shoot set, where everyone is preparing for the next advertisement. They are eagerly waiting for Seo Ha-cha to come out of her room. Inside, Seo Ha-cha hears the news that a bodyguard is coming to escort her. One of the crew confirms it, but Seo Ha-cha replies that they already have someone from the agency handling it. But the guy reminds Seo Ha that the guard coming this time is from SW Corporation. He mentions that he had already told the corporation that there is nothing to worry about, but they were still worried because of the stalking by some stalkers. He assures her it's just one guy who will be tagging along with her, so it won't be much of a hassle. The gorilla-like guard standing nearby then confirms that the new guy is just a trainee. Of course, this doesn't sit well with the actress. She wonders why they would send a trainee for something like this. As everything gets ready for the shoot, everyone's attention is suddenly caught by the crisp sound of shoes thudding on the floor. When they turn around, they're blown away by the elegance this man exudes. Even though we don't get the chance to see this elegant man, I can confidently state that it's our boy crashing the party here. Back in Seo Ha-cha's dressing room, the gorilla-like guard mentions that SW sent the trainee to get some experience, and he assures her that he will keep an eye on him to make sure he stays out of her way. Seoha's assistant thanks the guard for his help and apologizes for the extra trouble, saying this whole situation is way above his paycheck. The guard reassures them, saying there's nothing to worry about. He adds it's SW's fault for sending a rookie, and he personally finds it rather humiliating to work with someone below his level. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When the guard cracks it open, he finds Jin standing there, and our absolute handsome boy in his suit looks totally lady killer, and he quickly states that he's from SW. The assistant is totally bewildered, wondering if he's really a bodyguard or just trying to pull a fast one on them. Jin formally introduces himself and confirms he's indeed the guard sent by SW. The man finally acknowledges it, though he almost thought Jin was some kind of celebrity in disguise, because he just looks too hot to be some random bodyguard. On the other hand, the gorilla perks up to see our boy, and he finds this nothing short of a joke that they have sent a literal kid. Nevertheless, Jin asks if he can come inside, and the assistant gives him the green light to enter. Once Jin is inside, Seo-ha-cha takes one look at him and is absolutely blown away, finding it ridiculous that this handsome kid is a bodyguard. Jin introduces himself personally and tells her he'll be her bodyguard from now on. Seo-ha quickly reciprocates with the gesture and says it's nice to meet him. Jin starts looking around, trying to get a feel for things, while Seo-ha-cha is still wondering if this guy is really a trainee bodyguard. He looks more like a boy band trainee that SW is trying to debut, and she suspects they probably sent him here to get some exposure. Meanwhile, our boy wants to confirm if this is her first day on set. The assistant confirms this, and once the formalities are out of the way, our boy quickly points out the elephant in the room and asks if the stalking began 2 weeks ago with letters. The woman clarifies that it's been going on for longer than that. She explains that the stalker somehow knows her address and keeps leaving strange letters in her mailbox. It's gotten worse recently, but it's been happening for a while now. She adds that this is common in this line of work, so SW shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actress begins to ask how old he is, and that is when our boy's mind flashes back to a time when his senior told him that revealing his age would only make people doubt his abilities. So, in the present moment, he simply replies that it's a secret. At that moment, the gorilla from before calls our boy from behind and says he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're out, the gorilla starts by asking if he is a security trainee from SW. Once Jin hears this, he realizes that this is what these guys must have been told, so he just rolls with it, confirming that it's exactly right. The gorilla tells Jin to simply stand aside and watch how it's done. He's confident that he already has things under control. He then starts berating our boy, saying he has no idea why SW would send a runt like him because security is no joke, and practice drills won't cut it in real-life situations. So he tells him he better stay out of the way until his shift is over, and then go home. Jin finally speaks up, asking if the gorilla is Chayol Yong Kim from the Security Brothers agency. The man grabs Jin by the neck, telling him not to dodge the question. He warns Jin that if he thinks they're messing around, he'd better listen up if he wants to get out of here in one piece. With that, he flings Jin against the wall and walks off, clearly annoyed. Just then, the actress steps out of the room, asking if Jin's okay. He says he's fine, and she apologizes for this goofball gorilla, saying he's from her agency and can be a bit rough around the edges. She even mentions that she told them she didn't need a bodyguard. Jin doesn't say anything, and the actress enthusiastically starts to ask if he's still in school. Jin responds that it's confidential. Suddenly, her assistant calls out, telling her it's time to head to the set. Before heading out, the lady reassures Jin to just take it easy, saying that nothing's going to happen. With that, she leaves him standing there as she walks out of the scene. The next scene cuts to GA, who's wondering if he made it to the studio okay. The guard asks if she's talking about Jin, and she confirms. The guard then explains that he received word that Jin has actually made it into the studio without any hitch. GA then asks if sending him there was a good decision since he hasn't fully recovered. The guard says it's alright, pointing out that threats and stalkers are pretty common for celebrities. With Seo-ha-cha's level of fame, she's had her fair share of them. Her agency recently assigned a personal bodyguard for her so Jin won't be too busy. GA agrees, explaining that this is precisely why she sent him there, to let him take it easy while he recovers. And who knows, he might even complain about how boring it is. The guard then smiles at GA and says he doesn't think Jin is the type to let himself get bored. GA finds this good news and uses the term cakewalk to emphasize how easy this job is going to be for Jin. The guard reluctantly agrees, saying she's precisely right. GA, on the other hand, feels proud of herself for using Gen Z slang, which makes the guard awkward as he watches her bask in her own sense of accomplishment. As people are gathering in for the shoot, we also see the gorilla making another appearance. Despite the hottest actress sitting right before them, everyone's attention seems to be fixed on Jin, as they can't take their eyes off him. The big man then asks Jin why he left his post for so long, saying they're not here on a field trip. Jin replies that he was scanning the perimeter. The cocky guy starts fuming, questioning what kind of perimeter Jin is talking about, and what a kid like him could possibly know about this stuff. Suddenly, the director wraps up the shooting. As everyone is taking a moment of respite, Seo-ha-cha's assistant offers her some water. Just as she's about to take a sip, her attention is grabbed by Jin, who announces loudly that he needs everyone everyone to remain inside. The entire staff is all ears after hearing this request, and Jin continues, saying that the police will be arriving soon, and everyone in the studio must cooperate with the investigation. The actress is now thoroughly confused and asks what's actually going on. Jin then shows her an envelope with a tiny camera inside. She asks Jin what this is, and he explains that it's a spy camera he found in the waiting room. The news hits like a thunderbolt out of the blue, shocking both the gorilla and the actress's assistant, as well as the actress herself. Even the people standing all around start murmuring, wondering how a spy camera ended up hidden in her waiting room. The actress begins to tremble, and Jin continues, saying he checked the surveillance footage, but didn't find any security cameras at the entrance of the waiting room. This makes it difficult to figure out who installed the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is fuming, berating Jin for not revealing this sooner. But Jin doesn't give a damn about the gorilla's rage. He continues, saying that Ms. Cha didn't use the waiting room after he found the camera. He was just waiting so as not to disrupt the shoot, and no one has entered the room to retrieve the camera, nor has anyone left the studio. The gorilla's frustration reaches its peak. His nerves are practically popping out, and his mind is on the brink of exploding, and he's convinced Jin is trying to screw him over. He tries to snatch the camera from Jin's hand, demanding he hand it over, but Jin just steps back with such a nonchalant flair that it's almost unbelievable. The gorilla, clearly fed up, asks Jin what the hell he's trying to pull. Jin just says it'd be best if Ms. Cha's assistant took the camera. The gorilla turns to the assistant and demands he let him take the camera so he can have his team stage it with the police. The poor assistant, clearly flustered, hesitates but eventually agrees. The gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand without a second thought, and everyone around is pretty unsettled by how this giant guy is throwing his weight around. As they step outside, the gorilla starts laying into Jin, asking why he didn't come to him first with something like this. Jin shoots back, wondering why he should have, especially since the gorilla had already said he did a thorough investigation when Jin asked if he'd checked the waiting room. The gorilla's rage hits a new level as he demands to know if Jin was aware of the camera when they spoke earlier. Jin confirms he was. This sends the gorilla into overdrive, yelling at Jin for not immediately reporting to his superiors. Jin makes it crystal clear that the gorilla is not his superior, and that's the last straw. The gorilla tries to slap Jin around, but Jin's not the kind of kid to just take that. He quickly stops the gorilla in his tracks. Fuming, the gorilla finally backs off, muttering that Jin would have been dead if it weren't for SW Corporation. Later, we see the van speeding down the highway. Inside, the lady and her assistant are having a chat. She asks how long it's going to take to figure out who planted that camera. The assistant says the forensic team is on it and should have some answers soon, but the lady isn't so sure. She mentions that they seem to think she was overreacting about something as little as this camera. The big man, ever the reassuring presence, tells her not to worry. He insists he will run his own investigation into the matter. While the actress looks sad and all, Jin glances at her but doesn't say anything. When they arrive at her home, she gets out of the car, and Jin follows, but the assistant tells him to stay in the car, as he'll drop Jin off at the nearest station. Jin, however, says he'll head back on his own. With the final exchange of goodbyes, the assistant drives off, leaving Jin standing there. Once the car is out of sight, Jin walks around the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her own house, wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps out, she finds herself startled by the presence behind her and looks around, finding him standing by her side. She quickly asks how he's still there, and Jin simply responds that he was just scanning the area. She gets a bit embarrassed and tells Jin that he can go home since she's just heading to the convenience store around the corner, and asks if she's not allowed to do that. Jin responds that she's free to do whatever she wishes, and that's exactly why he's here. The girl lights up at this, and later, we see her enjoying some delicious noodles outside the convenience store. She tells Jin not to just sit there but to dig in too. She mentions that she was going to take the noodles home, but decided to eat them outside since he's here. She looks down and admits that when she's really stressed, she likes to unwind and stroll around the neighborhood. She's been in the business for so long that it's hard to walk around anywhere freely, and she hasn't had time for friends either. She then asks Jin what he does for fun with his friends. He replies that he sometimes goes to the game room after school. She then asks Jin again if he actually mentioned a game room. Jin confirms that he did, which leaves her shocked, because it suddenly feels like she's talking to a teenager again. While Jin is sitting there, he spots some familiar faces, and they are his friends, who are absolutely blown away to see him hanging out with the infamous actress. Jin stands quietly in the background, while the lady waves to them with a pleasant smile. After a while, all of Jin's friends join her at the table, and it turns out they all ended up at the game room together. Jae-hyung points out that he never imagined he'd be gaming with her today. The actress smiles and says she didn't think she'd end up at the game room either, as she usually just games at home. Jae-hyung gets a chill when the actress smiles and talks, because she looks even more attractive in person. She thanks him for the compliment and also points out that she won't forget how they told her she sucked at games. Young-chan, with a deadpan expression, confirms this, saying there's no doubt she actually sucked. Surprisingly, as much as Jae-hyung likes her, he adds there's no mercy for noobs. Blondie agrees, and he looks totally worn out, exhausted from playing with noobs like Jin and Sehoha. Jae-hyung tells her not to take it personally, but advises her not to tell people she's a gamer, as it will be just insulting in itself. The actress erupts in a smile and a cheerful laugh after their little banter. Eventually, they decide to part ways. After a final wave, Jin and Sehoha head off together, while the boys stand behind, still unable to take their eyes off her. Young-chan even remarks that he can't believe he grilled Sehoha-cha about her gaming skills. Jae-hyung agrees, and he feels like it's all just one big dream. As they walk out, they carry the sweet autographs of Sehoha-cha, signed over their uniforms. Later, we see a Mini Cooper zooming down the road. Inside, Sehoha is still in disbelief that her bodyguard is actually a high school student. Jin feels a bit awkward, seeing her so chatty and enthusiastic, while Sehoha continues to gush about how much fun she had with him, admitting she never thought she'd be hanging out at a game room like that. She usually just plays games alone at home. Jin suggests that if she finds gaming in public difficult, she could invite her friends over to play. Sehoha explains that she's been a trainee since middle school, so she honestly doesn't have any friends. Once she debuted, she was too busy with work to make any real connections. She sometimes hangs out with people she meets through work, but she wouldn't really call them friends. Sehoha then asks him about his life, because she is curious why he's working as a bodyguard while still in school. Jin explains that he's doing it to buy his little sister a birthday present. Sehoha is startled and touched by his reason, finding him to be a really sweet brother. She comments that he must be pretty close to his sister, but she can't really relate, to be honest, since she is the only child of her parents. She then offers to drop him off, but Jin states that it's unnecessary and that he'll get home himself after he's escorted her. By the way, throughout their conversation, Jin has kept a formal tone, addressing her as Miss Cha, but she tells him to just call her Sehoha. When they finally reach their destination, Jin gets out of the car. As he turns around, he spots another figure approaching. This man looks furious, and Sehoha quickly reassures Jin that it's okay since she knows him. The man cryptically hints to her that the particular person she knows would like to see her, who is sitting in the car right now, but Sehoha stays silent. As the man moves toward them, Sehoha also walks forward as well, but Jin quickly steps in front of this new guy. The dude in glasses, however, immediately tells our boy to simply step aside. Sehoha then tells Jin he can go home, and that she'll be home after this, but Jin insists on waiting, and Sehoha is momentarily silent as she looks at his calm face. Eventually, she smiles and tells him to go home and get some rest. As she walks away, she looks a bit sad, thinking to herself that she can't drag him into this. Once Sehoha is inside the car, the man starts berating her, asking why she didn't pick up his calls. He scolds her for not calling back even if she was busy. Sehoha responds bluntly, questioning why she should even take his calls. The guy in the shadows seems baffled by her response and then smirks, warning her not to push him too far, or she might regret it. He reminds her that he has his limits as well, and tries to justify his behavior by saying that the dates he went with other girls were all for business and should not be held against him. Sehoha tells him she doesn't care about who he meets since they broke up a month ago, which means he needs to stop contacting her and showing up like this. She firmly says she would prefer if he didn't call or drop by anymore. She starts to open the car door, but this jerk lunges at her, grabbing her hand and saying he's going to teach her a lesson about her place. He makes it clear that just because she's got a little fame doesn't mean she's some hotshot starlet now. Then he goes on about ruining a little actress like her and threatens to expose who her parents are. He then questions if she's really getting a reality check in the state she's in, but before he can say any more crap, my guy smashes his luxury car window. Glass shatters everywhere as our boy grabs the rich dude by the collar, yanks him out of his comfy seat, and throws him onto the asphalt, leaving him getting scraped up pretty badly. The girl is completely stunned by the scene, and our guy quickly tells her she can get out now. Once she's out of the car, he checks if she's okay. She says she's fine, but she seems more worried about the rich guy he just threw out. So, you're a fan of this manhwa and can't wait for the anime, right? Let me know what you'd rate this story in the comments. I really enjoyed the cold main character starting to explore other emotions. Give me your rating from 1 to 10. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out my own score.